Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. It's guerrilla cricket. And it's game 3 of the Champions Trophy. Afghanistan versus South Africa. We're in Karachi again. South Africa won the toss and decided to bat, which is a kind of a bit weird. However, as me and Nick were discussing, that's great. Sky's decided that they lost the TV signal just as we're about to start. If South Africa can get over 300, I do think that Afghanistan may struggle to do that, but it's a little bit risky. It's a little bit risky. I'll give you the playing 11.
Afghanistan said they would have done the same.
Oh right, interesting. I'll give you the playing 11s, and then we shall discuss. South Africa go: Ryan Rickleton, Tony De Zorzi, Temba Bavuma, Rassie van der Dussen, Aidan Markram, David Miller, Wissam Mulder, Marco Janssen, Keshav Maharaj, Kagiso Rabada, and Lungi Ngidi. Afghanistan. A few changes since the last time I saw Afghanistan when I was loading the carts yesterday. Ramanullah Garbaz, Ibrahim Zadran, Sadiqwallah Atal. He's someone I've never heard of, and I don't think we have a jingle for him. There was one person we didn't have a jingle for. Ramat Shah, Hazmatullah Shahidi, Azmatullah Amarzai, Gulbuddin Naib, Mohammed Nabi still playing, must be 40 now. Rashid Khan, Noor Ahmed, and Fazal Haq Faruqi. So there's the most of the squad that were there during the World Cup in India. Just was it last year or the year before? It was 2 years ago now, wasn't it?
Yeah, late 23s.
A year and a half. Yeah, late 23s, wasn't it? So there's still, they've still got the seeds of something decent. But as we know, the middle order of Afghanistan can be pretty flaky. It's whether they can stick it together or they will fail. I'm joined this morning by Nick Brooke. Good morning.
Morning, Bear. Morning, Messi.
And Messi, obviously.
Morning, Bear. Morning, Nick. Beautiful day in Karachi. It's about 30 degrees, light wind, unhealthy breathing atmosphere, but then that's Karachi for you. It's what happens when you get 16 million people living in the same place.
Well, yeah, probably with really dirty diesel engines and the coal-burning power stations, but you know.
Yeah.
So, Nick, what do you think is going to happen today?
Well, I am really looking forward to this one, Bear. I think that conventional wisdom would probably have most people saying that England and Australia are going to be the teams going through from this group.
Yes.
But I'm flipping it on its head. I think these are the two teams that are going to qualify. I really like South Africa. I know their recent ODI record's poor, but they've rarely had their strongest side. And I watched a lot of the SA20 and I was impressed with a lot of these players.
Yeah.
And Afghanistan are a real wild card package, aren't they? It's that dual wrist spin of Rashid and Noor and the pace of Fazlak Faruqi. I think they could do something, and I reckon they're going to launch an upset in this tournament.
They always launch an upset. It's usually going to be us, isn't it?
Yeah, it's whether they can put it together for three games.
Yeah, well, this is it. I don't think they can. Well, the thing is, they're only going to stick it together for two. I definitely think they'll win one. I don't know who they'll win it against. It's whether they can get another one, because you get two, obviously, and you're pretty much through.
Yeah, well, I reckon they'll beat England. And Australia, I thought, were really poor in Sri Lanka.
Well, I mean, Messi, they've lost their entire pace attack.
Yeah, no Stark, no Hazelwood, no Cummins. So
exactly.
It's a lot of pressure and strain on the likes of Nathan Ellis, who I really rate, but the unproven Spencer Johnson. Who else they got Messi in there? Sean Abbott?
Sean Abbott.
Dahoud, or whatever his name is.
Yeah. It's pretty ordinary attack. And Australia haven't won a game in the Champions Trophy in 16 years. Don't see why they should change a habit.
I don't know why they don't give a shit about it. I mean, currently, as you sent out on the WhatsApp, they hold every bilateral series they've got and all the fucking white ball stuff, don't they? Just
can't get excited. Nobody in Australia gives a fuck about this, as far as I can tell. Partly because, for most of the Eastern Seaboard, it starts at 8 at night, so they're all well and truly asleep by the end of it. And partly because it's behind a paywall. And Australians like free-to-air test cricket, so Test cricket gets a much better run than white ball cricket does.
Well, good. I'm going to play some jingles. So is it Ryan Rickleton is opening
with Tony DeZorzi.
Okay, right. I'm going to start putting these in order then, because we don't have them in order.
Ryan Rickleton, up and cover. Ryan Rickleton, we got the winner.
He's opening with
Tony DeZorzi picks up the bat that he hopes will bring him a good start. Could do with some more. All the Sapper batters, where do they all come from? All the Sapper batters need a county to which.
Interesting. That might get us dinged.
I like a Perko Beatles jingle.
Well, exactly. All the ones we played yesterday we thought we'd get us dinged, didn't. Strange. Well, it's a good thing, because it means we can get away with it for another day. Who's opening the bowling?
It looks like it might be a spinner, because I think the keeper's standing up.
Well, he is.
We're going to see something interesting here.
Oh, that is interesting. Will it be Naib?
Well,
no. Then there's a guy who looks like he's standing at the back of his seamer's run up.
Yeah.
Maybe he's going to bowl dibbly dobblers from a.
In which case it could work. I don't think it's Naib. Could it be Azmatullah?
It's number 5, whoever that may be.
Faruqi?
It is indeed Faruqi.
Yeah, here we go. He's got a jingle that goes like this. Nice, like that.
And I don't think the keeper's going to stand up to him.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. I should do my traditional going under for the fall of the first wicket.
Okay, I've had a couple of overs. I really rate this Ryan Rickleton. I think he's been very impressive in domestic cricket, and I've backed him to get 40.
Have you? Well, okay.
Of course, South
You know
Africa
how
has
that
lost
works.
their last 5 ODIs.
They have
You're
indeed,
aware.
Messi, but I think
Well, Fazal Farooqi, his first ball was played up to mid-on and there's no run.
I believe Messi, they haven't had their full team for quite a few of those. I think in the warm-up
Yeah.
triangular series they were playing, they were missing quite the 2 teams who got to the final of the SA20. But you're right, their
right.
recent record is poor.
I also think I agree with you. Actually, I think these are the 2 teams that will qualify. I think England and Australia will be the battle of the cellar dwellers.
Well, it depends whether England pull it. Oh, I think these wickets will actually suit their batting, which will really help. That's played
That's
back
true.
to the bowler and there's no run. I mean, they're pretty true, these wickets, and I think that'll just really help England's batting. I do think as soon as they go to Dubai, they'll get smashed. We were talking about that yesterday. I just think it's really unfair. That,
Well, I think there are 2 things that are true at the same time. It is unfair, but it's also reasonable. I don't think you could expect India to be playing in Pakistan in the current circumstances.
well, I mean, that's a really nice shot from Byron Rickleton. He's played a drive straight inside mid-off. It's gone all the way down to the long-off boundary. First boundary of the day, first runs of the day. It's 4 down to long-off.
1, 2, 3, 4.
You know, I was listening, and Indo was quite uppity about that the other day, and all this stuff. I think it's as much to do with, for me, it's as much to do with the attitude of the Indian government. I don't think, it's subcontinental politics, and I get that. That's played into the
Yes.
offside, out to covers, and there's no run. But, you know, I was watching that programme and he was saying, it's different to 2008 and all that shit. And it probably is, but that was also a long time ago. And if you, I don't agree with from what this documentary was saying, the terrorists that struck in Mumbai weren't affiliated to the government. There was no government support.
That's not the point. They were Pakistani terrorists.
Yeah, but
who
there's
attacked.
plenty of fucking Indian
But I mean,
nut jobs who go around killing people in northern fucking India because they're Muslims. You know, I mean, it's not just one-sided
Yeah,
here.
but the thing is, it's not one-sided, but there is risk involved for the players, which I don't think is acceptable. I
Well,
wouldn't play.
I don't think that they would be under the. I think there'd be such heavy armed guard like everyone else who goes there. That's played up to mid-on and there's no run. I just don't think that would be the case. I think that's. That's my opinion. I'm sure there's a million other people who have a counter opinion, but I just think it's as much to do with Modi and the BJP and their stance on this whole situation as it is. I think if you had another government, there would have been rapprochement and try to
Maybe.
sort this sort of shit out.
That's probably quite possibly true, but the reality is the current situation is very tense.
Indeed. Rickleton, big in-swinging, attempted in-swinging Yorker from Farooqi. He managed to dig it out in the first over. Just goes for 4. Nice drive down the ground. 4 for none.
Jay Graver is the first person with us again. Well done, Jay. He says, hey up. Jamal the Statsman says, hey Messi, hey Nick, hey Bear.
Hello.
Moggs says, predictable first message. There is an Atal jingle, but I'll send it again. Jamal says, go South Africa. Want you to win against Afghanistan. He says, but Australia have Johnson, Abbott, Ellis, Maxwell, Zampa and Head. Yeah, Zampa and Head, I think, are proven in ODIs. Maxwell sometimes comes off and sometimes doesn't.
Yes, we do have I did have an Atal jingle, so it wasn't Atal that I was missing. There was one I was missing. It was number 9 in the original lineup of players. I couldn't find whoever number 9 was in the original squad lineup that was on Cricinfo. The bowler at the other end will be Marzai, and he has a jingle that goes like this.
Oh my Zion, please believe me. We think you're a lucky charm. Believe me when I tell you.
First ball to Dazors, he's just played back to the bowler and there is no run.
And a little bit of swing early. Faruqi was getting some real tail in, and that one just came back to the right-hander too.
Yeah, I still haven't gone under my first wicket, have I? Better get that in, just in case it happens. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, I reckon the first 10 overs are the dangerous time while there's some swing on this ball. After that, I think it'll be lovely for batting.
Yeah, it certainly will be. What happened there? Just left through the keeper, no run.
He made that up. He hit it out to the point.
No one knows because they can't see, but it wasn't any runs, was it? So.
But yeah, it should get easier for batting after the power play, and South Africa were very strong in that ODI World Cup. They had a number of 300 plus scores, didn't they? So
yes,
you would have thought they might have their eyes on something north of 320 and bat out Afghanistan out the game in the first 50 overs.
Yeah.
Exactly that. That's played up to mid-on by Dazorzi and there is no run. Bloody apps always want fucking updating, don't they? Jesus Christ.
They're a nightmare, and you can never get... I always like going on the opener for over 25, and you can never get it right until right when the game starts.
I know, it's annoying. And especially when there's a collapse going on, they must know that I constantly go under, so they never offer under the next wicket for about an over and a half. And it's like, he's going to get out in 2 balls' time. I'm not going to be able to get my bet in. Let's see what under the full of the first wicket is.
As we've got some...
Next ball is crunched into the offside. There is a deeper set cover.
Some interesting slow-mos coming up of the pitch and the cracks in it. So there might be a little something for Rashid and Noor to exploit. I think
well, that's what I'm relying on. I'm sure that's what they're relying on. Quite big ones.
Yeah.
He's just stuck his finger in it.
And if those two can start to get a bit of grip and turn, it'll be really difficult for South Africa. And bring Afghanistan right into this game.
Well, of course, Johnson Trott is Afghanistan's coach still, isn't he?
Yeah, he's been doing a great job, Trotty, for them.
And he might want to beat his nation of birth and also his nation that he played cricket for in both England and South Africa. So he'll have something to prove. Want to prove to his old boys that he can coach a team that can win. They're reasonably established now as a white ball side, aren't they? Still a little bit inconsistent. Afghanistan's just clipped out to mid-wicket.
Yeah, but I mean, the World Cup, they were one Maxwell magnificent knock away from the semis, weren't they? And
I so thought they were going to do that.
And they did really well, I thought, despite being the worst fielding side in that tournament. They dropped a load of absolute dollies. Yeah. So interesting to see if their fielding's improved a little bit and whether they can put it together again. They are missing a couple of their bowlers who they had then. Naveen's retired from ODIs and there's no Majib, so it's a slightly changed attack.
They seem to be able to come up with spinners at will there. Oh, edge, surely! No?
No, I think it's just swung an absolute mile.
Or has it gone up one of those cracks? Crikey.
Quite possibly.
That went a long way. Anyway, it's gone through to the keeper. Well taken in the end by the keeper. Gurbaz behind the stumps. And there is no run. And that ends the second over. 5 for none after 2. Over to you, Messi.
Kieran Roseblade is happy. He says, I do love a tournament. So much gorilla time. And this one has no shitty matches. What a great day. Mog says, I assume before Afghanistan plays Australia, they'll get a little pep talk about the various war crimes the Aussies committed against the civilian populace. And Kieran Roseblade says, but the biscuits made up for that, right? To which Mog says, yeah, fucking A. Yeah, the Australian Army's behaviour in Afghanistan was reprehensible, to put it mildly.
What was that?
That's up to date on YouTube. By the way, the IPL, the GPL is £58 and it's open until for another 65 minutes.
Dazorzi plays the first ball of Faruqi's next over up to mid-on. They get a single. Finally, they're offering me something.
So that last ball of Azmatullah's over, watching the replay, it was swinging and then it seamed as well off the pitch. So there looks to be something in this surface that we didn't see during that New Zealand-Pakistan opening clash.
Is it the same pitch?
Oh, it's probably a different square. You're right, Bear.
Well, is it? I don't know. I mean, there's... it could be the one to the right of it. They played on the other day. That one's defended by Rickleton. Back to the bowler, and there is no run. I've not seen much of Tony DeZorzi.
He's not bad.
Yeah, I've seen more of him in Test cricket, where he's.
I saw a bit of him, against. What's that Test series against Pakistan?
And he's more of an obdurate opener in Tests, but I saw him going off in the T20 and the SA20. I think it was the semi-final. He scored a really quick 50 the other night, and Rickleton, who's been the top scorer there across the first 3 seasons, was absolutely smashing it about. So interesting to see if he starts to get going a little bit.
Well, he hasn't yet. 4 off 9. Faruqi's in. That was a little bit of swing, driven at. Goes out to third man. And speed of 1 run. Oh no, they got back for 2. That's really good running. Shouldn't have been a 2. But yeah, they get away with it. Steady start. I was thinking a T20. I mean, in an ODI, you've got to get at least 2 wickets in the first 10 overs if you want to stop the scoring rate.
Yeah, if you, as a batting side, if you can keep wickets in hand, even if you're only going at 5s, it gives you so much time to milk those middle overs.
Exactly, and then explode in the last 20.
As we saw with New Zealand in that first game.
Yeah, and they had lost a fair few by the time they got there. They just had that amazing stand, didn't they? Driven up to mid-on, and there is no run. I mean, that's it. In the modern age of the T20 player, if you've got 20 overs and 8 wickets, you want to be able to put close to 200 on the board in 20 overs, don't you? You know.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you're even if you're at 160, 170, which is only 4 and over or just above, 4.5 and over, you can aim for close to 400. Often doesn't happen, but it gives you the opportunity. Faruqi in, given a bit of width, and Rickleton might feel he missed out a little bit there as he rammed it into the offside, but hit the fielder at deeper cover.
And South Africa especially will know they've got such dangerous players in the hut, the likes of Miller, Markram and Klaassen to come in, who, if they just have a decent platform to launch from, they can really cause some destruction.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's why they were so good in the World Cup, weren't they, in 23?
Absolutely, it was that middle overs period that they seemed to really dominate.
I mean, that game against England was fucking hell. Horrific, wasn't it?
Although Klaassen hasn't quite been in the same form that he has been over the past 18 months of late, but you wouldn't bet against him, would you?
No, that's it.
And I like their bowling too. I've been really impressed with Marco Jansen lately.
Yeah.
I think he's a burgeoning star, and Rabada's unplayable on his day.
Yeah, I love Rabada. Yeah. Rickleton faces up Faruqi, bowls that, stump to stump. Just played up to mid-off and there is no run. 3 done, 8 on the board. Messi.
So over on Blue Sky, one of our favourite people, Mad Old Bat, who became one of our patrons recently, you'll see her on the bottom of the screen as the scroll goes across, says, "Morning all, 'tis a tad windy outside the Bat Barn with gusts of 30 to 40 miles an hour. Whereabouts are you, Hattie? I can't remember. I had you down somewhere in the Midlands, but that might have been the other Hattie. Let us know anyhow."
Yeah, no, the other Hattie is definitely in the Midlands. We've had this discussion with Hattie many times. It's embarrassing that we can't remember.
Oh dear. That's it for social media at the moment. I am no longer looking at Twitter anymore. It triggers post-traumatic stress for me. So.
Yeah, well, there's some crazy shit going on there, isn't it? I'm thinking, maybe I shouldn't say this. DeZorzi comes down the track a little bit, across his stumps, but can only defend Asmat Amarzai and to the offside, and there is no run. I'm surprised that hackers of the free world haven't tried to take Twitter down in the last 6 months or so. I'm sure it's going to happen in the next year or so. Because Musk's becoming an irritant.
Well, I'm surprised hackers of the free world haven't taken the Teslas down and stopped them all simultaneously.
Well, there's another thing they could do, yeah. He's becoming he's worse than anybody, I think. That's played up to mid-off and there's no run. The guy's got
an
complete
irritant
complex.
Putting it mildly, I'd say, Bear. It's an absolute megalomaniac, isn't he?
He is a total megalomaniac.
Anyhow, let's keep this a stress-free zone for ourselves by concentrating on the cricket. Because
I don't
once
like
I
this
go
that we're
there,
not
I
allowed
get
to
all
talk
angry.
politics anymore. It's
No, but I just get all angry and stressed.
Yeah, same here. But I
There's
like,
nothing I can do about
I like letting it out to everybody else. It's like it's cathartic. It's
Just a good old vent.
It's good old vent sharing with our audience. Down the track comes Dazorzi. That's a good shot. Gets across it so he can play it into the leg side, which he does, wide and mid-on, all the way down to the boundary. It'll be 4 runs.
Yeah, lovely little whip of the wrist there
Yeah.
from Tony Dazorzi.
Well, he got himself right across, didn't he? So he was able to play that shot. And they are trying to bowl quite full here, Pakistan, trying to get some swing. There isn't a lot about. There wasn't a first over or so. We all know white ball doesn't do a lot.
Yeah, that early swing seems to have gone already.
Yes, and we're only in the 4th over.
Yeah. Well, the second over for this ball, yes. But it is noticeable that they're being playing sensible rather than crazy stuff.
Well, there you go. That was driven on the up over the top of cover. He made a jump for it, but it must have been quite a lot over the top of him.
Yeah, so just starting to look to expand.
Yeah.
Which I'm delighted to see, as I've got them for over 23 in the first 5.
Oh, have you?
1, 2, 3, 4.
I've got under 30.
That's a very low line. That was a good.
I thought it was
catch.
low, Messi, but
for 5 overs, it's nearly 5 and over.
Yeah, but the
but
first 5 overs in the power play usually.
Well, no, not. I've noticed in the T20s that you can get the first 2 overs can go for, unless there's a rank ball. That one's driven out towards mid-off. They'll get a single. They'll often play out the first 2 or 3 overs, 1, 2 or 3, just knock the singles around. You've got time to catch up in an ODI, haven't you?
yeah, with a 10 over power play, you can afford to take a look for those first 3 or 4.
Exactly, because in an ODI, if you can get to sort of 60 or 70 in the first 10, then you're good. But if you think it in T20 terms, that's only 6 overs, and you can get there, so you can play out 4 overs of pretty much nothing.
It's funny how times have changed. 30 years ago, 100 was seen as a good score after 30 overs.
Yeah, it's quite crazy, isn't it? Scores of 250 were good. Amarzai around the wicket to Dazorzi. Oh, terrible bit of fielding. The wicket just got over the top of the ball. It is going to be just about hauled in before it gets to the boundary. And they'll get back for 2. Was that 3?
I
Should have been
think
3.
they snuck a 3rd.
Should have done. Yeah, they did. And after 4 overs, South Africa 20 for none.
Banu Prakash says, how is the pitch, mate? Dale Steyn suggested bowl first and Bavuma opted to bat first. Who do you think's right? Well, we shall see. Is De Kock playing? No. There's a lot of Tony jokes that we will miss out on if he isn't. Yeah.
He's
De
retired
Kock's no
now
longer
from everything, isn't he?
Yeah.
Apart from being a T20 mercenary.
Yeah, I think that's correct. I was just thinking about scoring rates. The first one-day game I ever went to at Lord's was in 1963. It was the Gillette Cup final. 65 overs a side it was. And Sussex won with a score of 163 from 62 and a half overs.
Jesus.
That's what
Well, can't bowl that short to someone like Ryan Rickleton. He's walloped that one over deep square leg. Out to cow, really. But it was short. He just climbed into that, hit it over the top of the infield. Out to the boundary. 4 more.
It's Nissan She.
What did you get over? 25 and a half?
It's Nissan
23 and a half, so I'm
right,
there.
yeah, you're there.
Just that real gear shift over the last 9 balls. I didn't think I was going to get it, but
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. It can switch that easy. You get a chance to get your iron, don't you, in an ODI before you start
Totally.
launching. I need a wicket before 34 and a half, though. And Faruqi is bowling at Rickleton. That's short and wide, and it's hitting to the offside, and that's beating the man at cover. And that'll be 4 more. They're really starting a motor already.
4.
Yeah, it didn't hit that one so well, but what I have noticed, Pakistan, the outfield was so quick the other day.
absolutely races.
Lightning, wasn't it?
And interesting, now the seamers are taking a bit of tap when we get the entry point for the spinners. They've got Naib, but he's more of a military medium man.
He's a
isn't he?
man to bowl in the middle overs, isn't he? To
And
go for 5 or 6 and over on singles.
So whether we might see a bit of spin in the power play, I wonder.
Well, Afghanistan will need to. Well, I guess it's the power play, but you do want to get a wicket, don't you? That one's played off the pads by Rickleton to square leg, and there'll be a single. No, sorry, a no run. Dot ball. I mean, each player's only going to run a ball, so they're going at 6 and over, roughly. I'm just trying to think who bowls for them.
Yeah, so I mean, apart from the 2 wrist spinners, I guess the other spinner they've got is Nabi, but he's not really the sort of power play finger spinner, is he? Because he tends to bowl a bit slower and flightier.
That one, Farooqi bowls, and Rickleton plays from the crease. It's already, this picture looks up and down already. First over, a little bit of something. I guess if you hit a crack, you might get something, and they might be in a shorter length, which might be better for the South African bowlers.
Yeah, you'd think someone like
Well,
Marco Jansen is going to be a nightmare on this.
Exactly. Pitch it in short and scoot along, or hit one of those cracks and go somewhere. But hey, long way to go. Farooqi is in. That's full and on the pads. Maybe a bit slower. They'll get a single as they knock it out to the leg side. No, he didn't. They didn't go for that in the end. Dot ball.
Hattie tells us that she's from a village between Coventry and Rugby.
Oh, okay.
Originally from Scarborough, where they like their cricket. So does that make you a Bears supporter or a Yorkshire supporter, Hattie?
Bear supporter, obviously.
Well, everybody supports you, Bear.
Yeah. 2 fours at the beginning of the over. 4 dots after it. Good recovery from Farooqi. That one is just played up to mid-on, and there is no run. 28 for none after 5.
Legacy at Brian says, good morning, Cricket Simians. Good morning, Brian. Good to have you with us. Ranu Prakash says, I think Bavuma is accurate. Jamar asks how everyone is. Brown in Brisbane's with us. Says, morning, I thought everyone was on go slow drugs, but I realised my playback speed was at 0.5.
Oh, right.
Well, put us on 1.5 and see how it goes, Brian. Has Rashid Khan bowled, says Jamar? No,
Not yet.
Jonathan Shawlan's with us. He says, I suspect that most Gorilla Cricket listeners share the same horror listening to the recent global events. But does that mean we are limited to the contents of our echo chamber? Oh, Trump. You're a
Yes, of course we are.
Jonathan.
The whole world's in echo chambers these days, and we have our own. Well, we do have that bowler that you didn't think was going to bowl, and he's going to get first ball. Well, would you fucking believe it?
Background.
Man, that was well. I'm going to play his jingle because he's coming on to bowl.
The gods made Muhammad Nabi, and they saw that he was good. He came to play with bats and ball with a style like silk and wood. When losers say shit's house, well, you know that it's a lie. The gods made Muhammad Nabi, and he's never gonna die.
First thing I learned from Gorilla Cricket is shit takes wickets. Shit takes wickets. Inducing a push on the top.
Yeah, Tony Zorzi does not look very happy.
No, he looks
Not
really
surprised.
pissed off with himself, and well, he might be, because he's clumped that straight to mid-on. It's a ugly sort of Sunday cricket kind of dismissal, isn't it?
Oh, it was a shit ball. It was a loosener from Nabi halfway down the track. Really slow, just popped up. Well, probably didn't get up as high as he thought, and didn't have the pace on it. And I think his eyes lit up. Went back, got the toe end, and just spooned it up to mid-on. He'd be very, very, very pissed off with himself. But that's the way it goes, and I get my first bet. We both got our first bets in.
We're in the money. Things are looking good at Gorilla Towers.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. And now comes a man who has a fantastic jingle. It is the skipper.
Nice little mover. Front foot, back foot groover. Now it will behoove ya to keep an eye on.
Now we all like timber. He whenever I watch him, he doesn't do very well. Does very well in between when I don't watch him, but not when I actually watch him.
He seems to have been on a good run lately.
Yes, he has. Everyone says that, and then he comes in and I start watching him, and he has a horror show for about 5 in a row.
But he's the captain, isn't he? He didn't play the SA20. He's keeping Tristan Stubbs out of this side, who I think is a very good young player. But I reckon he's going to have a good tournament here, Timber. And a right-hander against Nabi, his eyes might light up too. And I wonder if he'll try and take him for a few or just work him around.
Well, get yourself in if I were you, Timber. But, you know. Well, Nabi has got 1 for none off 1 ball. Pretty good going.
It's a great start for the veteran.
Yeah.
And do you guys know this stat that Nabi has wins over 45 different countries?
No, I didn't know that.
45?
45.
That's crazy.
45
They
messes.
played some very big, well, very small minnows, I would suggest, in that one. That one's clipped out to the leg side. They've gone for a quick single, which they've got, and Timber's just run down, straight down the middle of the pitch.
But yeah, he's been around since the start when they were beating the likes of, I don't know, Papua New Guinea and Iceland and whoever.
Well, he's 40.
Yeah, his son's coming through and he wants to do the LeBron and play with his son in the Afghanistan team, he was saying recently.
Well, he still has a role to play if he can keep himself fit. Yeah, I'm sure the umpire will have a word with Timber there. He's just literally run straight down the middle of the pitch. Rickleton's going to face up, Nabi. Bowl around the wicket to him. It's a very round arm, Nabi. Gets inside half of the bat. It goes out to mid-wicket. And there is a single. Ooh.
We have a super chat.
I just saw that. Better play a little...
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Richard Milgate's very kindly sent us €2 and says, just because.
Well,
I think that's a perfect reason, Richard. Thank you very much.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. Nabi to Bavuma just plays that out to mid-wicket. And there is no run. South Africa 30 for 1. We're in the 6th over. Rickleton is 18. He's not out. And Dazorzi has just spammed one straight to mid-on. He'll be very upset with himself. Nabi is going to bowl the 5th ball. That's again just turned around to mid-wicket. No run. 1 ball left in the over. And Timber facing up Nabi. Last ball. Just plops that one up there. 58 miles. He doesn't bowl that slow, does he?
No,
it's
he
quite
looks
slow,
slower
but
than
it's
it
quite quick.
Yeah.
It is. Not much turn for him, but he's a canny off spinner, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Well, he's got loads of experience, isn't he? And it works in ODI cricket as well. Last ball was to defend out on the offside, and there is no run missing.
Farong said this. He said, third day greetings to all. Safa's on target for 400. And then he said, I'm claiming that wicket. Wicket next ball. Jamar the Stats Man says, hey, Brian in Brisbane. I'm a Brisbane Lions fan. Randy Kelly says, good day from Trinidad and Tobago. Welcome, Randy. Ranu Prakash says, what a bowling change from Afghanistan. And Mog says, some Australian Bradmans could have a Nabi-like win record if they ever played anyone other than the same 6 teams. Yes. Kieran says, for someone who doesn't really follow South African cricket, I've realised that the South African cricketers have some fabulous sounding names.
Yes. Well, Faruqi's going to continue on the back foot. Rickleton drives and out to cover. Can't beat the deeper set cover. Is on the edge of the ring. And they will get a run.
Yeah, Ryan Rickleton's a good name, isn't it? But I think the best name in their squad is Corbin Bosch.
Corbin Bosch. Is he ever going to play? We've got a jingle for him.
I mean, he is what he sounds like, isn't he? Sort of all action, all rounder. He sounds like a superhero.
Yeah, I've not heard, I've not seen him. Don't know what he does now. I don't think I've ever seen him. I'll be interested to see what he's like. Isn't he the call up for the second call up for Unrik Nortje, who was then injured, and they brought in Gerald Kurtz, who then got injured, and Corbin Bosch.
Yeah, I believe so.
For both of them. That one is cut out to the covers, and there'll be no run.
They've got a lot of fast bowling injuries. Nandre Berger injured as well. And that very young lad, Kwena Mafaka, who I always feel like I'm swearing when I say his name, has been drafted into the squad too.
Oh, dear, that's unfortunate.
Shiv McGill looked good yesterday.
Yeah, he's a classy player. I had him on the over 75.
Oh, good call. He's averaging like ODIs is about 60 or something stupid like that, isn't it? Faruqi into Rickleton, drives that again. Can't beat the covers. Once more, another dot ball.
On the subject of good names, Mog says check out some of the Zimbabwean names, Kieran. Yeah, I know there's a blessing in the Zimbabwean team, but there are some very interesting ones there, as I recall.
Yeah, they've also got a Joy Lord, which is one of the great first names.
Yeah.
I might rebrand myself Joy Lord.
Joy Lord. Well, that is a good name.
You don't think that increases expectations of you?
Yeah, some unfulfillable expectations, I reckon, Messi. I'll stick with Nick.
Worked into the leg side by Rickleton, who get himself a single.
Yeah, you don't want people disappointed the first minute they see you.
They already are.
Oh, well, yeah, I know that one.
Did you ever play fantasy cricket?
No, I haven't. I don't quite understand how it works. I tried to do it on the IPL once, but I feel like you've got to have an Indian phone number or something.
Yeah, you do. To get into Dream 11, you've got to have an Indian phone number.
That was it. But I've never understood how it works with different teams playing every day. Do you do a team a daily or...?
Yeah, basically.
It's a lot
Too
of
much
work,
like
isn't
hard
it?
work.
It is a lot of work, indeed. That's played up to long off. There's a single. I mean, I kind of prefer fantasy league in England where it's over the whole season.
Yeah, even that
I find it hard enough
struggle.
to remember to do my footy tipping once a week.
Yeah, I'm top of our league, and there's a prize fund of 40 quid each, and there's 8 of us, so it's about 320 quid. I'm 70 points clear at the top of the league at the moment.
Very nice. What always screws me on Fantasy League is when they have those Friday night kickoffs and you get the game window closed early and you miss one of those and it all goes pear-shaped.
Bavuma off the mark. On 1, having 8-5, I've just gone under 60 something or other for the fall of the next wicket. 61.5, I think, 30 runs I've got. Faruqi around the wicket to Temba. He just plays with soft hands and it goes to backward point. And there is no run.
Mox says not only is he Joy Lord, it's actually Joy Lord Gumby. I mean,
It's a great name.
oh fuck, that's fantastic. Perong says, as the Bear is a previous IPL Purple Cap winner,
Yes.
how many wickets to claim the Champions Trophy title? Shami already has 5. Yeah, it's short competition like this. It's very hard to know. It's got to be someone who gets through to the final, really, isn't it? So they got more chances.
Well, no, I mean, this is it. I guess if you have a couple of big games where you get, I don't know, if you get 11 or 12 wickets in the group stage, you can still win it from there, I think, probably. I mean, fifers in white ball cricket aren't that common. That's driven up to long off for a single.
Yeah, you'd have to think Shami's in the box seat after yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think if you get 15 wickets, will probably do it. It's average of 3 a game. If you got to the final.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And if you got to the semi and you got, I don't know, 5 for a couple of fourthers, you'd be in with a good chance, wouldn't you? Nabi bowls. Ooh, played uppishly. But of course, there's no one at mid on. There's only a long on for Nabi, and Temba gets himself another single.
I actually think Zampa's well placed because nobody else in the Australian team would take any wickets at all.
Well, yeah.
And he'll probably take, 7 against England on Saturday?
Oh, God.
Yeah,
please,
4 of them with shit balls.
Yeah. I think England, I'm hoping England can win that game, get off to a good start. I just want the batting needs to click for England. Didn't click enough in India. I thought there were some good things that came out of India. Everyone was so down on England, but I mean, India are very good at home. That's reverse swept by Rickleton. I don't think he's got enough on it, even though it's a very quick outfield, a bit of a misfield down at what would be third man to Rickleton, but they get back for 2.
Yeah, India are a very good side, Bear. I think it was just that England played spin so poorly, didn't they? And the lack of kind of any method or even...
And we also, every time, I mean, there was a century or more in each of the Indian innings, wasn't there? And England didn't got some good scores.
But no 100 across
But
the whole
no 100
tour.
across the whole tournament, exactly. That's dragged into the pitch, Navi angling down leg side. I got away with that for a single out to deep mid wicket. And that was the difference between the two sides, essentially.
Yeah, and I do sort of get the sense watching them, they're trying to play 20 over cricket for 50 overs.
We've been doing that for, 2 or 3 years now. I mean, I think that's part of the reason for bringing Root back, to add a little stability into the middle order, because he'll still score reasonably quickly, but he's got a head on him. That's played out to wideish long on for a single.
Big tournament for Harry Brook, you feel?
Yeah, he likes Pakistan.
Loves it.
I feel he'll have a good tournament here. I hope so. He's had a little bit of dip in form. If you can grab some of that back. He's a class act. I mean, we've got too many bangers and not enough.
You feel that a lot rests on Salt, Duckett and
Yeah, I'm not
Brook.
worried about Duckett.
I mean, sorry, Duckett, Root and Brook.
Yeah.
Those are the three who
those are and if those can go long, I mean, this is it. That's played up to long on. A mid on actually for last ball of the over. It's a dot ball. You kind of feel that if that top 5 can get them to sort of 35 overs every game, then you've certainly got the power down at the next 3 guys to give it some humpty and get some big scores.
Yeah. Johan Swigers is with us. He says, I've been listening to Guerrilla Cricket for years, but only now I discovered the live stream on YouTube. Love it. Okay, anybody who's listening and isn't aware of fact, if you search for Guerrilla Cricket on YouTube, you'll find our channel. Find us easily enough. I try to send out a message on Blue Sky and on Twitter before every game with the link to our YouTube coverage, so you can always find it there.
Faruqi around the wickets to Bavuma. He clips that to square leg and there's no run. Of course, don't forget to smash the like button and subscribe. In the parlance of the kids today. South Africa 37 for 1 in the 9th
By
over.
kids, you mean people in their 30s desperate
Well,
for
yeah.
approval?
Those people who scroll endlessly, like my entire family, who just go through reels on TikTok and fucking Instagram. I just don't get it. Most of it is just utter shite. It's made stars out of people. God damn
it's
it.
visual crack.
Yeah, basically it is, yeah. Clipped around the corner. Down to long leg. And I've got a single. Melting the brains of modern humans is what I see.
Certainly is, Bear. The attention spans have gone down the drain, mine included.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, I just don't do it. I don't really engage with social media.
I've got a question for you. We give Duckett shit about his height, but Bavuma is 10 centimetres smaller than him, and we never seem to give him shit about his height.
Oh, he's a short ass, isn't he?
He is tiny. Apparently he really doesn't like people talking about it as well. He might not, but I'm watching him live and the stumps sort of come up right to his waist.
I know, he's only about 4'10" or something, isn't he? Or something stupid like down the track comes through. He didn't get all of it, but there is no one down there. He got enough of it actually because it's gone all the way over the boundary. First 6 of the day. Couple of steps down the track, back over the bowler's head. Good shot. I thought he got less of it than that, but he hit that pretty cleanly as it turned out.
Yeah, it was wristy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's sort of the kind of stroke you expect to go over more cow, and it went barrel straight.
That's why I thought he hadn't got all of it. Faruqi, he's going at about 5 and over. We're just waiting for another 2 overs and we should get a bit of Rashid Khan.
I would have thought so as soon as the power play ends.
You'd have thought so, wouldn't you?
And that feels like it'll be the crucial time in the game.
Absolutely.
Because you think if these two can tick along for another 10 overs, then South Africa are really...
Well, you know what? When he does come on to bowl, I'm going to go... dismissal method will be LBW. Cut. Ooh, aerial for a while, but there isn't a point. It goes down to third man. It'll be a single. That will be my preferred choice. He often gets that one to slide on and get people out LBW, doesn't he?
He does. People find his googly very difficult to pick.
Yeah, he's a class act. Hard to believe he's only, what, 26 now or something? Or maybe even 24?
Yeah, I mean, just looking at that beard, he looks about 40.
Well, when he started, you couldn't believe he was 16.
Yeah, I want to see a birth certificate.
You all want to see the birth certificate.
The old Obafemi Martins.
Yes. Turns out he's probably 30 now. Faruqi around the wicket to Temba. He just defends out into the covers and there is no run. Starting slowly is Temba, 4 off 11. Rickleton's up at virtually a run of ball.
Yeah, and I think Temba's got a bit more licence too, doesn't he? Because there's so many smashers around him.
Well, this is it. You really don't have to go off too quick in an ODI. You don't have to. I mean, England will, because Salt can't play any other way, really. And it does help if you can get a big power play. I mean, that was England's way we played under Owen Morgan, and they haven't changed, but just maybe the personnel isn't quite as good. I mean, the prime years of Johnny Bairstow and Jason Roy were something to behold, weren't they?
Yeah, but I think the big difference was that they so often went on and scored, made it count.
One of them often did, didn't they? That's defended out to the covers. And they often one would fail, but the other one would go on. And Root was always there to sort of, keep it at the other end.
Yeah. Mog says Zampa will take 11 wickets, 9 of those being shit truck tail enders who don't know one end of the bat from the other. Rajesh Mohan says, what a difference in the approaches that these two teams have taken. South Africa have gone for pace, whereas Afghanistan are going for trial by spin. Jamar suggests short or head for the most wickets, or Maxwell. Farong says, so Duckett, a chance for the purple cap, could have figures of 6 for 24 tomorrow against Australia. Oh dear. Jamar says, I love this channel. Diana Patterson says, I hope you get those handheld mics fixed. Vaping and coughing are not going down well with these. Yes, the coughing. Yeah, I thought Bear was going to expire.
Yeah, right at the beginning. Yeah, I got a little catch in my throat. Nabi continues around the wicket, and it's just driven out to cover, and there's no run. Yeah, I kind of prefer the handheld mics. Makes you feel more like a sports commentator. These are pretty good, though. I'll give them that. You do have 2 hands free, which is quite handy. Oh, attempted reverse sweep by Rickleton. I don't think he got anything on it. It was not caught by the keeper anyway. Could have bowled him as well, but neither happened.
Minkazi says, where's the crowd? Is this the India game in Pakistan? No, this is Afghanistan and Pakistan, but a whole number of people are waiting to get through security. They keep showing the pictures.
Yeah. Big security effort, no doubt. It's played up to mid-on and there is no run. I mean, that was my point earlier, really, about India. I think the security here would be fucking insane. And if India were there, it would be even more insane. I mean, from everyone I know who's gone out and covered the tours for England for the BBC and stuff, you can't leave the hotel, you can't do anything, basically.
Apparently it's not so bad this time, Norcross was saying.
That's defended. And it's guided down towards short third man. They don't get a single.
Mog says Rashid has aged in Afghan years. They aren't the same as soft London times. And Jack Grover said it's a super chat for £2. He says, not true, I like crack.
Well, I never tried crack, I have to say. That's defended up to the covers and there is no run.
Thank you, Jay. And
we're just seeing some replays of Faruqi look like he pulled up, which could be pretty ominous for them.
It could be indeed. There's been a lot of injuries coming into this tournament. Oh, that's a terrible ball. Got away with it. Flat into the middle of the wicket, and Bavuma couldn't get it past the man on the 45, and therefore it will be a dot ball. Very much got away with that. One off that over.
Okay, change time.
Change time. You're taking over from me.
I'm
taking over from you, and Mog is taking over from Messi.
And we're up to date, Mog.
And what was your name?
Always a consummate professional.
What was your name says today?
Unstaffrisreder.
And what does it mean?
Reader of the illiterate.
Excellent. Morning, Mog.
Morning, Mog.
Hi.
Where are you? Look, what's that behind you? Looks like a barbecue. No, a bit of chainmail.
It's some armour and mail.
Yes.
Which is right next to me, actually. But
very nice.
This is a photo of it.
Very ominous, Mog.
Wait till I start waving axes at you.
Nice. As we watch people going round and roundabout. I don't know why. I've had problems with the broadcast, actually. There's a lot of cuts and lost connections a few times over the last few days. Over to you.
Yeah, so power play up. Looks like it's not going to be Rashid. Going to be Azmatullah to continue from the university end. He is over the wicket to Ryan Rickleton, who pushes into the offside for what will be a comfortable single, taking South Africa to 47 for 1. A fairly sedate power play. There was that moment just before Tony de Zorzi got out when they looked to accelerate a little bit.
Yeah.
But I think they're pretty well placed here, Bear. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I reckon so. That's not a bad power play considering they got hitters. Plenty of time to get a big score. You know, it only lost 1 wicket in the power play. I guess they can go back to Azmatullah now because they've got fielders out and they don't feel he's going to get smashed for 4 every time. It'll go to a fielder and it'll be singles. I guess that'll be Afghanistan's play, won't it? Try and get through the paces. Not a lot happening with the ball and hope the spinners can take some wickets.
Yeah, you would have thought at some stage we'll get Noor and Rashid bowling in tandem as Bavuma just tickles one down to third man for a single. And I feel like that's going to be the crux. If those two can take a bag of wickets,
yes,
then they'll stop this innings dead in their tracks. Otherwise, 300 looks on the cards.
Yeah, 300 plus currently.
How are you seeing it, Mog?
I keep forgetting it's more than 20 overs. I'm looking at going, Jesus Christ, they've scored no runs at all.
Yeah, it does take time to readjust to the rhythms of 50 over cricket. That one's short and Rickleton doesn't get hold of it at all, but it falls well in front of the man at fine leg, and that'll be another single. That just looked to be slightly hurried there by Azmatullah. But yeah, I was watching the opening game at home, New Zealand-Pakistan, and I thought, Jesus, an ODI is long.
Yeah. And it is. I mean, the problem with ODIs is you like the end, especially if it's tight. It takes so long to get there, right?
Yeah, and the middle overs can sag.
Really drag.
Although not with us, because we're going to be providing witty banter for 100 overs long.
So much entertainment.
So much entertainment.
I watched the USA-Oman replay earlier today, and very different pace going on in that match.
That T20. Go on.
That time it's onto Bavuma's legs. He tickles it into the gap. They might just come back for a second. They will. So, as sometimes happens in the middle overs, a bit of milking going on here.
Well, that's the way to do it. If you can milk at 5 or 6 and over for the next 20 overs.
Yeah, without taking too many risks.
Yeah. That's the name of the game, isn't it? And then explode.
Afghanistan players outraged to be called cows in this situation.
Yeah, he didn't get hold of that one at all, did he?
No, and that'll give Azmatullah a little bit of encouragement. He rushed him a bit and caught the top edge and could have easily gone straight down fine leg's throat. As he's in again to Temba, another short one this time. Temba ducks underneath him. It doesn't have to be too short to rise up over his head. He's looking at the square leg umpire, but I don't think he's going to get anything.
You get special compensation for not bowling bouncers that turn out to be wise to Temba just because he's so short.
Yeah, a bit more leeway.
Yeah,
when
that's how it is. A bit unfair.
it's a 5 foot wide.
Yeah, yeah. Well, everyone's behind square, so presumably it is going to be a short stuff.
Yeah, if he goes full, you'd think that there's a sort of fairly free hit for the batters if they want to try and go over the infield. And this time he's on a good length on the stumps. Bavuma defends, no run. South Africa 51 for 1.
Messi's done such a good job that there haven't been any other messages since. Oh wait, no, Farong finally. Height of Bavuma would equate to 0.92 ducats, which I think was the exchange rate between the ducat and the pound back in the 1600s.
Wow.
That's the ducat measurement system. I prefer it to imperial metric.
Well, indeed.
How many ducats do you reckon you are, Bear? One and a half.
No, I'm about 1 ducat, I reckon.
just 1 ducat.
I think he's exactly the same height as me, I believe.
What, 4'9"?
No, ducat's 5'8", isn't he?
As Nabi continues to Ryan Rickleton, who plays that nicely, wristily down to long on for an easy single. So Nabi's getting through the overs. He might have to bowl close to his full quota if Faruqi can't continue. Still no wrist spin, so we're waiting patiently for the entry of Adil Rashid or Noor Ahmed.
Adil Rashid.
Sorry, Adil Rashid, Rashid Khan.
Rashid Khan. I think they'll try and get as many overs out of Nabi here as they can, can't they?
Yeah, I mean, especially if South Africa aren't looking to push the gas too much.
No, exactly. He's gone for 10 in 3 overs. That's pretty good going. Keep him on while he's still not getting... if they can milk him for 3 or 4 and over, I think Afghanistan will be quite happy with
get
that.
through 7 or 8 for 30.
I mean, it's quite handy to have your Rashid Khan actually trying to bowl when they're trying to accelerate, because he is such a good bowler that he can take wickets at that point. So if they can not introduce him until the 15th, 16th over, I think they'd quite like that.
As this time Bavuma brings out a little lap sweep, it's over the keeper's head and it will race away to the boundary straight behind the keeper for 4.
2 + 2 is on my mind. 2 + 2 is on my mind.
So a nice bit of invention from Temba there. It was full and he got right down and got good elevation on it. The first sign of him we've seen from him of really looking to take on Nabi.
That was a good shot. Got it off the face of the bat. Over the keeper.
And Nabi drops shorter in response. Bavuma rocks back and punches through the leg side for a single. So as we see, Nabi's been varying those paces and bowling quite full in general. And I wonder if that little scoop from Bavuma will have him dropping a bit shorter.
Well, he's bowled reasonably well. I guess if they score some more runs, they might take him off after this over. Score predictor has 299.
And Rickleton goes. It's up high in the air. He hasn't got all of it at all, but it lands in no man's land. Drops right between 2 fielders. Rashid Khan's got his hands on his hips. As well he might. I feel like someone could have got under that.
God, look at him. He looks like a rock star these days.
Yeah, he's got the headband.
Got the
That is a
headband.
headband of renown.
So that skewed off Ryan Rickleton's bat, and it was in the air for a very long time. I think there are 2 men out deep, long on and deep extra, but neither of them. It's gone right between them, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. It's not even one of them's going to make it if they'd sprinted even harder. Got
So,
away with that one.
Yeah, bit of luck on the batsman's side, and this time he tickles into the leg side, a response to a sort of a bit of over-eagerness. He's back to just tickling Nabi around. As we see a slow-mo between Nabi's off-spinner and the one that skids on.
No, he just basically bowls it as a
As a sort of seam up with his finger cutting
behind the
across
seam,
it.
Yeah.
And that time Bavuma just taps to point for 1 run, so there'll be 61 for 1 after 12. We got anything on the socials, Mog?
We don't. Unless my
No.
exciting thing is fucked, which I wouldn't be surprised.
It's always
I see Fucker Zaman's out for Pakistan, but the joyous nephew of Inzamam's coming in to replace him.
Imam's in.
So
So plenty of injuries, aren't there? Pakistan were already without Saim Ayub, so they've got issues in their top order. Haven't seen Imam in international cricket for a little while, it feels like.
no.
2003, apparently.
2003, 2023, 2023.
23.
Yeah, he used to be.
I need to drink more or drink less, I don't know.
As Azmatullah continues over the wicket to Temba Bavuma, it's outside the off stump, pushed into the offside for no run.
Maybe kept a little bit low.
Might have done, yeah. We have seen some signs of this pitch being slightly up and down.
There was definitely the other day in the first game on this pitch. And it seemed to be a little more up and down actually when Pakistan batted second, especially with the new ball.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's why South Africa have chosen to bat first, right?
Yeah.
They think this pitch will dry up and get a bit more erratic as the game goes on.
Yeah.
As Azmatullah's in again short this time, and Bavuma punches through point. The man sweeping on the offside fence will cut that off, so it's just 1. Slightly aerial, that. I don't know if there was a chance.
No, ran it before him. And the other thing that I noticed the other day was that, Pakistan spinners, Abrar Ahmed and stuff, they weren't really getting that much turn, and then New Zealand's finger spinners were getting a lot more turn than Pakistani spinners bowling second on the pitch.
Yeah, so perhaps another reason for South Africa to bat first
Yeah.
to try and negate the amount of grip and turn that Rashid and Noor can find. We haven't seen really any turn from Nabi so
No.
far.
Some of these,
New
some
Zealand keep losing bowlers too.
well, Australia have lost all their bowlers, but South Africa too have lost a fair few.
This time it's on the stumps and Rickleton just engineers a bit of width, pushes it out to the offside sweeper for 1.
England, for once, have actually got a pretty much full.
Yeah, fairly full bill of health. I think Topley is maybe still slightly injured and might have come into their thinking, but McCullum seems to only want you if you bowl 90 miles an hour.
Yep. I think Gus Atkinson ain't an ODI player.
I agree, Bear. I don't think he's got the sort of Nowsaw variety to thrive in ODIs yet.
Is either, just quite.
Well,
I think Joffa is. Oh, that's pulled.
that one's short and it's nicely pulled by Vuma. 1 bounce into the boundary fence, and that'll be the first 4 in a little while.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So a few signs from Temba that he's just going up a gear. This was a lovely shot, a sort of front foot pull right off his nose.
Short people good at pulling.
Absolutely. And that
was
one,
nearly a 6.
yeah, he went aerial. It was flat, but it landed just inside the rope.
You've got to think that Rashid Khan comes on shortly, doesn't he?
I would have thought it has to be sooner rather than later, as this time it's short again and Bavuma just plops it into the leg side for a single. How are you feeling about Australia's chances, Mog? Big game tomorrow?
Nah, fuck 'em. Wouldn't give a shit. I don't think they'll do particularly well. They'll probably beat Afghanistan just because of the pressure of years or something. But I
Well,
can't see them knocking off the other two.
I hope so. It's always good to beat Australia.
Yeah, we like that, don't we?
Yes.
As Asmat continues, this time it's pulled uppishly from Rickleton, well in front of square, lands in the no man's land. The fielder will cut it off, but they'll get back for an easy second. There are 1, 2, 6, 7, 9 off the over. South Africa 70 for 1 after 13.
We do have some messages. Diana Patterson says, just so that you know, we are here, but I'm going away until the bear refills his vape. Vaping's bad for your health. Your earring health. Hearing health? Fucking hell. Leah says, hello everyone. And I'll do a proper version of that thing for you shortly, Leah. Richard Cammy says, good day from Namakwa lightning took our electricity out since 9 last night, so only tuning in for short bursts to see the score.
Lightning, where are you?
Namakwa
As we have the change that we've been waiting for, the danger man Rashid Khan, not Adil Rashid, is into the attack. Bear's got a jingle for him coming up.
A great jingle, one of my favourites ever.
And he's on the cusp of 200 ODI wickets.
Yes, please. The best touchdown bowler in the whole silly world, yeah. Rashid Khan, yes, please. What you gonna do when he bowls to you, yeah. He's the dream Afghanistan shares. He's the hope for tomorrow. Rashid Khan, yes, please.
And he's quick and into the pitch first up. The second one is full and flighted, but notably there's turn for him straight away.
Alright, this is where I'm going.
Well, I've just taken South Africa for over 310. I think they're looking nice for a big score here, but it can all change quickly with a couple of wickets.
It can indeed.
We'll
More
expect to...
importantly, Rashid's taken his headband off.
Yeah, he's D-Rock starred for the bowling spell.
Not going to be taking that aerobics class later.
That one's well outside leg stump to Rickleton, who stretches for it, knocks it out to the man on the square leg boundary for 1.
I've gone for LBW as a method of dismissal for the next wicket.
I quite like it. You expect to see lots of googlies to Rickleton certainly,
Ones that just scoot
and
on.
the occasional slider to Temba. There it is, the slider. Bavuma punches nicely through the offside. He's going to get 2 here.
Bit of a straggly first over here from Rashid, actually.
Yeah, not all on the money.
No. Which
but
we expect from him, really.
we do, but he's notably sort of flatter and quicker than Nabi, isn't he? That
Yeah.
into the pitch way that he bowls and getting something out of the surface.
Aye.
So he's got 4 men on the fence, 2 men square deep point and deep square leg, as well as a long on and a long off. This time he's full and straight. It's a googly to Temba, who just defends into the leg side for no run. He's raced through this over. There have been 4 from the first 5 balls.
That was another googly, wasn't it?
Yeah, so plenty from him first up. He finishes with another one that just slides on, fields it himself, no run. So South Africa 74 for 1 of 14.
Acrobatic stuff.
Yeah, it was acrobatic fielding.
Farong says, the last time Maxwell played against Afghanistan in an ODI, he scored how many?
201.
201. May have been the greatest innings I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Which sucks, because I really didn't want them to win.
No, I know, exactly that. I left, and they dropped him as well.
Yeah, was it Mujib who dropped a really easy chance?
On about
they
20
fielded
something.
like shit throughout that whole.
And then they just fed him when he couldn't walk. He just kept bowling into his arm. That was a crazy
Powered by
innings.
his brilliance.
I remember watching
Well,
that,
maybe
and then I had to go out and do something, and I went out and I was listening to it and I had the scorecard, and he kept not being out, and I was thinking, really, can he do this?
Yeah. As did I, Bear. I was out during it and just kept looking at the scorecard every half an hour thinking, what the fuck is going on? As Matullah continues over the wicket to Rickleton, who punches to mid-off for no run. But yeah, I
I
think...
believe Fulphy and I were down at the White Line Studios watching it unfold for our very eyes.
has to be the greatest ODI innings of all time.
Pretty much, I'd say.
It's still early days for Bavumi yet, so it's not.
As Matullah's in again, this time it's full just outside off stump, and it's a gorgeous shot from Rickleton. He's got right through that, beats the man at cover, and it races to the fence.
This is looking troublesome here for the Afghanis, ain't it?
I mean, it was a rank half volley, wasn't it? The attempted off-cutter, I think, from Azmatullah, but Rickleton's got a real piece of that. It's beautifully timed, and he swings right through, and God, these outfields are fast.
Yeah, they are. I mean, this is my point earlier, what I was saying about the difference between Dubai and here. I mean, it's a completely different...
Totally different ball game. Ooh, this time it's straight on the stumps, a little bit short of a length, and Rickleton tries to get through it, but completely scuffs it.
Got an inside edge onto his pads.
Yeah.
Straight into his femoral artery.
Nice.
And it does show that, I mean, I think that one kept slightly low, and there is still just a little something for the bowlers. If you get overconfident, they might just engineer a wicket out of nothing.
Well, it takes a miss hit, doesn't it?
Yeah.
A lot of it's down to the batsman making mistakes.
And South Africa's batting to come just looks really, really ominous. Hard to see them from here not going on to at least 270 minimum, I'd say.
Well, from here, I'd say 300 with the batting they've got.
I like them for 310, 320.
I think 350, 360 if they don't lose any wickets.
Short again and two leg side. Rickleton just gets a little clip on it, races to the fine leg boundary for another four. So the 99th four of the tournament. Rickleton's on the cusp of his half-century. Landmarks all over the shop, and South Africa really at the moment are cruising.
Well, this is it. And he can go large as well, isn't he? He can hit it long, can Rickleton, if he gets in.
Yeah, I've been hugely impressed with him across all formats. Scored his first Test century against Sri Lanka recently. He was great in the SA20, striking at I think 160, and he looks to be maturing into his late 20s. This time it's back of a length on the stumps. Rickleton pushes, there'll be no run.
I think Afghanistan desperately need a wicket, yeah?
Absolutely. I think it's crucial that they get one in the next 5 overs to just put the brakes on South Africa a little bit and give them something to think about. I'd be turning to Noor from the other end from Rashid and really try and strangle them with spin.
Yeah.
But for the moment, it's Azmatullah continuing. Last ball of his over. Final ball of the 15th. He is round the wicket to Ryan Rickleton. And it's short, it's pulled just for a single to the rider on the leg side boundary. So 9 from the over.
Good.
South Africa 83 for 1 after 15.
And that's his 50.
50 for Ryan Rickleton.
You know you lift me with your 50.
It's slightly better than a run of ball in the first, 15 overs. That's quite ominous.
Yeah, you do feel like he could go on for a big one.
Punishment here.
But Rashid Khan, never easy to negotiate, and 1 wicket can change the complexion. Have we got anything coming on the socials, Mog?
Leah says, waxing reminiscent, I was on commentary with Messers and Fawsey for that one, the Australia
Yeah.
game. It was surreal.
It was very much so. What I couldn't understand is at the end of it, the guy was basically completely immobile.
As Rashid continues, it's filth. It's short outside the leg stump. Rickleton hits it straight to the fielder on the 45 for no run. A pretty shit cricket all round, that.
Yeah, nasty. And they just kept feeding him. Just kept feeding that guy who couldn't fucking move.
Yeah, you do think with
As
a
they
one-legged
say,
batsman, if you can go sort of full and wide, that he's going to have some issues. Rashid again over the wicket. This time Rickleton advances down, beats the man at cover, so it'll be a single out to the man on the offside fence.
Good ball actually from Adil Rashid there. And I know Rashid Khan's done it now.
It's contagious.
It is. Saw him coming, I think. Dragged it a bit shorter.
Yeah, and just sort of skidded it across him.
Yeah.
So plenty of googlies from Adil Rashid Khan, as we expect. There's another one. Bavuma tries to sweep. Doesn't get all of it, but beats the man. And there should be 2, or is it just going to be an easy single? No, they're back for a second.
I think Bavuma's the one that's going to get out LBW trying a sweep.
Yeah, that's what I'm banking on. The one that comes back in, just slides on, beats the inside edge of the bat. I've seen that a lot with Rashid Khan.
As it's again another slider. This time Bavuma defends and drops it into the leg side, but they get through for a nicely scampered single. So they're working Rashid pretty well off the first 2 overs. He's gone for 8 from his first 10 balls.
He'll get into it, surely he'll bowl 7 or 8 and might keep him back for another 2 later in the innings.
Yeah, you'd expect to see a fair few from
But
him.
they definitely, as you say, they'll want wickets out of Rashid Khan here.
It's another googly to Rickleton. No run as he clumps it to the man at short mid-wicket.
That's pretty quick as well. That's
Yeah, it's
59 miles
quick
an
up
hour.
in the high 50s. We haven't seen him pull back the pace on one yet, and you wonder if he might just get it above the eye line and try and tempt these batters. That's a little slower. It's across Rickleton, outside of the bat to the man at short third man, so it's another dot ball to finish. South Africa 87 for 1 after 16. And we're having a bit of drinks.
I doubt there's anything on socials, is there? We're getting through these overs very quickly.
Well, Manu Prakash says, Farong, talking about heights of players. Fun fact, Bavuma is in the top 10 of shortest cricketers of all time with a height of 5'4". Kruger van Wyk is 4'9" and the shortest cricketer played in international cricket.
Wow.
4'9", that's
So
pretty short.
who've we got that's shorter than Bavuma? I reckon Aravinda de Silva is a little bit shorter than 5'4".
Gus Logie can't have been very tall.
Yeah, Gus Logo is pretty short.
Messi says, delighted to have received notification that Benjamin has joined the ranks of our paying Patreons, and as the currency is SEK, he assumes he's in Sweden. Thank you for joining, Benjamin.
Yeah, thank you very
Rejoining,
much.
in fact.
Well, there you go. As you do know, yeah, we've got a new studio we're moving into. This flat is going. Finally got a buyer, and we are moving. We're hoping to move in by the 1st of May into the new studio. This should all be wrapped up by then.
Did you get the price you wanted there?
We did get a price we wanted, but there's going to be costs involved in moving, and obviously now it's a commercial studio, it is more expensive than here. So we are crying out for patrons, as always. You get lots of extra goodies if you become a patron, early access to stuff and extras, access to the archive, merchandise, be invited to the exclusive Discord channel and all that kind of stuff. So do become a patron. It really helps us that we know how much we've got every month coming in. Means we can plan things like having a commercial studio rather than relying on the benefactors basically of Guerrilla Cricket, which has been me for 8 years. Let's be honest. We've been in my flat. We've been in my flat for 8 years, and I reckon it's cost me close to 100 grand in lost rent.
You're a good man, Bay. Kept us up and running.
Well, exactly. You got
Don't try guilting us into.
I'm not trying to guilt you. I'm just,
Fuck is that?
You do these things for love, don't you? I mean, some people call me mad, but I enjoy this.
You're mad.
And I want to keep doing it. But it does mean that we have got to find a space to do it from that's going to cost us much money. So please do patron us, patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket, and therefore we can plan for our futures because we know where we're going to, which is great. You can always super chat us as well if you're on YouTube. We always love a little bit of super chat too.
Get a little super chat jingle and everybody's happy.
Yeah, love a little super chat to liven up the middle overs.
Well, exactly that. And of course, smash the like button and subscribe because that also helps too.
As we've got,
I can tell you, Mushfiqur Rahim and Mominul Haig from Bangladesh were 5'3". They're on that top list.
Yeah, Mushy.
It's really a bottom list, isn't it?
Yeah. Top short people.
And Partiv Patel's also 5'3", and Prithvi Shaw's 5'4".
Yeah.
Good lord. Gavaskar 5'5".
Ooh.
Yet he talks like a man much bigger.
Wow.
yeah, I wouldn't have thought he was that short, Gavaskar.
Yeah. I met him during the World Cup final. He's pretty short. Sachin's pretty short as well.
Yeah. Famously, the little master. As Nabi is going to be back into the attack. So still no sign of Noor. As we get a replay of Tony Dazorzi clumping it straight to mid-on off Nabi's first ball. That was a really ugly wicket. But you'd have to say, that aside, it's been pretty much all South Africa.
Yeah, it has been indeed. They're looking very good for it at the moment.
As Nabi's over the wicket to Temba Bavuma, it doesn't turn, it gets the outside edge, but it beats the man at short third man, so there'll be 2 there.
And Afghanistan looking a bit bewildered as to what they want to do here.
Yes, slightly bereft of ideas. You think they're relying on a loose shot here to get one of these two, whether Nabi just really tries to get it up above the eye line and tempt them to try and take him downtown. But it's not the most sort of aggressive or dynamic from Afghanistan at the moment, is it?
No. Who keeps for South Africa? Does Clarkson
I think it'd be Clarkson.
Yeah, okay, so he's batting at 7. Jesus, that's power hitting down the order, isn't it?
I believe Rickleton keeps a bit as well, but I'd imagine it'll be Clarkson. But yeah, with Markram, Miller, Clarkson,
Van der Dussen as well.
Rassi, and then they've got 2 all-rounders in Mulder and Janssen who can both hit a long ball, so there's lots and lots of batting.
They'll be 8 and 9. Crikey, that is a pretty good
lineup. It's a daunting batting lineup. I can't see them getting less than 300 here.
No.
Tristan Stubbs is a keeper as well.
He is.
Yeah, every team's got about 4 keepers these days.
As Nabi's over the wicket, round the wicket, to Rickleton, who punches out to the man at long off for a very easy single. And Tristan Stubbs, a hell of a player to have outside your 11. I've been super impressed with him across formats. South African cricket actually seems to me to be in a really good place, having, a couple of years ago people were sounding its death knell. But they're in the World Test Championship final and they seem to be back.
Yes, that'll be interesting. I don't expect them to win that. Although, if they can bring a strong side, their test batting's quite dodgy.
Their test batting doesn't look as strong as their bowling, and you'd think Australia's certainly favourites. As Nabi goes over the wicket to Temba, it's straight, there's no turn, he can't field it, so South Africa will scamper through for a single.
Although you have to say that Australia's batting looks a lot weaker than it has done for a while. I mean, Marnus isn't doing what Marnus was expected to do when he first came along. Piggy's finding a little bit of form finally after being
Yeah, he
form.
was back in Sri Lanka, wasn't he? And,
Yeah.
but Travis Head looks the real danger man in that top 5.
Yeah, he does. I mean, Khawaja scored some runs there as well, but he looks like he's coming towards the end.
Yeah, you wonder if Rabada might rip through him first morning at Lord's and make it
Well,
really interesting.
The problem with Lords is it's quite not very lively pitch, really.
Another slider from Nabi. Rickleton's back in his crease but pushes straight to the man at mid-on, so there's no run there. No, absolutely no turn for Mohammed Nabi.
I think you'd have to get up above the eye line to get a bit of turn.
This time it's a little bit wider. Rickleton just pushes into the offside. There shouldn't have been a single there, but it's misfielded, so they will get through for 1. They're 93 for 1 off 17. They've taken 6 off the over.
Disappointing.
Yes.
Gorilla Cricket reminds us, Super Chat. Super Chat.
Yeah. Oh.
Your super chat.
Oh, you missed out. I forgot to remind you about GPL. It finished 2 minutes ago.
Don't worry about the GPL. Leah says, I reckon I could make the Bangladeshi team just on my height of 1.9 metres alone. Because you'd be 90 centimetres taller than most of them. Brian DeShazo says, morning Gorillas, just FYI, Klaassen has been left out of the side for this match as precaution for a left elbow injury.
Ah.
And Sally R56 says, Klaassen's not the team. Rickleton to keep? Question mark. I assume so.
Oh wow, we missed that. So yeah, Rickleton, I imagine, will take the gloves as Gulbuddin Naib, the bodybuilder, is into the attack for the first time.
Damn, that means my LBW is looking further and further away. Let's have a jingle for the new man. Sounds like this.
Gulbad's first love was
You can talk over to
He's round the wicket to Rickleton to start, push to mid-off for no run. It's a very gentle 72 miles an hour.
Great, so someone put a cricket bat in his hand. Gulbuddin, ask his dad, he'll go on. Whoa, la la, Mr.
So we'll
Man
expect
goes
plenty of
on.
cutters and variations from Gulbuddin, and whether he can just get one to sort of grip in the pitch and get a batter to mistime it, that seems to be the way he's going to take wickets. This time it's into the pads, push straight back to the bowler for no run, so a tidy-ish start from him.
Maybe this is a
You can confirm Rickleton is down as the keeper.
genuine pace-off. It's on his natural. Maybe the way forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like a long 32 and a half overs from here for Afghanistan. And if they could just wrest back a bit of control, that time it's slow half volley, punch straight into the pitch, and the man on the fence will cut it off. South Africa will get back for a second, will they?
Yeah.
It's a good bit of fielding. Afghanistan haven't been particularly sharp through these first 16 overs, but that was well fielded by Azmatullah, I think it was down there at long on.
Yeah, there's been a couple of really poor misfields, haven't there? They've let it through them.
Yeah, which doesn't help when you're struggling for wickets and control.
Yeah.
And they have been a poor fielding side. You feel it's one area that they really need to improve upon if they want to make strides in these big tournaments. This time it's into the pitch from Naib. Rickleton just pushes it, so it'll be a single to the man at long on.
Well, they've always really struggled in the pace department, haven't they? I mean, you've got Faruqi and they're all right, but I mean...
Yeah, Naveen's a big miss, having retired from ODI cricket, which seemed a strange one for me.
Well, maybe he'll come back. You never know with Afghanistan cricketers. They retire, they come back. Hasn't Naib retired?
More or less political than the rest of the
Nabi,
South
sorry.
Asian.
Yeah, I thought Nabi had retired and he's come back. I feel like Naib
twice.
might have retired as well and come back. There's always seems to be politics going on in Afghanistan cricket.
I think Nabi was pretty much begged to come back.
As Gulbuddin goes over the wicket to Temba, it's into the pitch, it's pushed back. There'll be no run there. I'm glad to see Nabi back personally. I think there's no Afghanistan without Nabi. I love seeing him.
Well, yeah, at some point he's genuinely going to have to retire.
Yeah, I think his returns with the bat have diminished slightly, but you still feel he's that kind of player who will just occasionally come in and slam 60 or 40 balls and give him a bit of a boost down the order.
Does the ICC have rules against wheelchairs on the ground?
As Gulbadin's in again, it's really slow, it's straight, and it's defended for no run. So 3 from his first over. It's tidy. Afghanistan 96 for 1.
Well, do we know if Faruqi's injured, actually, don't we?
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's come back on.
No.
And have we got anything going on the socials, Mog?
We do not.
We've gone into that middle overs lull as South Africa are just consolidating. It's been pretty risk-free since the power play. I can't think of a chance, maybe that one that Rickleton skewed down to fine leg. But really they're proceeding sedately. They're going just above 5s, and they've got a great platform to launch from.
Absolutely. Well, interesting to see what the run line is now, actually.
So a change of ends for Rashid Khan, I believe. He's at the university end now. He is into his 3rd over. He's over the wicket to the left-handed Ryan Rickleton, and he starts with a full straight ball that's pushed to long on for a single.
So I'm tempted to go over 342.5. They're giving me 5-2 on that.
I like a bit of that bear, I've got to say. I've taken over 300 and over 310. I just can't see Afghanistan keeping South Africa in the 200s here, and I think
The average score for this ground came up before as 294, I think.
They're looking well above average here. I mean, 100 in virtually 20 overs.
Over the wicket to Temba, it's outside off stump, push to the man at short third man. There'll be no run there. It's just the fact that they've managed to go on at not far off 6s without taking so few risks. So you think that once they push that accelerator, it'll be really hard for Afghanistan, especially with Rashid now in toward his 4th over already. So they're getting through him. As he's in again, googly, it's on the stumps, it's just defended into the offside, there's no run there. Into his 3rd over, sorry. So they've still got, 7.5 of Rashid to play out, still got all of Noor's quota.
And you've got so many hitters in this South African side as well.
Yeah, even when you get down to Maharaj and Rabada, they can bat a bit. Oh, that one... It's a googly that's just sort of skidded on. Temba did not look comfortable. It came off the inside half of his bat. There's no run again.
It kept a bit low, that one, didn't it?
Yeah, I've got to say I missed it. I just saw it skewing off his bat.
Yeah, no, it kept low.
And this time it's Fuller. It's on his pads. It's straight to the man at short mid-wicket. So there's no run again. 4 dot balls in a row, which has been a rarity in this innings so far.
And again, everyone's behind square pretty much,
We've got a very strange graphic where Karachi looks to be covered in snow. This time Bavuma beats that man at short mid-wicket for a single. So there's 2 from Rashid's 3rd over. South Africa 98 for 1 after 19.
Over to you, Mog.
Here's a pertinent question. Does Afghanistan have a women's team?
They do. They're based in Australia, aren't they?
At the moment they are, yeah.
There's a lot of talk about not playing Afghanistan for reasons, aren't there?
That's all it was, a lot of talks. Because who's playing Afghanistan next in
Australia.
This tournament? Would it be Australia? And who can play Australia? Who else? England. Oh, they didn't like it either.
Well, I'm not sure about it. I mean, everyone was comparing it to apartheid, playing South Africa. But I think it's slightly different, isn't it? I mean, it's kind of the opposite of what that situation was. That one is defended square on the offside and there's no one. I mean, unless you want to go and invade Afghanistan again to get rid of the Taliban, that ain't happening. But you're standing up for women's rights by playing them, I think, which is slightly different.
It's going to make absolutely no difference to the situation whether they play.
No, it isn't.
So it's might as well just let the cricketers don't have any control over it, so don't punish them for something that their questionable government does.
Yeah. Driven up. Oh yeah, sure.
You're all right there. As Gulbadin continues, skewed off Bavuma's bat straight to the man at mid-on. It's a really thorny one, the Afghanistan issue, isn't it? And it's taken a bit of the lustre off. It's been sort of such a wonderful rise story.
Yes.
You know, so many of these players grew up as refugees learning cricket in camps in Pakistan. And, I mean, it's been a wonderful story how quickly they've risen. But you feel it's the ICC's job to do something about that. As this time Bavuma pushes into the offside, it'll beat the man at backward point, so there's a single there.
Yeah, but I don't know. That's what I mean. What are you going to do unless you're going to go into Afghanistan and get rid of the Taliban again? You know, it's
And you wonder how much good
Graveyard of Empires.
banning the men's team actually does. And it's a shame because we like seeing new teams at major tournaments, don't we? And Afghanistan have been great to watch. They've been a great story.
Yeah, and the other thing is, of course, that after this ball,
As Naib's round the wicket this time to Rickleton, it's leg side, but the keeper gets one that just, I think, maybe skewed off the pads. He was trying to flick it to fine leg, but couldn't get it there.
I don't think the Taliban really care about sport. So it's not like if you take their sport away, it's going to affect it.
No, they were initially
nation.
they banned everything, didn't
Yeah.
they? But I think they've seen cricket as a bit of a vehicle for PR in the last
Yes, exactly.
few years. As Gulbadine continues round the wicket, this time Rickleton punches straight. It's nicely played, but the man, Asmatullah, should have cut it off. He's scrambling. I don't think he's got there. It's into the boundary. It's going to be 4, I believe. They'll check it. They've run 3 anyway, so he could only have saved 1. But after doing the hard work, he spaffed that somewhat.
Yeah, he did. That's pretty poor.
Spaff.
Spaffed on the wall.
That might have a different meaning down here than what it does here.
Let's have a look.
Has he got that? Oh, he might have just recovered it. It's
I think he did actually. I think he managed to keep it in.
looks like a bar of soap out there. It's bouncing around off
Quality
his hands.
desperation.
But yeah, he has kept it in, so it's just 3. So he saved a run. And Gulbadine has kept things quiet through his first 11 balls. 7 from. This time it's wide. Bavuma opens the face, glides it down to the man at deep third, who also cannot cling on to that. I don't know what's going on with this ball. It's suddenly soaking wet by the looks of things.
Bobbled a little bit just as it got to him, I think.
So 9 from Gulbadine's first 2. 7 from that one. South Africa are 104 for 1 after 20, and I think that is me done for a little while.
That's it. You've done for 10 overs at least. You're back on in 10. I am going to take over ball by ball again. And Will is going to join us and Letters, and you get a little rest.
Fuck off.
Yeah, you are.
We're up to Banu Prakash was the last one we need to do, Messi.
Thank you very much, Mog. Banu Prakash says, do India have advantage with all the games playing on the slow pitch? I think they do.
Yes, we've been discussing that.
Ryan Walker says, bless up from some married Jamaica. It's the only way I can keep updated with the tournament. Hashtag Gorilla. Welcome, Ryan. Good to have
Really?
you on board.
No coverage in the West Indies at all.
That's insane.
That is quite insane. I suppose you're not. I suppose you're not in it, so you'd have thought they would have been interested in it.
Yeah. Richard Millgate says 98 viewers and 24 likes. Come on, peeps, smash them likes.
Absolutely, and subscribe. Driven, next ball, first ball. Rickleton comes down a track at Rashid. Oh, they got back for 2 actually. Good running. I've got LBW as the next dismissal method, and I went rather long on South Africa to get over 342.5. Currently, they look like they'll get there. They've got some serious hitting to come. That's played back to the bowler by Rickleton, and there's no run.
Yeah, well, Afghanistan haven't looked like taking any more wickets. Oh,
for
shit.
fuck's sake, is that Rashid Khan now got injured? He's taken one on the
hell.
wrist. Oh no, this could be a disaster. Look, I don't know what happened there. Did he just field off his own bowling and it hit his wrist, or did he go down and land awkwardly on his wrist? It's not his bowling arm.
I think it hit his wrist.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, it's not his bowling arm.
Come back. Yeah, it's just hit his...
Oh.
It wasn't even
It's
going
hit
that
his
hard.
watch band.
It
So
does.
it had his watch on. It hit the back of the band where it was attached to his wrist. That's... Oh, wow. It's driven the watch catch into his wrist, I think.
Yeah. Well, we were always advised never to... I mean, how? Is that
Wear anything?
Wear anything, exactly that. Well,
He's in a lot of pain.
he's in an awful lot of pain. It didn't seem to be coming back in that quick either, to be fair.
I don't know how that's caused him so much pain.
Yeah. I think so, yeah.
Yeah. I'll do a couple of tweets while we're waiting. Excuse me. Eric J says, Tally more into blood sports. Not sure what that is. Brian in Brisbane says, Yet South African rugby and cricket was banned despite them having no control over their government. Yeah, that's a very valid point. Will Reynolds, whoever he is, says playing the Afghanistan women would do a lot of good, I think. They had a game against Australia, I think. Well, they had a game against the Cricket Without Borders 11 on the same day as the women's test match in Melbourne.
Right.
Cricket Without Borders 11. It was well covered, but there's... if you're looking to support the Afghan women in Australia, there's an excellent support called Pitch Our Future, where they're trying to raise $1.5 million for them. I will actually post that link into our chat because it's a very worthy cause to support those women who have been doing it tough in Australia.
Yeah, they've been. It's incredible. That.
Well, it looks like we're back live, and Rashid Khan is going to continue. He's recovered. And it's gone straight through to the keeper. There's a half appeal from Rashid. Well, I don't think it... Oh, well, it wasn't caught by the keeper, so it can't be out, but maybe there was an edge. He's bowling to Ryan Rickleton. Goes back on his stumps, works it down. Oh, for fuck's sake, another poxy misfield, and it's going to be 4 runs. I mean, if you're Afghanistan, you've got to stop this kind of stuff. That's Noor at short fine leg, and it should have been an easy field, but it isn't. It dribbles through him, there's no one behind him, and consequently it goes all the way down to the boundary for 4 runs. Next ball, Rickleton goes back, tries to punch it through the offside, but can only hit the cover fielder. And there is no run. You've got to be fielding those, man. It's been about 3 or 4 or 5 of those this innings already. Yeah. We're only in 21 overs. Anyway, 110 for 1 after 21 are South Africa. And looking to a big score here.
Other side of the fence says straight from Super Rugby to this up the Black Caps. South Africa doing it comfortably at the moment. I just looked up the Super Rugby. The Reds and the Chiefs have won tonight. Although I don't normally follow it much, to be honest. Over on Blue Sky, it's very quiet indeed. Do feel free to send a message on Blue Sky if you can't access us on YouTube.
Yeah, send us a bluey. Gulbadine is going to bowl his 3rd over of real military medium. He gets cut out to the cover boundary. First ball of the over, and it's a single. I think maybe that just hit a nerve or something in his hand from the strap.
Yeah, could be that weird bit of side,
like almost like a funny bone type thing. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It seems to be okay now. That's good news from Rashid. Ooh, it's gone past the outside edge of Rickleton's bat. There's no real pace here for them to work with. You've got to put it on the ball, one feels.
Yeah.
But I think South Africa think if they can get to 170, 180 after 30 and not lose another wicket, there's a perfect chance to go large here.
You'd think so. I mean, they've got hitting in the shed, haven't they?
Yeah, lots of it.
Yeah.
Gulbadine in, cut by Rickleton, out to the man at deep point. It'll be a single. Getting through the overs.
They were just
quickly,
showing that Rashid got a warning from the umpire for running on the wicket.
He actually didn't seem to.
No.
Either. His foot landed just on either side of the little red patch. Shouldn't be wearing a watch, Rashid. What do you need it for?
Checking how quick he's getting through his overs.
Well, I don't know. Driven by Bavuma, straight to mid-on, no run.
Because there's not a massive fuck-off clock either end of the ground or anything, is there?
Yeah, but the umpires have shit going on, don't they? You know.
I'm sure there's a clock on the scoring.
There is, yeah.
Maybe he's sponsored to wear a watch. Worked into the leg side by Ryan Bavuma, sorry. Can't beat mid-wicket. There's no run. Last couple of overs haven't gone for too many runs.
Yeah.
Should have gone for less.
It's not quite the pace in this wicket to make it a batting paradise, is it?
No. But that's the point, isn't it, with the hitters that they've got. And the fact that Afghanistan haven't taken any wickets. You can see South Africa going extraordinarily large here. Bavuma facing up. Just drops that into the offside and they'll get through for a quick single. And Bavuma's only, well, his strike rate's not great. Rickleton's nearly up at a run a ball.
I love the fact that Bavuma has played, so many million test matches and ODIs and T20s, and he's still got tape wrapped around his bat because it's his favourite bat and he doesn't want to lose it for any bugger.
Yeah.
I love that.
It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Anything over on socials, Messi?
And absolutely bugger all.
Well, it's the middle overs of the first innings. I mean, this is it. It's the problem with ODIs, isn't it? This is the kind of match setup situation. Easy to go away, come back later and see what's happening. But don't.
I did look up the word spaff for Mog's benefit and discovered that it does have a meaning of wasting money, but also a colloquial one that's not quite as...
Well, yes, we all know what that is. That's clipped into the mid-wicket, and there is no run for Bavuma as Rashid continues.
It's a word I associate with Boris Johnson for some reason.
Yes, well, he was talking about spaffing money up the wall. That's a nice shot from Bavuma. He's got down on one knee, swept that out towards cow corner, and he will get himself first four for a while. Well, proper four. It was one a couple of overs ago, but it was basically down to a misfield. That was a good shot from Bavuma. Decided that he was going to take it on and went early.
I did see something Boris Johnson said this week that I actually agreed with.
Well, what he was saying about Trump, yeah, I agree with that as well. It was weird, wasn't it? That
He
stayed
said-
up to long on for a single.
Accusing the Ukrainians of starting the war against Russia was like accusing the Americans of attacking the Japanese at Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
I thought that was a good line.
I wonder how that went down with the Donald. Probably not well. He really doesn't like criticism, does he? Down the track comes Rickleton this time. It's driven up to mid-off as he doesn't quite get there. Probably looking to go aerial, but...
It's really rather terrifying that a petulant toddler is in charge of...
Well, I know.
powerful- Like, it's just...
That one turned a little bit. But Bavuma gets away with it. Plays through the line. Gets it down to long off for a single.
Still. He might die soon. He's
You never
quite
know, he
old
might have
and
a
he's
heart attack.
incredibly unhealthy.
Yeah, he is 78 and likes McDonald's.
I'll be old
so-
enough to run for president soon.
Rashid Khan is in, and this one slides across Rickleton, who cuts it nicely out to the man at the deep point boundary, and again they get back for two. Good running. Those should only really be singles.
Yeah.
Got to attack the ball harder, and that's a good over. 8 off that one. Rashid's gone for 25 in his 5. Over to you, Messi.
Yeah. Chris Drew is with us. He says, hello from Normandy. I'm following you on YouTube.
Ah, hello.
Welcome, Chris.
Hello, Normandy. I like Normandy.
So do I. It's lovely there, isn't it?
Aye.
Richard Camus says, if it's a smartwatch, you can check the betting scores.
Well,
Yeah, that would be a huge no-no. They're not even allowed mobile phones in the change rooms these days.
no.
Quite rightly.
They started taking... you're not allowed your mobile... like when I was playing, and that was disability cricket, and you still had your mobile taken away from you when you stand
Really?
up to the ground.
Oh, for fuck's
Yeah.
Was the gambling on disability cricket?
There was a fair bit. I mean, it was mostly us
Jesus.
doing it, but
Well, Temba's gone down the ground as Gulbadine is starting his 4th over. That's a good shot. Didn't get all of it, but he got it enough, and he got it straight. And it's going to be 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And you've got to think Gulbadine is attackable at the pace that he bowls.
I guess if you can gamble on the Lithuanian 6th Division football, why can't you bet on...
You can gamble on pretty much anything these days, can't you?
Yeah, that's true. But this was, I don't know, 15 years ago. That's the thing. And before the ECB had gotten involved and stuff.
Just dropped by Bavuma behind square on the offside. I'll get through for a single.
I reckon it was just because they were pissed off with you constantly being on your phone and not paying attention to the coach.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow. I think I could get away with that. I was quite young, but there were some older guys in the team that is kind of like... Although they needed their phones to sort of...
Check on their medical situation. Oh, right, okay. Driven
like,
square by Rickleton. It'll be a single out to deep point. Score moves on to 128 for 1. Bavuma's on 46, approaching his half century off 57 deliveries. Rickleton 71 off 73. It's all going very serenely here for the Saffers. Partnership now 100 off 110 deliveries. Tony DeZorzi will feel he's missed out, having clumped a shit delivery from Navi. First delivery face from him straight to mid-on. And you have to say that Afghanistan really don't look like they're going to take a wicket, which is a bit disconcerting. Driven by Bavuma out past cover. They'll get another single. They had a couple of overs where they didn't go for, got ones and twos, but they've picked it up again a little bit. 4 off the last couple of overs at least, with a bunch of singles.
My gut this morning said Afghanistan, but shows you how wrong my gut is.
Oh yeah,
well,
I think
not yet.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I don't think these, I think these wickets in Pakistan will be pretty flat, and I don't think the bowlers will get a lot out of it, and even likes of Rashid Khan, it's not going to be particularly good for bowling sides. I think there's sort of batting tracks as that's played up to long on for a single.
Yeah,
I mean, they're not bowling too badly, really. It's just that...
Well, it's just nothing there, is it? I mean, it's straight up and down. It's easy paced.
Yeah.
There's no seam movement, no swing.
If Rashid Khan isn't getting anything out of it, then pretty much no one's going to.
Which is why I think England might actually be okay, except for when they go to the final to play India, when they go to Dubai and they'll get completely stuffed.
Well, it might be a semi-final too.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's played up towards mid-on, and it'll be a single. I mean, my bet for this group would be probably England and South Africa to go through.
Yeah, and South Africa more likely to be on top, I would think.
Well, yeah, it might be. It might come down to how many runs you can score against this Afghan side.
Yeah.
Who gets the better result against them at the moment?
Jay Grover's with us. He says the boring middle overs is where my sobriety tells. If I were battered, we'd be about 60 tweets in by now.
Yeah.
you have promised us that you're going to get absolutely wrecked tomorrow, though, Jay. So I'm looking forward.
Well,
to that.
tomorrow will be Saturday. You can start drinking early, but I mean, it would seem a bit harsh to be drinking at 10:44 on a Friday morning. Well, if there's something to celebrate, why not? But
Got nowhere to be.
Finally,
it's all right, isn't it?
Noor Ahmed is going to come into the attack, and he has a jingle. Goes like this.
While Imran Tahir's in a cage, exploits someone who's underage, spinning savior or child labor. Noor Ahmed, which are you?
He's replacing Rashid Khan. Surprised they haven't put them in tandem.
Yeah.
But no. And Temba, who is 2 runs away from his 50, is going to face up. First ball he gets is a full toss. I forgot Noor Ahmed is a bit like Kuldeep. He's a left arm leggy. A kind of rare breed. I suppose there's actually 3 of them in this tournament. Tabrez Shamsi as well. And haven't been many around for quite a while. But Bavoon moves on to 49 with that single down to long on. Rickleton 72 or 74 is going to face up. just going to bowl over the wicket to him. He drives it down to long off again. Get a single. Good pace on the ball. Good dip.
I love left arm leggies because they always look like they have to dislocate their shoulders to get their action through.
Well, it's no different, is it? I mean, I guess though in the modern game where there's so many left-handers, they're just as important as your right-handed leggies. That's just played back to the bowler and there's no run. I mean, there seemed to be a time where there were very few left-handers in international cricket, and therefore it'd be quite pointless being a left-arm leggy. But nowadays, not so at all. Big proliferation of left-hand batters. Noor Ahmed in. Ooh, there's an appeal for caught behind. I don't think he got anything on that. Umpire says no. I think he was way away from that. Umpire went up. Who's the skipper? I don't even know who the skipper is for this. Well, they're going to review. I don't think there was anything on that.
Hashmatullah is skipper.
Well, they have decided to review that. I think you see. Maybe it caught a little bit of glove on the way through, but I didn't think it touched anything.
Desperation.
Yeah, it kind of looks that way. Well, it's not too far from the bat.
Oh, it is close, isn't it?
Yeah, but it looks to be a little bit. At that point there looks to be a little bit of daylight between bat and ball.
He may have brushed the bat on the pad, which might have given eyes too.
We're going to have a look at Snicko. Snicko says no. So that won't be out. And Temba will remain there on 49. Again, there's no spin.
It's not doing anything at all, is it?
Absolutely nothing. No.
It probably was designed not to spin. It seems to have tried to land on the flat of the ball.
It's an irony considering the test pitches they've had for the last 4 tests in Pakistan.
Well, previous to that, though, they were doing fuck all, weren't they? I mean, in England's last series and the first test that England played in Pakistan, they were as flat can be. Had that crazy stand of 450 odd between Root and Brook. So Bavuma remains 49 off 62. South Africa 133 for 1 after 24.4 overs. Noor is in his first over, bowling over the wicket to Temba. Just about gets that before it bounces and pumps it up to long off. He gets a single. He has also gone to 50. Dazor's the only one to miss out. And they're going along serenely here, South Africa.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos. Quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Plucky or lucky, inducing reverie. These are a few types of half century.
Rickleton on strike. Oh, horrible. Oh, my. Oh, he could have got out in a really shit way there. It was a terrible ball down the leg side. He swept it, came off the back of the bat, went over the keeper. I thought he was going to get caught by slip for a minute there, but fortunately it went inside him, down towards fine leg, and he'll get back for 2. 5 off the over. 25 done, 136 for 1 over to you, Messi.
Eric J says, in profile messages keeps reminding me of Jimmy Greaves, which is surprising. I just looked up Jimmy Greaves to see if I could see the resemblance. I'm not sure I can, but I always thought of him as a Tottenham man, but I just discovered he played for Chelsea, AC Milan, Tottenham, West Ham, Brentwood, Chelmsford, Barnet and Woodford Town, which is a pretty good run. Although Brentwood and Woodford Town, I'm not sure he actually played any games. He was associated with them. But yeah, no, I've never been any good at football. I was a goalie rather than centre forward, which I think Jimmy Greaves was, wasn't he?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
My son's a goalie.
It's a very worthy position, if I may say.
Absolutely. He loves it. He's pretty good at it as well.
They have to be a certain type, don't they, goalies? You have to be a little bit sort of...
Well, you have to be a little bit psycho, yeah, there's that. He doesn't welch out of going out and taking the ball off the... But he's not tall. I mean, he's shorter than me. He's about 5'6", 5'7".
I didn't like running, so it was the best spot to be.
Yeah, I mean, that's initially why he was there. he's not the most gifted on the ball either, my son.
I always
Or particularly
play
quick.
sort of.
Bavuma facing up to Gulbadine, who's going to continue. He's gone for 21 off his 4 previous overs. First ball, Bavuma knocks in the square at the point, and there is no run.
Quite like sort of defensive mid, sit in front of the back four and just kick people.
Yeah. I was a left winger slash striker. Well, I was a goalkeeper and then I was a left winger slash striker. Gulbadine in, heaved by Temba, doesn't get all of it, and Nabi, who's at mid on, manages to get across. I think it's Nabi or Naib. Field it, it'll only be a single.
It seems that your son and I were in good company there. Parrot Bedshaw says, of course, Albert Camus was a goalkeeper.
Who? Who
Albert
is Camus?
Camus, to those who like a phonetic spelling.
Round the wicket this time, Gulbadine, and Rickleton tries to give himself some room and cut it through the offside, but can only hit the man at cover. There's no run.
Brian Deshaza says, I do think Afghanistan missed a trick not getting Noor on earlier. Would have thought he'd bowled in tandem with Rashid, as Bear mentioned.
Well, yeah, you'd have thought so, wouldn't you, trying to restrict it from both ends, but neither of them seem to be on what you expect of them, really. That's cut behind square, but there is a man out at deep point. It was aerial for a while, but clean enough shot, and they got single.
But this pitch is doing about as much as one of the, you know, when you do winter nets in a sort of sports hall.
Yeah. Flat.
And there's that mat thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's doing about as much as that, so doesn't really matter, does it? They're not going to be if
well,
they can't do anything.
You do wonder, don't you? I mean, this is what I was saying earlier about New Zealand. You wonder whether, as that one's pumped out to the man on the cover boundary by Bavuma, who's getting herself another single. You wonder whether Afghanistan bowlers are purposely not rolling across the seam to try and get spin, whether they think that, because it seems to be that Pakistan spinners were doing that the other day. They didn't want to get the actual turns. They were on quite flat, darty stuff. Whereas New Zealand spinners gave it a little bit more up and down flight and tried to get it to turn, and they did get it to turn. And maybe you do want it to turn. I don't know. Some people think you don't actually want it to turn. Just try and bowl flat and get it to slide on. That's played up to long on for a single. And they'll get out the over with 4 runs, 141 after 26. Messi?
I don't know.
Richard Milgate says, Snicko says no. Is that a new Little Britain sketch? Eric about Albert Camus says a bit of an outsider, because of course that was one of his books, The Outsider. Richard Camis says, I remember about 10 plus years ago, it was a general rule of thumb, after 25 overs, you work on the current score multiplied by 1.5 as a total for the final score after 50 overs. Oof. Yeah, our own Katie did an analysis about 7 years ago, and at that stage it was about 30 overs to double it.
32.
It later that
it was famously 32 overs that you double it at. Noor is into the attack, driven straight down the ground by Rickleton, down to long on. It'll be a single. I mean, South Africa really don't have to take any chances yet. Got 9 wickets in hand. Soon they'll have just 20 overs to go, and they'll probably be around about 160. At which point, with that many in hand, someone should really be trying to go, I'd have thought. Bavuma facing up into the pads of him. He clips it nicely out to deep backward square, gets himself a single. I mean, this is all too easy for South Africa at the moment. No pressure on them whatsoever. Dawdling along. I mean, they're going at 5.39 now, slowly going up. If they can get to kind of around about 6 and over by 30. I think 400's on here currently. Rickleton gives it a smash, beats the man at cover. Is there anyone covering behind him? There is a man down at deep long off who gets across. Gulbadine naive, and they'll come back for. They make that 3. That's really good running. Oh, actually, he's touched it onto the stumps. It looks like the umpire's not even bother going upstairs, so he must have been home quite easily. That's pretty good running to get back for 3.
Yeah. They're certainly one of the fittest sides at the tournament. And like their running between the wickets has been sort of really good for the last kind of little while.
Yeah, it was a good dive. Went from a long way back, did Timber. Supermaned it. But he got in easily enough. So 5 of the first 3 balls of this over is pretty good.
Yeah.
Timber facing up, Noor bowling. Drives that one up to long off. Easy single once more. Maybe try something different. Maybe bring someone up, but rather than give them that single, maybe bring mid on up. Make them either take.
It looks all too easy, doesn't it?
Yeah, either take the quicker single or make them go over the top, mid on, mid off. I mean, it's risky, but they've got to take some wickets here. Afghanistan, or they're in serious trouble. That's nicely clipped by Rickleton. Doesn't beat Rashid Khan, who's fielding at mid wicket though. There's no run.
You would hope the England team would be watching this as an example of how you actually play 50 over cricket.
Well, I don't
you
think
don't have to go berserk early.
Well, I think. Well, I mean, it has been the English blueprint, hasn't it? I mean, that's clipped by Rickleton up towards long on. I mean, the problem is that the players we've got at the top of the order, opening, are classic pinch hitters. That's played up to wide, long on, and it'll be a single of last ball. They over 7 off that, 147 for 1 after 27. Rickleton will retain strike. Messi.
We're all up to date at the moment. Yeah, you're right. Mind you, if you've got Root in there with someone else, Root and Brook have the capacity to just play solid cricket for 30 overs.
But they don't want. You don't want those guys opening, do you? So they've chosen 2 openers. Who I mean, you can't see Duckett playing any other way than he does. And Salt seems. Salt, to be fair, is pretty limited. I mean, he's either shit or bust. He isn't his bat often doesn't come down straight. He's often looking for the big shot. And so they've decided that, to be fair, that's what we did under Owen Morgan. I mean, that's kind of the English blueprint. Is you go.
Well, they hoped Salt was going to be another Bairstow, but he's failed.
Duckett has kind of proved he is a little bit. That's a nice shot by Rickleton. It's into the middle of the pitch from Gulbadine, first ball on the next over, and he just picks it up, plants it out to wide, long off. And there is another 4 for 2 Rickleton. +2 is on man. 2 +2 is on man. I mean, Rickleton, if he goes in the second half of this game, he can get himself a double 100 here. I mean, he's going to be on 100 before 30 is done. And he's not really had to break a sweat, has he? I mean, there's not been that many chances taken here. He's going along at run a ball. That one, he's top edge down towards third man. There is obviously no one in the infield, so it just bounces before it gets there, and he gets a single. 5 of the first 2 balls of this over. South Africa really putting pressure on Afghanistan here.
Yeah. I mean, Bavuma's already catching up.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's been pretty chanceless by both of them, right, as well. No drop catches. There was one review, a ball that slid past Bavuma's bat, but other than that, they look pretty comfortable here. It's dropped into the offside, and there'll be no run. Yeah. Now, flip side of this, if you'd have had Afghanistan playing in Dubai for all of their group games, I think they'd have done a lot better. But hey, that's just my personal gripe. Gulbadine. So moving some of his fielders around as he's going to come into Bavuma. And he drives that on the up. Can't beat cover. Nice shot. That just hit the fielder. And there's no run. It's good to see Bavuma get runs. As I said, everyone says he's been in good form, but often I've watched him and he's not really performed. But I always like to see him perform.
Yeah, he's great when he's on,
Yeah.
but he's just not had it for a while. And when he's in, he's so lovely to watch.
Yeah. Well, that one he's pulled behind square, and I think he's got good placement on that. Turned his wrists, got it behind square. There's a man out deep mid wicket, but he managed to get it behind square. Hit it hard enough that it's 4 more runs. And slowly South Africa beginning to pull the screw a little bit. I'm still in with fall of the next wicket as an LBW, which is quite nice because it just, keeps you in the game until it actually happens. But I can't see that happening.
Yeah.
No one looks like they're actually going to miss a ball at the moment. That's a slower ball. Goulding very slow to end the over. Just kind of flopped it up there. No run off that. 156 for 1 after 28. Missy.
Kieran Roseblade says Douglas Adams would argue that you double after 42, not 32. Supposedly this pitch has a little more bounce due to the introduction of clay imported from Perth, WA, says Eric Joe. Well, obviously they needed a bit more than just the clay.
Yeah, clearly. Doesn't look that bouncy to me.
Muttley says, Woof, morning primates, no food porn today, sorry Messi. Friday is chippy tea day, love and sausages. Maybe I should come and visit you on a Friday then, Mutts, and we can go and have chips. And Kieran says, the English problem is Salt. It's fine with Duckett batting as he does, but you need a bit of stability with that, and Salt isn't that batter.
Well, he's
had a break, I hate to say it, but Bairstow, Kieran, I'd never thought you mentioned Bairstow's name in that context.
But I mean, Bairstow's
you hate him.
I mean, this is the point, isn't it? I mean, Bairstow, Roy, Duckett, Salt are all very similar batsmen. Bairstow and Roy at their peak were on it, and one of them generally went on. And on very occasionally both of them did, but very rarely did both fail. Whereas that's driven up to long off, and there's a single. Salt rarely goes on, and Duckett's good for 50 or 60, but he's so maniacal that he often can't pull his head in a little bit to get himself to 100 and the bigger scores, because he just carries on going and eventually he fucks it up. But I mean, he's good for 50 or 60 a lot of the time, but you want him to get, I mean, look, Rickleton's on 88 off 86 and we're closing in on 30 overs as Bavuma just nibbles Nabi round the corner to mid wicket, and there is no run. Nabi back into the attack. He's only gone for 26. He's in his 6th over. Working their bowlers around Afghanistan, trying to find the answers, but there doesn't seem to be many. That one again is just clipped to mid wicket, and there is no run. I mean, sooner or later someone's going to start stepping down a wicket. One of these two is going to make a choice, and I presume that'll be Rickleton will get to his ton and then maybe try and open up, knowing what they've got coming behind and the fact that they've got so many in the hutch. Well, there's an appeal for LBW. That could be close. It's been given. I got my LBW. But it's been reviewed straight away. No, it wasn't pitching outside leg. He's a right-hander. No, it was pitching outside off. The question of is, did it hit him in line, or did he get a bit of glove on it? If he didn't, he could be out. And they're going to have a review it. I mean, Bavuma reviewed it straight away, and maybe he thought he hit it. We shall have to wait and see.
Better out than in, better in than out. Better out than in, better in than out. In, out, shake it all out.
Well, you know what? I think that might be out. I don't think he's got anything on that. I thought it might have hit his glove. I don't think it's hit his bat, and I think that's hitting in front of about middle and leg, and it's probably not turning that much and going on to hit leg stump, I would say. And having been out, the worst it's going to do is probably clip leg stump. I think Bavuma may be in trouble here. We shall wait and see. The umpire did give him out, thought about it for a while. And if Bavuma is out, he's only got his time to blame, but someone had to think about making a move. Maybe slow them down a little bit. Let's have a look here. Is there anything on the bat? Oh no, it misses the toe of the bat, in which case it's probably not hit anything else.
Only just.
Only just.
Very close.
That's all it has to do. It's gone on to hit the pad in line with about middle and leg, maybe sliding down, I don't think so. He looked pretty straight. You know what? I might get my LBW here, Messi.
Oh, wow. What odds did you get?
It was only 4-1. Usually, you can, sometimes you can get 7s, 8s to 1s. But my thought was that Rashid Khan would get it. I didn't expect Nabi to get it with a sort of rank ball that's not really doing much.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know why they were playing it so
I don't know. It didn't hit anything other than the fucking pad. Let's get on with it, shall we? Here we go. Pitched in line, hit. Oh, that's going down, surely. Yeah, it's missing. Good review by Temba.
Bugger. There's your...
Damn it.
You were so close.
I was so close. It's been overturned. Good review by Vuma. He gets to stay. Nabi can't believe it. But technology don't lie. From front, or maybe the camera's at slightly an angle. It didn't look like it hit that far down leg, did it? It looked like it hit more in front of middle and leg.
It certainly did. Yeah.
Actually, you can see from the angle that he's let it go, and it has turned a little bit. And even though Temba's quite small, it actually has probably hit him just about in line with leg stump, and was angling down that way. So Temba gets away with it.
I reckon Afghanistan are going to have to start doing...
Well, that one he's hit up in the air, though. He's probably not got enough on it. It's been caught. Well, he's lasted one ball after that. Temba's gone back. It's another pretty shitty ball, really, from Nabi. He just sort of dropped it halfway into the wicket. No pace on it. Temba's rocked back, but he's got underneath it rather than hitting any distance. He's lost his head a little bit there, Temba. And we have to say goodbye to him as Afghanistan get their second wicket, 157 for 2.
The crowd says, you're out.
He's just hit that straight up rather than any distance. And a good catch. And so Nabi, unfortunately, didn't get me any money. And now I've lost that bet. But they get their second wicket in South Africa, 157 for 2 after 28.5 overs. Caught Sadiq in the deep by bowled Nabi.
Richard Cammy's asked a very good question. He says, with India playing in Dubai, where will the final be if Pakistan is the other team in the final? Will it be in Dubai? Seems very unfair. Eric J says in Tunbridge Wells. And Kieran says it needs to be done with Bairstow. Ginger Ninjas opening the batting. Oh, God. I thought we'd seen the last of Bairstow. I think we have, actually. Rajesh says...
anywhere near it.
Liverpool will face either Paris Saint-Germain, who demolished Brest 10-0 on aggregate after a 7-0 victory, or Benfica.
Oh, that's good. I thought we were going to face fucking Real Madrid, which would have been a nightmare. Well, potential nightmare. They're always a pain in the arse.
Well, you're only up for draws at the moment, aren't you?
Well, we've had a tough run of games, man. We've been away. Away to Everton, which, although it's Everton, it's Derby, which is never easy. Away to Villa, who are a good side. We're away to City on Sunday, and I think we might have Newcastle at home. It might be away, but I think Newcastle might be at home. But I mean, that's 4 tough games in a row. I mean, if we can get out of that and we're still ahead, because Arsenal have got some tough games to come.
Yeah.
And the point is to be ahead.
You should see that.
And we haven't got any strikers, so... Not that we need them with Marino.
Well, yeah. I mean, he'll have some games that exactly that won't be great for you. Last ball is just a single. And that ends the 29th over. Rickleton's 88. The new man is Rassie van der Dussen, who will get a jingle now. It goes like this.
Rassie van der Dussen can play all the shots. He'll bring his reverse sweep to every game he plays.
So, 1 over, and then we're going to have a switcheroo. I can see the first of Tony. He's done his business for the day. Nick will be coming back. Fourthie, who I'm just about to let in, will be joining us at the end of this over. Hopefully he won't make the rookie mistake of leaving himself on whilst he's eating rice cakes and avocado today.
He won't be allowed to forget that in a hurry.
With his TV on in the background. Noor is in again for his third over. First ball to Rickleton. That was Vanderson, wasn't it? Because he's right-handed. It was played out into the covers for a single. Yeah, it was a... Tembo really just got underneath that one and played it up into the air rather than long. But that's a good innings, 58. Not particularly quick. That's horrible down the leg side, and it's probably going to be 4-5 wides, in fact. Oh, terrible.
Oh, that's rubbish.
It is. It's one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So rather than letting them off the hook, he just never really bowls it across the seam, does he? So it rarely actually catches the seam and turns. A lot of South Asian bowlers seem to do this on these wickets. I'm more interested in the fact that it doesn't do much off the seam. They don't get much turn. It's all about skid. That's another wide down the leg side. So we've had, what, 7 off the first ball of this over?
Yeah.
We got a super chat.
Hey, I'll give you a little jingle.
And the wonderful Brown in Brisbane has sent us $5 Aussie.
That's played up to long on for a single.
Oh, wait.
I'll give you the little...
YouTube Brian, super chat.
Go on. Have you gone all mute on me?
So Brian, we've got another one coming too. Brian says, work is so giving me the shits today. Bloody teams can piss right off. South Africa should roll Afghanistan.
Yeah, they
Thank
should.
You, Brian.
That's played out by Rassi to cover, and there is no run. We've got another one I see as well. I'll give you that.
And Jahan Ariatnam sends us $7.99. He says, Jeremy, are Australians best of the Big Bash ODI side going to embarrass... it's crashed on me again. Going to embarrass themselves this tournament. They were thrashed by a team that didn't qualify. Yeah, I think they'll lose all 3 games.
Indeed. Well, that one, whilst you were talking about that, short and going across Rassi, and he just cut it behind square. There's no one out there, and it went down to 4 runs. And again, that one's across, feeding the cut for Rassi Vanderdussen. He missed out on that one.
Yeah, and adds that he's in Bunbury, WA, by the way, which is about 100 miles south of here.
I think I've been to Bunbury. No, I haven't been to Bunbury. What am I on about? No. Oh, what's that? Doing a little... Look at that. Snake hips from Tony. Again, that's fired across Rassi Vanderdussen. He kind of pulls out the cut that time. That's the end of the 30th over. 170 for 2 are the Saffers. We're going to have a little switcheroo. Fourthie is going to come on and do some ball by ball. Tony is going to do your socials. And Nick is coming back to give you his wise words as a summariser.
And I'm pleased to say, see you, Will. Thanks, mate. I don't know if Tony can hear me at this stage, but we are up to date on socials. And I'll catch you in the second innings.
Thank you, Will. Thank you, Messi. Thank you, Bear. It's good to inherit a good budget sheet, unlike Labour inherited from the Conservatives. That's exactly what the new social guy is going to inherit from Messi. Bang up to date. I think it's going to be Tony on that. Tony and now I think we're on together for the first time.
Yeah, hi, Fourthie. I was just saying we haven't been on together.
So Nick, hello there. How you going?
Very well, mate. Lovely.
It was only yesterday, as I recall. Nabby. Oh, it's not me. I'm not doing ball. What's you for?
No, you're back in your box. We've had one ball already, and that went nowhere. And as Rickleton has played that one down to long off, and that one's just played round the... Oh gosh, I've got 2 screens, which is confusing me. I'll go off the small screen because that tends to be more reliable. That one's played down... Oh god, no, it's not. we're having a look at Temba Bavuma's greatest hits at the moment. That's what we're looking at until it all came crashing down.
That was odd, that wasn't it? Because I mean, he survived a ball that appeared to be not hitting anyway, and when it was an inside edge, and then immediately the next ball he lumps in the
air. And more he did more indisciplined Afghanistani fielding. Pretty poor effort from them in the field over the last few overs. It's gone for one of these.
4, 4, 4, F-O-R.
Nabi not impressed. And he's seen a few things not to be impressed by over the years. Very experienced player. Drifts onto middle and leg, and that's clipped off it to the man at mid-wicket. I think better run. I would say, Nick, that maybe with this poor fielding, a function of so much T20 cricket recently, and you think, oh, we've done 20 overs, 30 overs. How much more of this is this to go?
It can feel like a long slog watching 40, so I imagine what it feels like playing for these guys on a diet of franchise cricket. It's a fair while out there in the heat, and they've been poor in the field, Afghanistan, haven't they? It's been a theme with them over the years, and it's an area I think they really need to improve.
That one's been hit down to long on for a single by Rickleton, who's moved into the 90s while we've been blinking. 91 off 90. He hasn't got an ODI century yet, so that will be something. I think I'm right in saying. And that one's played by Avanda Dawson. Straight back to the bowler, more or less, and that's the end of the over at the end of the 31st. 177 for 2, South Africa. Anything happening, Tony?
Well, yeah, there were a couple of fabulous super chats. Did we read them? Brian in Brisbane had been generous. Did we do those? We did those. Okay. Bunbury was Botham's team, said Eric J. And Rajesh Mohan said Liverpool, who finished top, and the best of the English teams, stand a 50-50 chance of getting PSG and a worse draw than the other English teams. PSG were my team once. Only while I lived in Paris. Yes. But so we're going back to the mid-90s.
Your Hemingway years.
My Hemingway years in Paris, yes. I wasn't strolling along. Well, I would stroll along the left bank quite frequently.
Along the boulevards.
Sorry,
that was exact. Noor. More licorice all sorts from him, although unfortunately it's the licorice all sort you want to leave at the bottom of the packet, because that's another leg side wide.
A lot of people would say that's most of them.
You're sporting a lovely headband there. We had a good headband conversation yesterday.
Yeah, mine's the full beanie.
It's a beanie, is it? I couldn't quite see it.
Yeah, right. I'm keeping warm, although it's surprisingly clement in South London today. I was sweating on my way in.
Talking of Clements, we've had a lot of Clements of Watford chat in the recent past.
Well, we did. It was whether it was the inspiration for Grace Brothers, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yes, might not mean too much to Nick, I think. That one swept round the corner, but there is a man at leg gully. This is a pretty awful bowling performance from young Noor, but he's only 20.
Yeah, he's serving up some shit, isn't he?
Absolutely awful. He's got a very, I'm going to guess, because he's got such a fast arm action. Once you lose that little bit of control, it must be hard to get it back again, because it's not. Oh God, that is the black licorice hard one with lots of pink dots around the outside. That is nasty one down the offside.
Lord.
I think that's been given us a wide as well.
Yeah, it's the one that everyone hates, and Ram Gurbaz behind the stumps is gesticulating at him, which I don't think is going to help too much.
No, how's that going to make him bowl better? Okay. Rashid Khan is scratching his luscious locks. What's going on?
Well, his headband's disappeared.
All right, then. So we've had one ball of this over and 2 wides. In comes Noor again. He really had to reach for that one, Rickleton, almost taking pity on the bowler there. If he'd left it, it would have been another wide. And he sort of bunted it through off the toe end of the bat. And he's lost his bat while he was running. He's
been taking wickets for fun in the SA20 for the Super Giants. He's got loads of wickets. Finished off with 3 for 25 against the Super Kings, and then he took a couple of wickets against the Shaheens and also a couple against New Zealand here in Karachi. So he's actually should be in good nick, should Noor Ahmed.
Yeah. I suppose that's a slightly better ball in as much as it's not a wide, but it was quite wide and went a bit wider, and it's been played down to the man at deep point. It must be a left arm wrist spin is an exacting art at the best of times, and for a 20-year-old it's quite an examination in a Champions Trophy, the heat of a Champions Trophy, I suppose, to be fair.
Yeah, and I don't know how much 50-over cricket he's played. He's played a lot of franchise cricket, but
he's darling of the franchises. Ricky van der Dussen on strike, bunts that one to the sweeper on the offside, comes through for a single. How are you enjoying Sydenham, Nick? There's bright lights of Sydenham.
Love the bright lights of Sydenham 40. I'm just down the road in Brockley, so it's nice and convenient for me. I've got no complaints. Couple of stops down the overground and a little walk in the morning, and very nice.
He almost sort of twists his wrist off on that one, Noah, but that one's played down to long off by van der Dussen. I've still got never ending over, still got a ball to go. He's gone for 31 off 3.5 overs so far.
It's been ugly, hasn't it?
He's bowling in the boring middle overs as well. I can see like that one to keep him back till the end.
And with Faruqi potentially down there, a bit short-handed.
Yeah, they are. He's coming round the wickets to the right-handed van der Dussen, who sort of gets too far underneath that one and just plays it back down to the bowler. Finally, the over comes to an end at the end of the 32nd, 184 for 2, South Africa. Oh, drinks.
Well, it gives us a bit of time to amble our way through some messages. Brian Deshazo says, Rickleton just surpassed his previous ODI best, 91 versus Ireland. Hopefully no hiccups en route to a century. Used to be, did bodybuilding and weightlifting and all kinds of, he's a genuine all-round sportsman, Ryan Rickleton, I think.
Yeah, so many South Africans are like that, aren't they? A lot of hockey and things.
Oh, who was it? You're sounding like... who was it who said, it's like Australians, it's the outdoor lifestyle that makes them so good?
Old John Lewis.
Oh, that was John Lewis, wasn't it? Never knowingly underquoted. Brian Deshazo. Oh no, I've already done that one, sorry. Enrique Mentor. Good afternoon to all friends. It looks like a big score, 300 plus. Where were we thinking? We were thinking about 330.
I've got a range of bets 340 plus, but I think they'd have to push on for that. I think somewhere above 320 is what they'll be looking at. What do you reckon, 40?
Well, I would say 320 sounds about right, yes.
Well, that's about where New Zealand were. Remember, New Zealand were put in and possibly buoyed by seeing how well they did. South Africa had the choice and then decided to bat. Rajesh Mohan. Oh, sorry.
No, I was going to say it could get really nasty for Afghanistan if the M-men, if David Miller and Aidan Markram get going. It could get a bit carnagey.
Well, it didn't work out well for Pakistan, as we saw, and they just got stuck in the doldrums. They just couldn't get going. Rajesh Mohan, the winner of the Paris Saint-Germain versus Liverpool game, will face the winner of Club Brugge versus Aston Villa. Could be an all-English affair then, Rajesh. A Mr. Disinterested HJ says, will no one rid me of this interminable over? Was that Henry, was it? Henry VIII? No. Who said who will rid me of this interminable priest?
Henry II of Thomas à Becket.
Henry II of Thomas à Becket, thank you.
Yeah.
I got my Henrys in a tangle. Enrique Mentor, Pakistan's rather flat fishes. Flat fishes? No, flat pitches. May have flat fishes as well. Fast outfield. I'm just busy at work, but I'm trying to follow. We'll keep up there, Enrique. Will Reynolds, Mr. DSHJ, I'll grab my sword. Brian Deshazo. The old double the score at 30 over adage suggests South Africa are on for 340, but I fear they may find that a stretch without Heinrich Klaassen. And Will Reynolds very quickly had corrected me when you already had done that, which was to tell me it's Henry II. He could have added you idiot, but he didn't. I added that bit. I'm going to say hi to Chris Drew, who's joined us on I think on both YouTube and on the other one, Blue Sky. Nothing but blue sky from now on.
Nothing but blue sky. Talking of seeing, I had a funny experience this morning doing the crossword. Have we still got time for this? Do you know the chap who plays Eddie Perfect? The chap who plays Shane Warne in the musical, a guy called Eddie Perfect. Maybe that hasn't come to London.
It hasn't,
anyway.
No.
Okay. Well, anyway, Tim, and he's a sort of friend of a friend. He's actually married to a friend of mine, and he came up in the crossword as the answer.
Oh wow!
So I texted him and said, "You're the answer to 11 across today," and he said, he said, I texted him the clue, and he said, "I don't understand the clue. I wouldn't have found myself." Rickleton plays the first ball of Naby's over. I think that trumps being a Wikipedia entry, being a crossword clue in a national paper, I think. Naby ran the wicket again to Rickleton, plays it down to mid-on.
Isn't Naby's over a tennis player?
Naby's over. Does sound like a tennis player.
It does.
Is there one called Naby's over? I don't follow.
No, I don't think there is. It just sounds like there should be.
It does sound like one. That's played off the back foot. Down to long off. Are you a cryptic crossword man by any chance, Nick?
I'm not Forthy. I like the simple ones, but I don't know the rules to the cryptics. I don't understand them. I get bogged down.
No, well, we could. If there's a long rain delay at some point, we could do a cryptic crossword masterclass.
Yeah, you can be my cryptic mentor.
We get the listeners.
I'm normally okay at them, but yours is so devilish when you've sent it to me. I thought, Jesus, this is hard.
Yeah, the Friday one is tricky. And that's played down to long on by, let me have a look now, Rickleton, I guess. Maybe not. Yes. No, Van der Dussen, sorry. So, we've got one strike away, one mighty hefty heave, and it will be a debut century for Rickleton, who's on 96. Or have I just put the curse on him? We're about to find out. That's, well, in fact, it's neither of those. It's a single, played down to long off. He moves to 97. This is much more like it from Naby, 111. Oh, what an experienced man he is. He's 36. He's played gazillion ODIs, and he's an all-rounder as well. He's been sort of the figurehead of the resurgence of Afghanistan cricket.
Yeah, he is Afghanistan, isn't he, Forthy?
He is. He gives him. He's Mr. Afghanistan.
And he's bowled cannily. He's been probably the pick of Afghanistan's bowlers, I'd say.
Is that a beauty pageant?
It's like Mike Hussey is Mr. Cricket, Naby is Mr. Afghan Cricket. And that's a full ball, which is clipped down to deep square. They'll come through for a single, and Rickleton will be all set on 98 at the start of the new over. Just 4 off that one. Thank God for Naby, the Afghanistan team are saying. 188 for 2 at the end of the 33rd.
Right, Eric J says, I thought it was Peter O'Toole of Richard Burton. Ah, well, yes. Hang on. Who played Henry II? Peter O'Toole.
That was in the Lion in Winter, was it? That's the film that's being referred to. I think that was Peter O'Toole, but I could be wrong.
Hence gone for a Burton.
We need the mouth of the Mersey to put us right on something. Oh no, he's the
anything. He's going to be in a few times. So you'll get up-to-date updates on all good theatrical shows that he's covered. Will says, I'm offering the answer to a clue. Legal document to read after death.
Yeah.
Very good.
I'm not sure you get your surname in there as well. This chap did. Rashid Khan in again. That's a beauty. It's a beauty, but it's just too good for the lad, the Van der Dussen. It beats him on the outside edge.
Yeah, classic leg break, wasn't it?
It certainly was, yes. I mean, Rashid Khan and Naby are two of the best spin bowlers in ODI cricket. Perhaps the rest of them are a bit Ilford seconds at the moment. And that's played down to long on for presumably a single. No, not a single. That's odd.
Are you old enough to remember when Ilford was a camera roll, a camera film?
Yeah.
To rival Kodak.
Yes. I think we used it in the agency when I started off. It was quite a brand name, wasn't it? Okay then. Rashid in again to Rickleton, who's on 97 still. And he's played that one down the ground, but not for a boundary. Comes through for the single to long on. And quite often, batsmen sort of get a bit tied up in the 90s in ODIs. It's quite a good opportunity to keep a cap on the scoring.
Well, yeah, they haven't pushed on over the past couple of overs.
They've been a bit quiet, haven't they? Yes. And that's the one that goes the other way. The googly, I suppose, to Van der Dussen, who comes through for I got myself confused because I've got two screenitis here.
What's going on the other screen then?
Cricket, but it's not exactly happening at the same time.
What, the same? You've got the same game at two different speeds. No wonder that's confusing.
I'm flicking between the two. I've got myself in a bugger's muddle. And that's played down to long off by Rickleton, who will move to 99, and he won't be on strike for the last ball of the over. Will van der Dussen just pad this one away and say, Rickleton, over to you. We'll find out. That's a good look round. And he does indeed just defend this one. Odds on Rickleton being on the brink of his... What can stop him? Well, a really good ball, I suppose. Over to you, Tony.
Yes, I can. Hold on 1 second. A Mr. Disinterested HJ, who's got a spanner attached to him. The agency, Forthy, I didn't know you were in the spy services. International man of mystery, says Will.
I've got a funny story about that, which I'll reveal in the next over.
What, being a spy?
Yeah. Well, shall I tell you it now?
Well, hang on, just let me do for wrong. The old 30-20 series, whatever you score over 30 overs, score the same amount off the final 20 overs. WSC model 100, God, what? It gets very confusing. GPL, too late. Was distracted by beer. Anyway, he's with us.
He's gone for it. Rickleton has gone for it. He's got his turn. Well done him. That's his maiden ODI turn. South Africa moves in 193, and Rickleton takes off his helmet and receives the plaudits.
Very strange circular clap there from David Miller.
Well, odd. What was all that about?
I've never seen anything quite like that, but Ryan Rickleton's batted really nicely.
He has.
And I wonder if we might see a gear shift from him now that he's got those three figures.
Yeah, I mean, well done, mate. You've got your ton, but let's not get... It's not a personal game. Press on. Although, I think people have been making the point, I think correctly, that we've probably... And Naby's in the game, pulls it down a bit short, but it's going to only... Rickleton can only get that one as far as long on. People are probably just thinking... we've got to move into T20 mode now. But of course, in reality, there's still plenty of time left. They don't necessarily need to even over-accelerate just yet. What do you think? Come back to that after this ball. And that's played down to long on. It's the diet of T20 that confuses us, I think.
Yeah, very much so, Forthy. And I wonder if there's a little bit of slowness in this pitch that means that it's not quite coming onto the bat that easily.
Yes, I agree with that. I don't think there's any demons in it, but it's definitely not a fast track. Having a look at that circular motion from David Miller again.
Well, it was terrific. I should celebrate his ton. Give me a second.
And that's a nasty old wide, bunged down the leg side. Yep, there it is. Oh yeah, my friend and I, we used to have an ancient history tutor in common called David Stockton, who was well known to recruit to MI5, and we thought when we went up to the university, we're going to get recruited, this will be exciting. And neither of us were, although some other chap was. And we said, oh God, unbelievable, why weren't we recruited? And then just last year, 40 years later, he said, actually I was, but turned it down.
That would push for a single in the meantime, I think.
There was a single while I was telling that little anecdote, I think.
I'll celebrate his ton at the end of this over, shall I?
Please do. Two balls of... that's another nasty old wide, I believe. Lord. There's a bit of ill-discipline. If Naby is being ill-disciplined, then you can only imagine what's happening to the whole Afghanistan team. Not used to being under this mad pressure, perhaps.
Oh.
In again, and that one went the other way. And actually, Rickleton did well to smother that one. It's kept a little bit low and went the other way. What did you think about that ball, Nick?
Yeah, definitely kept low, and just a sign that there is a bit of up and down, a bit of something in that pitch. It just skidded on and was low and wasn't far from taking his off stump.
No, it really wasn't. And that one was flushed with his success. Naby repeats the treatment, but van der Dussen was rather ready for that and plays it down with more ease down to long on. at the end of the over. Oh, the score's just gone, but it's quite a lot for 2 wickets. Over to you, Tony.
Right, well, first of all, I think we needed to celebrate Ryan Rickleton, so we'll do that.
10,
20,
30,
40, 60,
70, 80,
90,
100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
And message-wise, yeah, baby, says Eric J. 6 centuries in the first 5 innings of the tournament. The formula I posted of Blue Sky is very easy, Bish. Is the GC mathematician the bear about? He's about somewhere, yes.
He is about. The bear's about. Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. The bear's about. Rickleton will face up to the new over from Rashid Khan, who is bowled well, number 29 off 6. And that's bunted down to long off, and the man's about 10 yards in off the boundary, so it's just a single. Nick, I feel I should know you. You seem familiar, and yet in some ways you're not. Are you new to the campus?
I am new to the campus, Forthy. I've been here since just before Christmas. I think the England West Indies ODI were the first as all.
That's big, thick inside edge, and they hurry through for a single, false shot, and a risky run, but they've got away with it. Oh, okay, that's nice.
Yeah, so
sort of
new here, Forthy, but hopefully it won't be the last time you see my face.
Very much doubt it. The time zones were not favourable to me over January, so that's why I'm just coming in now. Being down in Melbourne. Oh! Down the wicket oh my word. So, okay. Down the wicket comes Rickleton. Straight back to the bowler, Rashid Khan, who, quick as a flash, has a punt at the stumps. And I think what's happened is it's hit the batsman. Is that correct? Yes.
Yeah. It was a very aggressive throw by Rashid. Perfectly reasonable
enough
to have a go. Nothing wrong with it.
Well, I think he
Well,
might be in.
And actually, I think he's
here.
in trouble because he hasn't grounded his bat.
No, it's the bat is flailing around in the air as we're about to see the stumps light up, are we? Or are we?
Because I think
Yes,
the
we are.
top end of his bat near the handle is on the ground. However, he's got the bat at an angle, which means he hasn't grounded it in the crease, which I think means he's going to be curtains, and indeed he is.
He's gone, he's gone, he's gone, he's gone. He got his ton, and then he got out for 103.
Well batted though. And it's one of these two.
He called me for a single and my stump shattered. Oh, don't run, 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 don't run, run.
Yeah.
Do you think, Nick, perhaps that there was any argument to say that he was out of his crease but evading the ball, and therefore a question mark over whether it should be a wicket? I'm not exactly sure of all those rules.
Yeah, well, it did look like he was taking evasive action from a pretty aggressive throw, and it's a really unlucky one because as he's gone down to the ground, the bat's just bounced up in his hand and hasn't grounded. You've got a feel for Ryan Rickleton there. He was going along so nicely.
I think you do, but he realised the throw was coming in and he had to turn. And yes, it was a throw that was thrown because Rashid Khan knew he'd left his crease and would be in be in trouble if he didn't turn around quickly. So I don't think he was even facing the ball when it hit him. I think he'd already turned and looked to dive.
I think he leapt to one side because he could see that he was going to get thwacked if he didn't. So, I mean, he's walked off without any complaint. Let's be very clear about that. And I don't think anybody else is talking about this. So, I think it definitely was out. But it's quite an interesting little legalistic point.
And he's out of his crease, so Rashid's well within his rights, isn't he?
That is correct, yes. I mean, there would have been occasions when batsmen used to be in their crease and then jumped to avoid a ball coming in. The ball hit the stumps and they've been erroneously given out. I think that happened to Inzamam once against England. and the commentators didn't know the rules. Not us, I hasten to add. Rashid in again. This is first ball to Markram, goes down the leg side and given us a wide.
Yeah, we've just seen the replay. Eric J, who I think there's no doubt who he's supporting, says out, no argument.
Well, it's certainly good for the game.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, no, I don't think we are really putting a particularly strong argument against it at all. Just an interesting point, really. That's a dot ball. He's a bit unlucky as well because his momentum means that the bat sort of elevated at the last moment. He was sliding in, but he's out, no doubt.
He's out, no doubt.
And that's a good full ball from Rashid that Markram looks very suspicious of and defends back to him.
And two newish batsmen, just a chance for Afghanistan to turn the screw a little bit.
Indeed, another wicket now, which, as they say, would make things very interesting, actually. Here comes Rashid again. Part of their problem, I think, is that they're running out of overs from Rashid and Nabi, and they may not be able to fully trust some of the other members of the attack. End of the 36th over, ends with a dot. South Africa, 202 for 3.
Mr. Disinterested HJ says that was a round of applause. I'd have thought Tony would spot that sort of joke. I think he's referring to the agency one.
No.
For wrong has simplified the maths I stumbled over. So basically, South Africa 170 after 30 should be looking at 340 minimum, and that I don't disagree with at all, to be honest. That would all seem to make sense.
I don't think they're going to get there now.
Well, I mean, they've only lost one extra wicket. Admittedly, it was a guy who was well set. But 202 for 3. They've still got 7 wickets in hand. They bat reasonably deep, don't they?
Yeah, and as Forthy said, if they get through 1 from Nabi and 3 from Rashid, there's a bit more opportunity to attack.
There sure is. Noor has been bowling like an absolute drain, I'm afraid to say. He's chasing after the ball now, I think, because that has been scooped over the keeper's head, and they've hurried back for at least 2.
They made 352 here in the tri-series. Was that against New Zealand or Pakistan? But they did nonetheless. They made 352 in the tri-series.
Yeah, that's big. That was rather unusual.
Oh.
The keeper. Oh, that's just poor. I think that's Rashid himself, is it? Who Nathan Lyon style dropped it. And may not have dropped the Champions Trophy there, but he should have run the guy out.
Yeah, never even got round to attempting. Nathan Lyon went through the process of trying to whip the bails off with empty hands, didn't he?
Yeah.
But there, he never. Nabi, he was Nabi.
It's a strange
never even
one.
had his hands around it.
Because was it keeper's end and Ram Gurbaz was nowhere in sight?
Yeah, the keeper was fielded it all the way down at the boundary. It was one of those where he chased it all the way down. That's a dot ball from Nabi to Markram, everyone's favourite palindrome. And that's played to the man at mid-on.
We haven't jingled up Aidan Markram, so have him very quickly here.
Because he's a grinner. A pattern
unfortunately, it's not quick, so I shall play it quietly in the background.
Yes, he's a winner.
Oh, okay, fine. In comes Nabi again. Beautiful, classically elegant action. That's bloody awful fielding. I mean, it couldn't be more straightforward. He's managed to miss it at mid-off, and they've come through for the single.
I think we're well on our way to a highlight reel of bloopers from Afghanistan, because there have been more than a handful.
I mean, I don't think they've dropped any catches yet, which is something, but the ground fielding's been awful, actually. Oh, and Van der Dussen gives himself room. First time we've really seen 2 steps back, and manages to get it to the man, the sweeper on the offside, and comes through for 2. He moves to 24 off 22, and the score's 208. Signs of intent.
Yeah, and intent in the running as well. They're putting pressure on the fielders now.
Yeah, and they're not responding well, the fielders. They're crumbling under the pressure. Having a look at the surrounds, the Intikhab Alam closure. I remember Intikhab Alam from when I was young. Sussex, was he?
He did play, I think, for Sussex, yeah.
Yeah. That was for the Van der Dussen. Straight to the man at mid-on. And at the end of the 37th, South Africa 208 for 3.
Rajesh M68 on Blue Sky says maiden ton for Rick. Well, he didn't last too long afterwards, but you're absolutely right. And actually, having watched that back a few times, there is an argument to say he sort of ducked quicker than he might otherwise have done, but I don't think it would have made a difference. It was a powerful throw at the stumps, and he'd never got his bat in the right place for it to be grounded.
I think the bowling team would be filthy if that wasn't given.
Well, yeah, I think I would tend to agree with that. Brian in Brisbane saying, can Tony please fix the screen? Oh my goodness me, thank you for reminding us, Brian. That's entirely my fault.
Rashid in,
and I will.
I will learn from this and do better, as everyone seems to say when they've been caught with their pants down or whatever they do.
2 shot, 1 zoom, here we go.
Not suggesting you've been caught with your pants down, Tony. No, that's our rumour.
Let's not go there.
No, can confirm they are on.
That's good to hear. And that's smeared with a big thick inside edge to the man at deep square. There's a single taken. The score ticks over to 210 for 3. Current run rate is 5.6.
Yeah, I mean, let's have a look at the batting to come, but it feels to me like they've got acceleration well and truly in their capability.
Miller next.
Quite reliant on David Miller perhaps, but you know, if David Miller gets going, say goodbye to keeping it under 300.
I'm with our friend Eric. You're looking 340 upwards.
No, yes. Well, yes. Funny how it never quite always seems to work out that way, doesn't it? Well,
Vian Mulder can hit it. Marco Janssen can swing his arms. Maharaj is okay, but he can certainly bat a bit. Then you're down to Rabada and Ngidi. Rabada can swing.
Rabada swings a few, so I think certainly they'll be thinking 300 minimum, and if they can push up to, 10 and over from here would get them to around just under that 340 mark, 330-ish.
Markram got 2 to the man at deep point off that fourth ball of Rashid's over, which has got 1.2 so far, and that's a fuller, slightly slower one, which is smashed down all along the ground to long on, and Markram ticks over to 5 and to Dustin on strike, who's on going at a runner ball very nicely. And he just navigates that one down to slightly wide of the man at long on, and you would have thought maybe he would have misfielded. It actually does a good job, and I think that's the 36-year-old Nabby down there.
It didn't look the most confident, but he got the job done.
Well, I mean, he is 36. He's played 172 ODI, so he's probably a bit stiffer than the young lads. 216 for 3 at the end of the 38th.
On Blue Sky, Rajesh M68 says, what a moment of inspiration for Afghanistan. They were looking for a Rashid Khan wicket, but weren't expecting it that way. Ryan Rickleton will be frustrated to get out in that manner. Yes, although the blow is, and we've seen with New Zealand, if you go on with a couple of centuries, and somebody down the order to biff runs tends to put you in a winning position. He'd have liked to have gone on a bit, I have no doubt.
But that's the 5th century of this tournament so far, and we finally got started. That's a lot of centuries.
It'll be very interesting to see how England go tomorrow.
As always.
Is it going to be 50s and 60s smashed, and then nobody goes on to build the big one? I really hope not.
Sometimes the future is not the same as the past.
True.
And that's a thickish outside edge on the bounce to the man. There's sort of 2 deepish gullies there, and one of them does the fielding, and they come through for a single because they are deep. Yes, well, we'll see. Maybe England will have a change of, I won't say fortune. I would prefer a change of strategy, to be honest.
Change of both would be nice for thee.
Yes, it would, wouldn't it? A more nuanced and thoughtful approach to how to get a big score would be welcome. Top ball, second ball of the over. And that one was way out the back of the hand from Noor, but he's bowling better this over.
Yeah, and it's popped up on the bottom of the screen. 48 balls since the last boundary, so it has dried up, and you feel like something's going to give in the next couple of overs one way or another.
Yeah, I hadn't clocked that. That is quite interesting. We're having a look at an aerial view of the pitch as well, and it looks quite cracked.
Yeah.
And that's another dot ball. So it's a little bit of pressure building up on the South African batsmen now. Only a little. They're still in the boxy. And comes Nuer, and that's an ungodly smear by Van der Dussen. And he completely misses it. So this is much better from Nuer this over.
That didn't miss his off stump by much, did it?
Not by much, no. Seems to have found his range this time, this over, because that's another dot ball. Very good over this one from Nuer. And that's the end of it. And 51 balls, as Nick says, since the last boundary, so that's mounting up. 218 for 3 at the end of the 39th. We've got one over between us, left in us as a trio.
We do. Kieran Roseblade says, I see Forthy's adage, sometimes the future is not the same as the past, and I raise you, those who don't learn from their mistakes, those who don't learn from their mistakes are doomed to repeat them.
I think it was Niels Bohr, the Swedish scientist, who said predictions are always difficult, especially of the future.
Well, yes. They tend to be a way to put your foot in it, and can seem to go wrong more often than you get them right. I do know that.
Yeah. Rashid is in for here. It looks like they might bowl him through, because this is going to be his 9th over. And that one's quite uppish, but he's bisected those two gullies, and it's gone for the first boundary for 52 balls.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Couldn't quite tell Nick the degree to which that was deliberate. I rather think it wasn't. I think he was trying to hit it square.
I totally agree. I think it's skewed off the bat a little bit. But I reckon we're seeing the first signs of intent from Aidan Markram, and I think he's going to be the one who goes.
Yep, and he's slapped that one down to long off, and walks through for the single. These Afghanistan spinners, they hurry you through as well, and before you know where you are, the over's over.
Yeah, Rashid especially gets through his overs so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, he's almost Jadeja pace at times. That's a dot ball forward defensive from Van der Dussen. Bristling with intent, I think, is the cliche for Rashid. He's in again. That's another forward defensive from Van der Dussen, who's looking a little becalmed, but perhaps he feels he got his 4. Actually, no, it was Markram, wasn't it? He got the 4, I think. Is that right? Yeah. Okay, 2 balls of this to go, and that is a hoik in the direction of Cow Corner, and he's succeeded in his objective, and it's gone all the way.
Certainly has.
One talk over the line, sweet Jesus. One talk over the line.
Yeah, we're seeing 26 tournament sixes, which seems quite low for this stage of proceedings. There we go.
Yeah, through what?
Was it the 4th game?
Third.
Third game. Yeah.
No, okay. Maybe this is my the T20itis problem striking me as well. Last ball of our time. It's played out to the sweeper on the offside. They come through for a single, and at the end of the 40th over, 2-3-0 for 3 South Africa, and we'll have a changing of the guard.
We will. Nick's going to take a break. Thank you. And it's 2:34.3. I should be joined by the Melbourne Massive in the shape of Forthy, who's not really going anywhere, and the inimitable dulcet tones of Jingler Extraordinaire Mog, who's I think frozen on his screen. Is he frozen? No, he's not. He was just pretending to be frozen to fool me. Right,
just striking a pose.
We are going into the last 10 overs. Well, yeah, they're going to have to go at 10 and over then, aren't they, if they're going to get to 3:30? I'm a bit less optimistic than I was. Noor Ahmed wheels in. This is driven by Rassi van der Dussen down to long off. Gulbadin Fields. They take a single. And before Brian in Brisbane tells me off, yes, I am changing the screen right now. And there you have the inimitable Mog. Looking sharp, Mog.
Right.
232 for 3. I saw that was rapid jingling work this morning when there was a late change to the Afghanistan lineup. Oh, that's chucked away down leg, flicked away round the corner by Van der Dusen. It evades the man at short fine leg, and it's going to get him 4 of these.
It's just another score. Do, 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 do. It's just another 4.
Not quite sure why he wouldn't put a dive in for that, but never mind.
He has struggled a bit for control, has Noor Ahmed, it must be said. Not intentionally poetic. It must be said, has Noor Ahmed. That one's driven, not the most elegant of shots, it was driven through cover, it was half stopped, I think. And he'll get himself 2 runs, score.
I suppose to be fair, if
roll on to
anyone's
238.
If anyone's going to struggle for control, it's a 20-year-old left arm wrist spinner. That is a little bit of a confluence of.
Yes, the bowling art that used to be named after a country in Asia, which we don't refer to it as anymore.
Vietnam.
Simply left arm unorthodox, I think we call it, don't we? That's on to Vietnam. Yes. Defended into the offside by Van der Dusen, no run.
He's bowling Tajikistan.
Yes, okay. Who was it? I can never. Eric Chong, was it? Who was the subject of the reason that was first
Chong was
came into the lexicon?
I don't remember his first name.
It was Eric. It was definitely Eric. That one, there's a big shout from Noor Ahmed. That looked high to me. And I rather think it looked high to Alex Wharf as well. Although they may be persuaded to look at this. Intense conversation.
No, decided against.
Hashmatullah Shahidi is thinking about it, but no.
Didn't look good.
Roll on. Well, it pitched outside a leg. No, it did. Yes, it pitched outside a leg. So although it smacked him, it would have hit the stumps 100%. Because he was so far back, but it pitched a mile outside a leg.
Exactly. Pitched outside 4th stump.
Well, this forces him onto the back foot. Noor Ahmed is getting some success by pushing the ball through. And he's hurried Van der Dusen there. He's on 44 from his 39 after 41 overs, going at 5.8. It's 238 for 3. It's Mog.
Oh, yes, it is. I can't accept your praise for rapid jingling. I'd done that jingle for the last World Cup, but I think I sent an email reply to you saying that I am finally tuned to the Bears whinging of there's no jingle. Thus, I'm able to quickly send jingles.
Well, such is my dedication to the cause. I was sitting in the back room of the studio because I had a work call and I had my headphones on, and I saw the email. So I just said to everybody, would you just excuse me for a moment? And I came running into the studio to inform the Bear that the jingle had been delivered, and then went running back to my meeting. 238 for 3.
Like a small child wondering if Father Christmas has come on Christmas.
Yes, Rashid.
Delivering coal in the form of jingles.
Well, he fields brilliantly off his own bowling, and he seems to be having a little bit of fun with Rassi Van der Dusen in threatening him for back. Well, he does. Superb. Look at this. Yes, he says, don't you run anywhere. He was very quick to throw down his left hand and field off his own bowling. That one's tossed up a bit more. Markram makes space, drills it down too long off, and they take a single.
I think it was Rashid Khan who threw his bat at his batting partner when he was so angry during the last tournament. Was it Rashid Khan who did that? Do you remember that?
Possibly.
Which basically means a bit of a temper on him.
He does. That's defended back to him again and again. He's sharp about his fielding work. Very nicely done. The thing about Rashid Khan is, when you look at his record, he's got possibly one of the longest lists of franchises that he's played for. That's launched away over deep mid-wicket. Van der Dusen just hauled it from outside of off, away over deep mid-wicket, and he's absolutely powered that away for one of these.
It's his 50.
And indeed, it is his 50.
Since you came to bat, you sexy thing, you. I believe in miracles.
Defended into the offside. No run on this occasion. And we'll celebrate his 50 as well while we're at it.
Lift me with your 50.
That's one of the more interesting shots, I think. These, or just wait for Rashid and he comes. A little bit more pace outside of off stump, and Van der Dusen doesn't get that. If you've been more classically trained as a batsman and the ball's been thrown up outside of off stump, everything in your water says this is there to be driven in the offside.
Yeah.
For anyone of a certain generation, the thought that what I'm going to do is get round the outside of it and haul it away over mid wicket.
Yes,
It's just not the way you think. It's the end of the over. It's 2:45 for 3. The run rate is edging towards 6, but still not. That 6 would have helped. 42 overs complete. Mog.
I love the idea of classical training. So they've got Gielgud and Laurence Olivier's in there to teach them how to do it.
Oh dear, Johnny, gone. Larry,
Jay
gone.
Says, what have all these umpires got in common? Wharf, Kettleborough, Illingworth, Bird, Hampshire, Hartley, etc.
Yorkshire. Good thought. Right, Noor Ahmed in, driven. There should be a man at long off. There is. It'll just be a single. Yeah, Rashid Khan. Obviously, I adapted an old set of my notes for Rashid Khan. And obviously, since I wrote them, he's got a year older. But I've got his age listed here. Well, hang on 1 second, because as we wait, in comes Noor Ahmed. That again is smeared down to deep mid-wicket. There's a bit of a fumbly piece of fielding, but it will allow them to come back for 2. But it means I have his age listed as 256. Which I suspect means he was 25 and then became 26. But
well, I guess that means he looks a bit closer to his real age if it's 256.
Yes, 3 off this. Noor Ahmed over, 248 for 3. In wheels, Noor Ahmed. That's just pushed to extra cover, and there is no run.
We'll have a look at Naby's
he's taller
list.
than Ben Duckett. So.
Have a look at Naby's list of who he's played.
Oh, I know. It's you have to keep scrolling down the page.
The 45 countries he's played against just in the national team.
Leicestershire seconds, Derbyshire seconds.
Yeah. Oh well, I never. Oh, that's going up in the air, squirted out towards point,
out.
And he is gone. It was. I think he was looking, funnily enough, for a repeat of the launch over deep mid-wicket, and that one did kind of get what it deserved. If he'd have driven it, he wouldn't have been in trouble. But he's gone for 52, caught at point, one that lobbed up in the air. Let's have another look for you. Yeah, it was an off break, I think, and he was looking to work it to leg. The outside edge took it to point. Hashmatullah, I think, takes the catch.
Yeah,
and it's another one down for South Africa.
It's a interesting little inflection point in the game. 248 for 4, coming to the end of the 43rd. With David Miller coming to the crease. It feels like a real fork in the road.
Yeah,
couple of wickets.
If Miller can play the same role that Glenn Phillips played for New Zealand, then you'd think they will have more than enough. Poor old Afghanistan. Didn't they lose every game in the World Cup? He certainly does.
The thing is that Afghanistan never have a very good batting lineup, and that's the thing to always bear in mind.
It's not so much as it's not good. It's just it depends how you define good. I think the challenge is if you look at the general.
Good would be the way.
Well, yeah, But if you look at the scoring rates, that's the challenge.
Yes, exactly. Well,
So in this context, that is a factor of being good. I do give you that. Yeah, with you there.
Fit for purpose for ODIs.
Yeah,
I should have said.
Well, yeah, I think we'd agree on that. Noor Ahmed has been taking heaps of wickets for the Super Giants, doing fantastically. Did all right in the World Cup too. Took 5 wickets for 36, best of 3 for 49 against Pakistan. Remember a World Cup that poor old Afghanistan didn't win a single game. I don't think. Oh, that was 2019. They didn't win a single game.
That's right. He's an attractive young man. He should get some shampoo endorsements as well. You imagine looking the way he does with his hair like that. Shampoo advertising.
Well,
product.
Indeed. 248 for 4. In comes Noor Ahmed. Is he or isn't he? Is he or isn't he going to be nudged for a single to mid wicket?
Was
he
that
is.
silver screen?
It was, yeah, silver screen. It was hairspray, wasn't it? Yeah.
Silver screen.
Is she or isn't she?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Talking of classical campaigns. Oh yes.
Poor old Mog. Oh no, it's the old advertising farts at it again.
Advertising
driven out towards extra cover. Didn't really get hold of it. They will be able to come back for 2, which means that over's gone for 3, 4, 5, 6. Crucially, the wicket of Rashid van der Dusen. It's 250 is up, 251 for 4. They've got 7 overs left if they want to motor towards 300 and upwards. Mog.
Eric J confirms that you are correct about those umpires.
No, it was a Yorkshire.
It was all Yorkshire, yep. Jay Grover helpfully defines good as not shit.
Thanks, Jay.
So,
well, even then, you could take issue with that, to be honest. Just not being shit doesn't actually make you good. There's a very good book, which I'm sure Forthy's read. Isn't it called Good is the Enemy of Great? Who was it who famously said that?
I just feel with books like that once you've read the title, you don't need to read the book. It's like
it's a little bit American in its thought, yes, possibly.
Yeah, it's like the tipping point. Sure, great. There's a tipping point. That's all I need to know. I don't need to read the book. I just read the title.
Oh, that's Gladwell. Is that Malcolm Gladwell?
Yes, Malcolm Bloody Gladwell.
Malcolm Bloody Gladwell. Right, it's Gulbuddin Naib, who's bowled 6 overs so far and yet to take a wicket. He's going to have David Miller, who was we know. Batsman of awesome power if he wants to strike it. Can he do a Glenn Phillips? If he can, you'd think South Africa will be in a very strong place. A couple more wickets though. Afghanistan will think they're very in the game. It's quite nicely poised. That's flicked off his legs by David Miller. Down to deep mid-wicket. They'll take a single.
Talking of countries in Asia, you may know the answer to this. One of them is one of only 2 double landlocked countries in the world. One in Asia and one in Europe. In other words, all the countries around them are also landlocked.
Oh, wow. Sorry, which one? Did you say Afghanistan?
There's one country in Asia and there's one country in Europe to whom this applies.
Luxembourg or someone like that?
Not Luxembourg, but you're in the right area.
Or is that a principality? San Marino?
Liechtenstein.
It's Liechtenstein is one of them. Well done.
Okay, that's nicely nudged out towards mid-wicket again by Markram. They take a single.
Yes, Austria and Switzerland are landlocked. And those are the only 2 countries bordering Liechtenstein.
Okay, there you go.
It's going to be one of the stands then.
It is one of the stands.
Afghanistan, Kurdistan, Uzbekistan.
It's Uzbekistan, yeah. Actually, is it Uzbekistan or Kyrgyzstan? Let me just double check.
Well, there's Jonathan Trott. He seems a little frustrated.
He was waving them in for a declaration.
He did. That's hauled by Miller, but I don't think he's got... Oh, he has. He's bisected long on and deep mid-wicket. He placed that perfectly. He muscled it, and I thought initially he may not have got quite enough. But he had through superb placement, and it's 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
You couldn't have placed that more perfectly, Forthy.
No, it's very nicely done, yes. Yes, well done him. Yeah, that's a good start. It is Uzbekistan, by the way. case you're wondering.
Yep, fantastic, thank you. Onto his toes goes Miller, crashes this out to deep cover. They'll just take one on this occasion. So we've had 7 off this over so far. He's hit plenty of 6s. He's hit 139 career 6s as David Miller, which is which seems like a lot.
It does feel like a lot.
It does.
He must be right up there.
That's pushed through by Gulbadine, pulled by Markram, pulled down to Rashid Khan, who's at deep mid wicket, and they will just, I suspect, take a single.
We had that thing with Tim Southey, didn't we, at the end of the last test? He was on 98 career.
But that's
desperately trying to nurse him over the 100.
But that was test career, wasn't it?
That was tests, yes.
Where a 6 has a more premium value than it does in white ball cricket. Up onto his toes goes Miller, steers out to cover, no run. It means 7 overs are complete. 7 overs are complete for Gulbadine. Are they 1, 2, 3? Yes, indeed. None for 42 for him. 259 for 4. South Africa. Mog.
Farong incorrectly guesses Laos. He lives 25 miles from Laos and Cambodia.
Well, Vietnam's on the coast, and Laos borders Vietnam, so no.
Kieran Roseblade says there's a great series called Tipping Point. I didn't realise it was based on a book, though. This bloke called Ben Shepherd, he's the main character, had to get a team of people to beat a machine.
Okay.
I don't think it is related to the book.
I don't
believe so. Noor Ahmed's going to carry on. 3 overs left for him, and he's completely foxed Markram there, whose eyes seem to light up, and he was swinging, looking away at deep mid wicket, and it beat the bat completely, and ended up dribbling past the wicketkeeper. Or it actually caught the keeper on the way through.
You say David Miller's got a lot of 6s, and he has, objectively speaking, but there's an awful lot of people who've got an awful lot more 6s than him.
Yes, I'm
Chris
sure that's
Gale
true.
has like say 700 or something.
That's defended by Miller, who does one of those little tilt of the heads and a little intake of breath of admiring the ball from Noor Ahmed.
Chris Gale's got 331, but there's 2 people ahead of him.
Oh goodness, that's interesting. I'm intrigued to know who. Worked away around the corner by Miller.
One was playing last night.
2 there, yes they did. One was playing the other night for New Zealand.
Last night or the other night?
Let me see now. I lose track. Was it last night? Was it the night
Was it
before?
New Zealand where we kept you from your bed? New Zealand and Pakistan.
No, it's okay. It was India. It's an Indian.
An Indian. Rohit Sharma?
Yes, he's got 338, but there's someone with 351.
Again.
Is it Tim Southey?
It's not Tim Southey.
That beats Miller. But will be given as a wide because it was down leg. Umpire Wharf spreads his Yorkshire wings. Yorkshire
must be
air.
up to a dozen wides by now, surely.
It's shy.
Again, it's a terrific ball. He's found his line as Noor Ahmed. If you're entering the very sharp end of an innings and you're going at just 1s and 2s in any white ball cricket against somebody like David Miller, you could say you're doing all right. He's given 4 away off this over. 1 was a wide.
It's been an odd performance from Noah because he's sort of alternated between complete rubbish over and a really rather good over.
Licorice all sorts, I think you were saying earlier, weren't you?
Oh, indeed.
Very Bertie Bassett. That's again bunted straight back to Noor Ahmed. It's another dot ball. He gets some really interesting drift, doesn't he?
Yeah,
he just gets that bit that just sort of shades it away from Miller's left-handed, so it moves it naturally down leg. So he's throwing it upside.
A really good bowler in time.
He's throwing it up outside off stump. Miller does drive this down to deep extra. They come back for 2. It's the end of that over. There's 4, 5, 6 from it. It's 265 for 4. Just 5 overs left. The run rate's still below 6. Mog.
There's nothing new on there, sadly. But I do have a book somewhere called Hinge Points, which is about moments in military history that history revolved around. So if Washington had fallen off his boat into the Delaware or whatever the river was, or if Caesar had decided to cross the Rubicon 2 years later and all that sort of business.
Oh yeah, they're good days, aren't they? Alternative histories.
Uchronia, as they like to call it.
Have you ever seen that TV program Drunken History?
I've seen a bit of it. Yeah.
It's very. It just always makes me laugh. Just people basically getting pissed and trying to talk sensibly about history.
Well, Alexander the Great conquered half the world drunk.
Which half of the world was drunk?
That's why they
Mostly the Greek part.
Right. It's Faruqi. Going to be back into the attack. He's not going to get through all of his overs because he still has 5 left and he's been slapped, but slapped down to deep point. And that should be a single because the ball went there at a fair amount of speed.
Adolf Hitler didn't like drinking at all, but he was on a cocktail of all kinds of crazy drugs.
As much amphetamine as you can get up your snout. There's a book called Blitz, which is about the Wehrmacht's propensity towards drugs.
Well, they stormed through the Ardennes on uppers.
Well, it's the only way to do it. They still do tours now, but to this very day.
The amphetamines are thrown in free as part of the tour, are they?
Absolutely.
As this is pushed back towards Faruqi, I can just imagine a coachload of pensioners being hustled
Absolutely
on back
ripped
ripped off their tits as they're pushed back onto the coach. Hey, what a great tour company! Can you imagine it?
Sounds like fun.
Yeah,
It'd be tough to wrangle, but
Uppers tours.
the lucrativeness of it.
Focus for the more adventurous over 65. It's the only way to travel around Europe. Faruqi in, clipped off his legs by David Miller. Backward of square, single taken. 2 off this Faruqi over. Genuinely decent pace bowler is Fazallah Faruqi. It's only 24.
Well, None for 26, halfway through his 6th over. 1.1 so far here. He's
another one who's been taking heaps of wickets in the SA20 for MI Emirates. And well, I'll give them to you in a minute. His figures in the T20 World Cup were extraordinary. Let's wait until after this ball. But I had to read them twice to think, have I got that right? Because it was just nuts. Right. A 267 for 4. 3 balls left of this Faruqi over. He's probably going to be lumped for an enormous 6 this time. No, he's going to go for 4 though. It was a full toss. Markram gave himself room, angled his bat and steered it away through extra cover, and it's gone for 4.
Just four.
Right, yeah, he took in the World Cup, the World T20, he took 17 wickets at 9, although his economy rate was about 6, which is still pretty decent. His best bowling was against your friends from Uganda, Mog. He took 5 for 9 in Providence, then he took 4 for 17 against New Zealand.
No, he knocked over Simon Senyoto. What a bastard.
Did he? I can't say I remember that. That one's cut. Cut to deep backward point. They'll take another singles. So 7 off this over so far. I mean, but one's tempted to think, well, if you get something, what did I say, 4 for 9, with all respect, as they say, 5 for 9, you go, yes, but it was Uganda. But then in the very next game, 4 for 17 against New Zealand, as you know, says don't blame Uganda. It was more likely good bowling.
Oh, well, that's right. Matt Hayden's top score shouldn't be allowed.
272 for 4.
Just because it's Matthew Hayden.
In comes the left arm Faruqi. Worth their weight in gold is a good left armour in any form of cricket, and that one is worked away down to long on. Another single taken. 8 off the over, 273 for 4. 4 overs left. 300 plus still very much on the cards, but possibly not too big a plus. Mog.
Eric J, apropos of our tripping through the Ardennes, calls them day trippers.
Day trippers.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's the name of the organisation.
One-way ticket, yeah.
And Farong says, championship banter, Cov against PNE, and the Horns are playing Luton Town.
Oh,
maybe I got the landlocked question wrong.
Scummers.
I blame rum.
Yeah,
oh, lovely. A bit of a bogey team for us, PNE.
I will
This
not
is the last
be.
reference to soccer I will ever read.
Well, I will not be.
Station again.
I will be absent from the Pakistan-India game, because I shall be watching the boys take on the scum of Luton. Sorry if you're from Luton. Well, actually, I'm not.
Is there an airport at Luton?
There is, yeah,
and,
mainly for people that want to escape rather than come to Luton.
Yeah, but what's the best thing about Luton? The airport, getting out of it.
273 for 4. Noor Ahmed again.
Famous advertising line, which culminates with, were you wafted from paradise? No.
Luton Airport. Lorraine Chase.
Oh,
was it Lorraine Chase? It was Lorraine Chase, wasn't it, 4th? Yes, it was.
It was Lorraine Chase. Were you truly wafted from paradise? No,
Luton Airport. Flicked off his legs very nicely by David Miller, who hasn't really freed his arms. He's worked his ones and twos, he's clipped off his toes, he's tickled away to the offside, but he hasn't really launched or gone big, has he?
He's not even going a run a ball.
The rate's still under
24 off 24 Markram, 14 off 15 Miller.
Rate still under 6, 274 for 4. Markram's exactly a run a ball.
Wides now.
And there's very thoughtful Noor Ahmed, who wheels in, and that one has been thumped away up and over extra cover. 2-3 bounces by Markram and 4 runs. Let's use this one.
It's just another score. It's just another 4.
Thinking of Paul McCartney, you looked a little bit like Paul McCartney when you put both your thumbs up to greet us to start this session.
Did Mog? Mog did, yes. Launched. He has got hold of that one as Markram. Yes, he's absolutely cleared cow corner and heaved that mightily for a maximum. So 10 off 2, and perhaps the acceleration is now belatedly coming. Absolutely nailed that, didn't he?
Yeah, Macca.
Which Paul McCartney? Which generation Paul McCartney? Early Beatles?
Hopefully not the current one. That'd be very insulting.
Can't have been the first time you've been compared to the great man.
Frog chorus Paul McCartney. That's
surprised.
worked away around the corner on a full toss. Markram's disappointed with himself. Really feels he should have done better with that, and I would tend to agree with him. He should have been looking at a minimum of 4, and he just got a single to deep backward square.
They must, if they're
It was
looking
a full toss.
Bowl Noor out, they must be looking with some trepidation, because although he's due his good over next, he does good over, bad over alternately.
Yes, that is true. Frustration in the Afghan crowd. Very well supported here, Afghanistan. That one is it doesn't get hold of by Miller, who in the time-honoured tradition of a batsman who's either got out or played a poor shot, he looks at the bottom of his bat as though that's the thing that's entirely to blame, which of course it wasn't. It was a cleverly flighted ball. He didn't get hold of it. Was that the end of the over? I think it was.
Yeah.
God, they rattle around so quickly.
Muttley says, chippy tea arrived, potato fritter, 2 large battered sausages, and a Clark's pie. Cardiff staple, those pies. Battered sausages.
Oh, battered sausages. Used to love those instead of fish and chips. Battered Savoy chips. I mean, it's a heart attack waiting to happen.
Those things aren't good. Brian of Brisbane says 4-day-old lamb kebab leftovers for me.
No,
still nice.
Which I guess makes it mutton now if it's that old.
Might be just dressed as lamb though, as that one is driven by Markram off the bowling of Faruqi. Have some of that. It's a good classical shot. It was over pitched by Faruqi, hit on the full by Markram, and it's a way through extra for one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
No, it wasn't. It was short. I don't know what made me think it was on the full.
Imagine they're looking at 325 from here, which should be certainly enough.
You think so? You would think so. Never say never. There's been plenty of discussion about the Bond franchise at the moment because of being sold to Amazon. Around the wicket to the right-hander comes Faruqi, but Markram just goes, "Yep, thank you." Tossed outside of off stump, driven away, and it's 4 more.
It's Nissan Shi. It's Nissan Shi.
I'm working my way through the Mog 4 playbook here.
Never Say Never performed by which group?
By whom?
By which group? Never Say Never. Ooh.
Ooh.
It's not Duran Duran, because that's the other lot. That's the other Bond theme, isn't it? Never Say Never. Can't remember actually.
It's not actually a Bond-related song at all.
Oh. Okay.
I Might Like You Better If We Slept Together is one of the key lines.
Okay, 293 for 4.
I don't think I know the answer to this, Mark.
The run rate has gone above 6. And
It's Romeo Void.
Well, I'm not going to get that.
I wouldn't have got that, I must admit.
I don't imagine many people would.
Right, the left arm of Faruqi's in. That's full this time. And Markram has clipped that. Well, clipped it. It was. How would you describe that shot? I'm struggling for words. He shoveled it. It was a half drive. He just sort of. Well, I'm really lost for word. It was a checked drive. It was a checked drive, so he got plenty of elevation. About short of the rope, but it is 4 more. Which means at the start of this 48th over, being bowled by Faisal Faruqi, has gone for 3 consecutive boundaries, and South Africa are, if they get another one off this next ball, faced by Markram, they will be passing 300. A shorter, Markram has to pull that from over his right shoulder down towards mid-wicket where Rashid Khan is waiting, and they will take a single, so that sequence of 4s has been broken, and they moved on to 298 for 4. Markram 35 off 14 Miller has...
that was the partnerships.
That's the partnerships, yes. I thought that was confusing me. 48 off 31 for Aidan Markram. 14 off 16 for David Miller, who I think it's fair to say, he just hasn't quite fully got going, has he?
No,
he's not fulfilled the role they want.
Yeah, no, it's we've still got 14 balls to go, and we'll wait to see when we'll get the full 50 in. But no, he's not looking.
Faisal Faruqi's in, driven straight back to him. I would say he fielded it. I think that would be not quite true. He was unable to get out the way of it, and thus effectively fielded it. But he'll take a dot ball in this over, because it hasn't been particularly great for him. Now, I don't know. I mean, when you look around Karachi, to me, Afghanistan seem massively well supported here.
They do. What I don't know, I'm sure I can be told, is this Afghan origin people living in Karachi, or have they come from Afghanistan?
Wide of off stump, Miller's got hold of that, except he has been, I think, brilliantly caught at deep extra cover, has he? Well, yes, he has been.
Yes,
what
a
catch that was. Miller's rather stop-start innings has now stopped as he launched it away out towards deep extra cover, but the catch was brilliantly taken by, I shall let you know in a minute.
That was a really disappointing innings.
Well, it was rather. Actually, it was square. It wasn't deep extra. It was probably over deep point. But it was magnificently taken.
Yeah, it's great.
On the dive, they're so hard to judge those. Running
We're
to
not going to
his
spend
right.
an hour and a half checking the replays, are we?
It's Ramat who
he's
took.
going off.
No, there was no doubt. He's off and walking. He's gone for 14 off his 18, and again, not. He's banging his pad with his bat in frustration. But truth is, he never really got himself going. The net result is, he's got to go. It was the end of the over 298 for 5. The new batsman will be the very tall Marco Janssen, who's going to be facing Azmat
It's actually going to be Markram on strike, isn't it?
But he won't be, so it'll be Markram because it was the end of the over. Average is 27s. 7 does the tall Marco Janssen.
It's pretty good going if he's coming in at 7 regularly.
Well, yes, very true. Very true. We're watching that catch a few times. And
yes, the leaping salmon.
The leaping salmon, very good. he had 13 metres to make from
that's
deep
a new
cover.
graphic.
Yeah, I like that.
Before.
Yeah, that's very clever.
Yeah, just tell us how many revs are on the ball, and it'll be set up.
Something the boys in the back room have been working on.
Well, they've done a good job. 2 overs left. 298 for 5. That gets Markram in a bit of a tangle, but in probably 3 strides, Marco Janssen is looming over him. And they do get a single. I don't think Markram was thinking in terms of a single, and then suddenly stood in front of him was the considerable form of Marco Janssen, who says, "Give me some of the strike, I want some action here."
He didn't
we
even
haven't got time to muck about.
He didn't even open his legs and show his class, as David Coleman once
Juantorina. Do you remember? It was Juantorina, wasn't it? Was it? What was Juantorina? Was he a?
He was a Mexican sprinter.
He was a sprinter, was he? I remember him being Mexican. Yeah.
He opened his legs.
Is this like a Matt Shervington style thing, or are we talking horses?
No, it's not horses. It's
not horses. No,
it's very much a human. This was an Olympic.
Asmat Ennis bowled him. Marco Janssen was so desperate to get the strike, and when he did, he's gone first ball. He was looking. I mean, it was just an air shot. It was full and it was straight on off stump. And well, it's a golden duck for Marco Janssen. Do we have a particular golden duck jingle, or do we just have duck jingles? So he's definitely one of these.
Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle.
You flipping muppet!
Quack, quack.
Yeah.
I mean, there are golden ducks, aren't there? I suppose a chestnut teal would count.
Teal's green, though. But yeah, a teal is also teal with an E.
Chestnut teal.
Chestnut teal.
You mean Welsh actor Owen Teal, famous for his turns in both Doctor Who and Game of Thrones.
Yes, very much so, yes.
Is teal the colour spelt the same as teal the duck?
Yes, it is teal. Although Owen Teal's got an E at the end.
Okay. Right, well, Marco Janssen, let's give you the interesting stats about his innings. It lasted 3 seconds. He faced one ball which he missed.
Fewer steps.
His off stump disappeared, and it will bring to the crease Ian Mulder. And he's beaten outside of his off stump as well. Asmat is proving to be a hazmat as far as the South African batsmen are concerned. It was actually his leg stump Marco Janssen lost.
I was trying to think who Janssen reminded me of, and it's those figures by Giacometti, you know, those very elongated legged sculptures that Alberto Giacometti did, the Swiss sculptor.
Here's Ian Mulder. That's a full Yorker. Mulder defends. Has a good look at the bottom of his bat.
This is a great over from Hazmat. One
it is
wicket
beautifully being bowled.
For a 49th over, this is perfect.
It is.
They say 49th over is the premiership over.
Well,
do they? Who's they?
Very much advantage Afghanistan as far as this one is concerned.
You.
Still, they've been stuck on. How long have they been stuck under 300? They were on 298. They're now only just on 299. Asmat is in. They will get to 300 here because it's just been eased to backward point, and they will run the single that gets them to 300 and gets Ian Mulder off the mark.
Scully and Mulder. We were saying only about 3 overs ago they're looking at 325. We're not going to get that.
Well, depends who bowls that last over.
No, well, I suppose never say never, as Romeo Void had it.
Also covered by Julian Kay and Queens of the Stone Age.
I like Queens of the Stone Age when the other guy's singing, not the screamy guy.
Hazmat's going to be in again.
Josh Homme, I like
over the wickets. driven to deep mid-off.
Man, he's
fielded by Nabi. They should come back for 2, I would think.
I agree.
No, just the one, 301.46. It is the end of the 49th over. So they passed 300. 320
And
looks a long shot. And we'll go back to Mark.
Aidan Markram's 50, I believe.
Ooh. I'll celebrate that at the beginning of the next over and let Mog do some social messages first.
Jack Grover says Afghans in Karachi plus local Ummah support. So that could be where the Afghan support's coming from. Farong wants to ask me a Beatles question. We'll leave that for later because Brian DeShazo says at the risk of putting the mockers on him, Mulder should definitely have come in ahead of Jansen. And Farong says, well, for me, below par score for the Saffers, considering they were 2 for 170 after 30 overs. They should have enough runs, methinks.
I would think so. I don't mind a Beatles question, if you want to tell us what it is.
Oh, he just asks if any Beatles songs have any musical credibility.
That's not a proper question.
I think he's...
Faruqi, slower ball, clever slower ball too. Markram swung too early on it, and it dropped ankle height behind the stumps, but it achieved its objective, which was to frustrate the batsman.
Faruqi looks a tiny bit like Harry Maguire at times.
Does he, by Jove? Old slabhead.
Yeah.
Slabhead.
It's not slab, not slap. 301 for 6. In comes Faruqi. What's he got this time? Throws it wide of off stump. Markram has to reach for it, but we'll get a single to extra cover, which they have to hurry, but effect well enough. Oh, that was all a bit. Hello, what was that? Oh,
whoa, hello.
There was a bit of a shove from Faruqi on Markram.
Pushing a shove.
However, on Vian Mulder, but then there was a bit of a smile. But I think the smile was a bit retrospective, thinking I better look like I didn't mean that.
The cameras are on me. I don't want to swear under my breath. I'll just put this on instead.
Rashid Khan's got a rueful grin on his face. He knows he's been at the centre of too many of those over the years.
Yeah, he can be slightly hot-headed, that is for sure.
What happens? Markram sort of wanders into his zone as
Faruqi in again, take the pace off that, but Mulder is able to get on top of it, pull it away square, but will only get a single. 303 for 6, 3 balls left. Last 57 balls have gone for 73 runs, 3 wickets, 7 fours and 2 sixes. I mean, that's pretty modest, isn't it? Considering we're at a sharp end of a white ball game.
Not like he didn't have wickets in hand either. It's been, it's a little bit of a damp squib.
Well, it's going to go and dry off from its dampness in 3 balls time, unless there is an extra thrown in there. Faruqi, the left armour, is in. It might be. I think that could be wide. Did he get away with that? No, it's given as a wide. So there will be an extra ball. It will be one more to the score. And it's 304 for 6.
Tony Bishop.
It's almost certainly going to be enough, because once they get over 300, people were saying it's looking, even like a 230 wicket at one point, just proving the old Gary Naylor adage: no one can read a wicket.
Is there a river nearby?
There's so many Gary Naylor adages. That's carved out by Markram to deep cover. They take a single. Deep cover being how Forthy would operate in his spying days.
When he was with the agency.
When he was with the agency.
I've told you, haven't I, that I'm sure I have mentioned in the past that my mother-in-law's first cousin is Kim Philby.
Yes, you have mentioned that.
There you are. So.
But you won't shut up about it. God.
No, well,
it means you've got spying's in your blood.
It's not in my blood.
Well, no, it's not in your blood.
The rest of the family, it's in everyone else's blood, apart from me and Toby the Cocker Spaniel.
Faruqi in.
Well, that you know of.
Oh, that's nicely guided by Vian Mulder. He's managed to get between point and extra cover and squirt that away for a very welcome, as far as South Africa are concerned, 4 runs. But Toby the Cocker Spaniel was actually a Doberman, but no one knows because he's so well disguised.
He's mastered the arts.
It's definitely in the family blood. There's no doubt about it.
Such a clever dog. My wife always says he's such a clever dog. There's absolutely no evidence for that whatsoever. Not a clever
Sounds
dog.
about right.
Well, what does she see that she thinks makes it? Oh, that's pulled by Vian Mulder. He's got that all the way past backward square, and it means that at the end of the over, there's been quite an acceleration. Last 2 balls going for 10 runs.
Smack
4
it,
and a
smack
6.
it in the air, beyond the boundary. Smack it in the air.
Which means, in fact, they're not so far off that 320 we've been talking about.
No, we didn't. I mean, just a very quick summary if you're joining us late.
315 for 6.
Yes, Ryan Rickleton got a very nice turn, his first in ODIs. Tony DeZorzi went early, and then some very strong middle order support for Rickleton from Bavuma, Van der Dussen and Markram, all of whom got to 50 and then got out having not scored much more than 50. The fireworks we might have expected didn't really happen from Miller, Janssen and Mulder. I mean, they did okay, but no more than that. So 315 for 6. There was some, as you would expect, some good tight bowling, in particular from Nabi, Rashid Khan and Gulbuddin. Faruqi just slightly let himself down with the last 2 balls, and Nur Ahmad was a little on the expensive side, as was Azmatullah rather. Well, what do we think, guys? I reckon 315 for 6 is going to be easily enough. My prediction would be probably around 230, 240 for Afghanistan, but as ever, we shall see.
I think Afghanistan will need to start well in the power play and preferably not lose more than at least 1 wicket as they go. They need to build a foundation that they can feel confident working from. A couple of early wickets might make that quite difficult for them. I would say, you would say South Africa are most definitely favourites with that score, but stranger things, Mog, have happened.
If they're not none for 80 at the end of 10 overs, they're stuffed.
Well, there we go. Right, it's 315 for 6 in Karachi, Afghanistan. South Africa posted that 315 for 6, built very largely on Ryan Rickleton's fabulous efforts. We're going to leave you with a little bit of entertainment. We might as well just go back to our Champions Trophy preview, where a whoop of gorillas gathered in the Bishop and Bear to drink and chat, and we'll give you a flavour of some of that and see you after the innings break. See you in a bit.
Down on New Zealand's chances, but watching them in that Tri-Nation series in Pakistan, I was really impressed with just how well organised they were. You know, there wasn't a lot spectacular about it, but they did exactly what needed to be done to win, and they won the tournament. So I think they are still a really good chance because of that organisation. There's always a chance of any team being blown away by somebody just getting on one, and there's not much you can do.
You know, I mean, there's been a lot of talk about how Bazball's come into white ball cricket. Endo's on a big downer about the whole thing, but you know, yeah, we were pretty abject in India. We don't. I mean, I think I go along with Jim. And the problem with English cricket is in these subcontinental conditions, we just don't have the spinning options that you might require. The pace is all well and good, but I don't think you want a balance of like 4 pacers and 1 genuine spinner. And a bunch of part-timers. I think you want 2 genuine spinners and maybe a part-time spinners and a balance of maybe 2.
What do you do in one-day cricket when Adil Rashid does retire? And he's 36, isn't he now?
38,
that to me is England's absolute.
Well, this is it.
Deal.
I mean, they should have given maybe Ryan Ahmed a go in India, see how he'd go. England's big batting weakness is against spin, but then I don't know. But they've always had I doubt that Pakistan are going to create wickets that were in the last 2 tests that we played out there. They're probably more like the first one, which was damn flat. Brook likes in Pakistan. That's not a great time in India. He scored some runs, then got himself out stupidly. But I can see England's batting clicking, and if it does, then I can see us going further into the tournament. And we've got some good batting, just not. I mean, in India, each game, someone in India got a big ton, and England got players who got to 50, 60 and then got out. And now
we've gone soft in the middle order, haven't we, a little bit?
Well, yeah, I mean we've got lots of potential finishers in the likes of Livingston. I think Butler should probably go down early. I think Butler is a problem as captain. I don't think he's particularly a very good captain. He's not very proactive. He's a bit
you look for inspiration, and
he's not inspirational.
Rally you when the chips are down.
He's definitely not.
He looks like his dog's just died, and
we lack. The one thing we do lack is the genuine all-rounder. I mean, we've got lots of spinning all-rounders, but they're not genuine. I mean, Livingston's not a genuine. I mean, Livingston's great in a T20 as a potential bowler because you can get him 4 overs out of him. But if you've got to try and get 10 overs out of Livingston, you're struggling, right? So that brings in, your potentials for Root bowling a few overs. And who was the other one? Bethel's now out, so we can't have him as a potential either. So, I mean, we're struggling in that all-rounder role, which doesn't lend balance to the side. I don't think Atkinson's an ODI player. He's too up and down, doesn't have enough variation. So I think, actually, Jamie Overton looks a good prospect, but as the sort of Liam Plunkett enforcer role, but you don't want him batting at 7. He's got to be 8 or below.
Yeah. What about lack of left-handers, Bear? I mean, once you've got rid of Duckett, we've hardly got any.
I don't put too much store in that, really. I mean, bowlers don't like switching, but nowadays, in the modern game, this happens all the time, and people do switch and swap, and it'd be nice to have a few more, but if they're not there, you've got to pick your best players. You can't just shove someone, we need a left-hander, so you shove someone in who's a left-hander because we need a left-hander. It just doesn't work that way. You pick your best side. And if you look at the opening, I think Salt's a bit variable. Duckett seems to have hit some form. If Salt hits form, he's good. Root is a stabiliser at 3. Brook at 4. 5 is your problem, because I'll have Butler at 6 and Livingston at 7. Who we got 5 now then? I can't remember who we got in there, but it'll probably be Butler, won't it? And then Livingston at 6, and you'd have had Bethel at 7, or the other way round.
Yeah, I think.
And then you'd have had your bowlers.
A loss.
Bethel is a loss, actually. I mean, he's got potential. But again, he's inexperienced, so he could have fallen over. He didn't have a great time in India. He got 150 in a T20 or an ODI or something, didn't he? Not a lot else.
So if you could be Baz McCullum's fairy godmother, which is a scary thought, but if you could be, and you could give him one wish, when you look at England's form there, it's since the World Cup, played 14, won 4, lost 10. Last year, played 11, won 3, lost 8. Played 3 series, lost all of them. It's horrifying. It's awful. What would be the one thing you could change if you could have the one wish? What would it be to try and turn that around?
I try and find someone who's. My wish would be that they actually got rid of Butler as captain. I think that would make a big difference. I think you need someone who's a bit more proactive. I just think who inspires the team. I don't think Butler does. I think
that'd be a big call on the eve of a tournament, though.
I know it would. But he's just not a captain. They just picked him because at the time they made him captain. He was having a fairy tale season in the IPL, and he's a great hitter of the ball. But he's just
who's
not
your captain there?
Well, that's the problem. I don't know who is my captain in that lineup. I mean,
just gonna say very quickly, Tao is running. He's about to run out the door. Thank you. Good luck to Bangladesh.
Yeah,
we're looking forward to having you on air for their games, so that'll be a treat as well.
We'll see you. We'll see you in the tournament.
Cheers, guys.
See you later. Well, this is it. I mean, Brook maybe. Brook seems to be a bit more confrontational. But they don't want to throw him in, and the problem is if you dumped, exactly that. If you dump Butler at a tournament,
he's not really covered himself with glory in recent matches, you have to say.
But then no one did in India, did they? I mean, they were pretty poor in India. They struggled against spin. I mean, Varun Chakravarti, for me, I mean, I was having a conversation with Norcross about this. I mean, you look at the way he bowls a lot of seam-up deliveries and ones that go straight on. Jadeja bowls quite flat darts, and Akhtar bowls quite flat and darts, and these guys get away with it. In ODI cricket, you can get away with it. I just think in other forms of cricket it's harder. And then you were at home on wickets that were...
Get away with it in ODI. The reason why they're getting away with it in ODI is because you've got T20 batters playing ODI. So even in ODI, they're not watching the hand, which they should.
No, and they're also trying to play big shots too early as well, not choosing the balls to hit rather than banging it down to long on and getting a single and then trying to work 1 4 and over or one boundary off what will be a poorer ball in an over and the opportunity to store a boundary. I mean, this is it. You look at the scores in ODIs, 300 plus is the goal, but if you can get 300 plus and you've got a bowling attack, sometimes you can keep people under that. It shouldn't be that much of a difficulty. But again, India in that series, someone scored a ton in each game, and that's what you've got to do to get the big scores. And if someone's doing that when they're chasing, it makes the chase so much easier. It drags it down so quick that then it becomes 5 and over, and you've got 7 wickets in hand. You can get yourself across the line no matter how hard how many fuck ups you make almost. So England didn't play well. I think they've got everyone's got a puncher's chance in a tournament like this. Will England get to the semis? I think they'll beat Australia. I think Messi's right. I mean, I don't see Australia doing much in this tournament. Afghanistan are a wild card in our group. We lost to them in the World Cup in India. Will we lose to them in Pakistan? I don't know. Afghanistan are a side who rarely chase down 300. Every once in a while they will, but they're a side.
So who are your bets for the final then, Bear? Because
I see
other countries.
Well, I see India as a team to beat.
Yeah,
I think South Africa got a chance, and New Zealand are always in there. I don't think we'll do it. I'd like to think we could, and we do. This is it. We can get out of the group stages into the semi. Then we would play the second team in India's group, wouldn't we? So chances are it'll be either New Zealand or India. If we could.
The one thing that strikes me is that not one of us has mentioned Pakistan in this process. There's always a chance that they'll overperform, relatively speaking, and get themselves into that final.
They are the holders, don't forget.
Yep. They beat India in the last final, didn't they? It's the only time they've ever beaten India in an international tournament.
At the Oval, I remember driving through Tooting after that when we covered it, and there were people jumping on cars, blasting horns. It genuinely was like being on sort of Lahore High Street.
I thought that happened in Tooting all the time.
It probably does, but not necessarily because Pakistan have won a cricket match. One thing you could say about Pakistan is they're in decent form, chaps.
Yes.
24-25. They've won 8 games, lost 3. They won their last game against South Africa, which was in Karachi. So they've sort of engineered it so that their first practice game, as it were, in that Tri-Series tournament, which they did well in. They beat South Africa. Oh no, that was in South Africa, wasn't it? But they won the series in South Africa, didn't they? They won that.
But whether they play in Pakistan or play in Dubai, they're always playing at home, pretty much.
Well, they'll be well supported. They're starting in Karachi, where they beat South Africa by 6 wickets. They've got Rizwan back, so he's fit, and obviously he's always a top prospect. They've got a decent attack, I think, by and large, haven't they? The only thing I was surprised,
the spin is not great. I think the spin.
Yeah. So pace, you've got Afridi, Naseem Shah, Haris Ralph. Although I think they're sweating a little bit on his.
Yeah, all of them. None of them are at their prime at the moment. So.
Yeah, you've got Abrar Ahmed. What was interesting, and I know it's horses for courses, and some players are white ball and some are red ball, and England looking increasingly to multi-format players, but no Sajid Khan. I don't think he's not even in the reserves bench. No Manali. And it struck me that when they turned the tables on England by using a used pitch for the second test of the recent series there, and then made the third test really spin friendly, Sajid Khan and Noman Ali absolutely ripped through England. Don't get a look in.
No, and there was an article written by Sunil Gavaskar who said exactly that. I mean, he was just saying, I don't know what they're thinking, because without those two, you shouldn't be playing either in Pakistan or in Dubai in this tournament.
Well, bear in mind that the pitches will be under the control of the ICC, not the Pakistan Border Control.
They won't be spin friendly in those senses. And, you know, Noman Ali is quite slow and gives it a lot of air. He'd go for a lot of runs, I'd imagine, in an ODI. I'm not sure about Sajid Khan. He bowls it flatter and he might be a bit more useful. I mean, I do find that Abrar Ahmed, I'm quite intrigued that, he was ill against England, wasn't he? But, I mean, he got serious tap. And maybe isn't what they think he is. Yeah. They seem to be going in with a bunch of, he's the only a genuine spinner they've got, and they've got your usual sort of they don't have that many tweakers in there, do they?
No.
So on form, mixed view of the squad, do we collectively think they're going to get to the semi-final? Yes or no?
Well, I think they'd like to at home, wouldn't they?
I think they probably will, but Bangladesh and New Zealand and India is a tough group to be in.
They're both tough, but yeah, I take your point.
Well, this is the thing, you've got to win 2 games to get through, basically, which means you're going to afford to lose 1, but you don't really want to lose your first game, because it means that pressure is on immediately, or if you win your first game.
Yeah, and then they've got to play India, which, you know, they might be motivated by the grudge nature of that, and then Bangladesh. It is, I'd say they, in classic Pakistan style, they're quite hard to call.
Yes.
You know, one hesitates to use the M word, but it is Pakistan.
Mathematically true that you win 2 when you get in.
But you have to win 2.
That's the minimum you have to, yeah.
What about Afghanistan? They're interesting. Jim, are you still with us there?
Barely. But yes,
I was conscious.
I seem to have lost video coverage. I'm not sure what's going on there.
Yeah.
That's all right. Don't you worry. We know where you are. We saw you just starting to nod off at the corner of the bar. So I thought, Christ, I better ask you a question. So you've got you've got Afghanistan as your specialist subject. A minute on Afghanistan. Yep. What do you reckon?
Can they win it? You mean?
Yeah.
That's what we said. No. But they're ever improving, and they're a side on the rise, and the conditions will probably suit them. You know, they're probably past the point of being giant killers now because they're winning regularly enough to. They've probably shook that tag, but could they go other way? Probably not. It's more of a. I think it's more of a. I don't know, an experience of winning things, I suppose, would count against them. But I think they'll go okay. They'll be competitive. But no, I couldn't see them taking the whole thing.
They do play in Karachi and Lahore, where if that turns, they've got some very decent spin options. Don't forget, an attack led by Rashid Khan. You would think that gives them a pretty, a puncher's chance plus.
I think it's more their batting for me.
Yeah, their batting is never
in the middle order.
It's a 2-out, all-out thing, really, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's the problem with Afghanistan. If their top order scores runs, they got a chance getting it. And that's what I was saying earlier. If they can keep, if they can get 280, 270 plus, they've got a chance with their bowling attack to keep teams down. But if you can score 300 plus against them, the likelihood of them beating you, I think, is pretty small without something.
They've never been in this tournament. I would put them possibly in they'll surprise somebody. But that might be it category. But
probably us.
Yeah, probably. Well, I don't think. They are in our group, of course. Yeah.
Ireland's absence.
I mean, they've won. Looking at their form, which is quite interesting, they've won 8 and lost 5 out of 14 ODIs all last year. But then quite a few of those they got tonked in Sri Lanka. They beat Ireland more than convincingly. They did, though, beat South Africa twice in Sharjah, which is quite impressive, and won the series against them. They drew. They won the series against Bangladesh, also in Sharjah, and then they beat Zimbabwe twice in Harare, and then won no result game. So they're actually on a bit of a roll, results-wise. They haven't lost in 5, you could say. So that's. I think I would be reasonably optimistic that they can do something.
Yeah, they can do something, but I don't think they can win the tournament. I'd be very surprised.
All right. So who haven't we talked? We haven't talked about South Africa. That's probably the only team we haven't, because we were relying on Tim, they've been on a shocking run. Their form's been as bad as England's. Played they played 11 last year, and this year, won 3 and lost 8. And they've lost their last their last 6 ODIs. They're on a stinker of a run. So they're a bit like England. They've got to turn around some shocking form.
Yeah, but again, they've got the thing. When you come to a tournament, you've got to see who you've got on the side, and they've got some potential match winners. I mean, Norkia seems to be. Oh no, he's withdrawn. Shit. But they got Rabada, Maharaj, Gidi's all right, and they got some powerful batting. I mean, they took England apart in the last World Cup, didn't they? If their batting fires up, they lost in the final to India, didn't they? And that was they should have probably won that, to be fair. But they managed to screw it up. You look at that side and you think it's definitely got runs in it. Again, maybe a bit light on bowling without Norkia in the side, but they can probably make it up. Shamsi will probably come into it because it's subcontinental conditions, and they'll probably go in with 2 spinners in Maharaj and Shamsi.
They're going a bit third choice as well, aren't they, really? Because they got Gerald Kirksey in to replace Norkia, and then he got injured. So they're sort of mining their resources a little bit, I think.
Well, yeah, I mean, Markham's not a bad part-time spinner. Marco Janssen, I mean, obviously is a decent batter. I mean, he can hit the ball. And he ideally want him at 8, much the same way you want Jamie Overton at 8, but he's more than capable at 7. I'd say he's a bit better than Jamie Overton as a batsman. And therefore, if you put Marco Janssen aside, you've only got to pick 2 fast bowlers. You've got ND, and you've only got to play 5 games if you win a tournament. Ngidi and Rabada. I mean, Rabada is world class, no doubt about it. Shamsi can bowl okay. I mean, he has a tendency to get hit. And Maharaj is a decent controlling bowler. And then you've got a top order that, Heinrich Klaassen, David Miller, Avuma got some power. They definitely got some power. Ryan Rickleton can hit it hard. Exactly that. And Rassie van der Dussen and Aidan Markham, they're all capable of scoring quick and big. So yeah, I mean, I'd say they've got a chance no matter what the results say before the tournament. Again, I think it's much like Western Hemisphere teams struggling in some continental conditions, it might be the case that they do struggle in Pakistan.
You mean Northern Hemisphere?
Well, Western, Northern, Southern, whatever.
Yeah.
Basically teams that don't play in subcontinental conditions. Well, okay.
You're either above the equator or you're below it. And then
you're either in subcontinental spinning conditions or you're out of it in seam-friendly conditions. So your South Africa's, West Indies, West Indies is quite spin-friendly these days, but your South Africa's, England's, Australia generally have seam-heavy tours, don't they? And can struggle in subcontinental conditions. So, I mean, that will go against them, but I think they've got a chance like everybody else.
Right, well, the last orders bell is gone, so we're going to do a quick round robin for those of us left standing at the bar. Who's one answer, shit or get off the pot. Who is going to win? I'll start with you and Indo.
South Africa.
Yep. Ooh, hello. Fair enough. Messers?
India.
Okay, that's the one for India. Jim?
Australia.
One vote. Australia. Despite that, so we've had 3 different votes. We've had South Africa, India. What was Jim's? Australia. Bear.
I'll have to go India. Just seeing what they've just done. Just seeing what they've done. Well, I would go. I'd love to think England can win it, and I'd like to think we got a chance. But I mean, looking how they just destroyed us, I think.
Yeah.
Can't look beyond them, really.
Oh, look, Nicole Kidman has just walked into my kitchen and she's bought me a Ferrari. That's a problem. if those things happen, then England are going to win.
Tony, who are you going for?
I'm going for India.
Yeah.
And I know England were definitely not putting their best foot forward, but I just think their all-round power and capable, they just look. Well, they are very much the team to beat. So that kind of ends up as 3 votes for India, and Australia and South Africa, and thrown into the mix from the way I understand. the way I understand is voting. Right, Bear, what else can we tell people? A couple of important things before we go, right? One,
we've got a new studio. Way! We have found a space and we are moving. We got to sell the house. I got to sell the flat first. Hopefully it's going to complete in April. We need patronage, please. So if you do love us and you like this podcast, and you're listening on the worldwide feed, not as a patron already, please do patron us, because
heaps of other benefits as well.
Free coffee mugs, other stuff. Then you get Discord groups, access to an archive, the whole bloody
chance to visit our new studio.
Chance to visit our new studio, which is right next to a pub that has a very nice garden for the summer. Trust me.
So that we're very excited about that.
And it has its own brewery, which is in the building where our studio is. So, you know.
We will quite literally be organising piss-ups in breweries going forward, which will be very exciting.
We'll have to get the Gorilla beer label out.
Well, exactly.
Yeah. Well, we are going to have a chat with the landlord. The other thing to tell everybody, I know Aninda's desperate to jump in, the other thing to tell everybody, we are going to cover every game of this Champions Trophy, starting on Wednesday morning, 8:50 UK time, which is Pakistan and New Zealand. But we've been working diligently to ensure we can put out top-notch crews for every one of those the tournament. So do go.
And we might even be doing a roundup every night as well.
Well, hopefully there's a roundup every night as well. There's going to be loads of stuff going on the website. We're going to have live blogging, and there's so if you want to join, have a good time with some chums, plenty of social messaging, get yourself involved, come and listen to us for the whole tournament. We are going to be there with you starting on Wednesday. And a final word, appropriately enough, with an Indian. You see, having tipped them, what was it you wanted to say?
No, I just wanted to know where our new studio is. That's all.
Lewisham High Street.
Lewisham High Street. It's the new Des Res for cricket commentary studios, I can tell you.
It's within walking distance of my house. It's even closer than we are now, which is great.
I booked an Airbnb for 2 weeks in June, just 500 metres away.
Nice.
Wow.
There you are then. Fantastic. And Bear's organising me some parking.
I used to have a little flat very near there. Unfortunately, I sold it. Otherwise, we could have stayed there.
Oh, God, how cool would that have been? Anyway, Wednesday it is. We're going to see you. We're going to thank you for joining us in the Bishop and Bear now. This will go out very quickly to our Patreons. And then everybody, after that, it is one benefit of being a patron. You get to hear this first before anyone else. Other than that, it is time for us to go. And thank you all very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
And don't forget you can patron us at patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket if you really like us, because that's always helpful.
Revolutionary cricket commentary.
This podcast is part of the Sports Social Podcast Network.
Better let Messi in. It's time for us to be back as Afghanistan come out to bat, chasing 319 to win. We should have, who's supposed to be with me here? Messers and Will. Will isn't there. Don't know if he's coming or whether he knows that he's supposed to be
He had
back.
some Wi-Fi problems yesterday.
Yeah, he did have Wi-Fi problems yesterday. I was just looking at that. I don't know if he had them today. Afghanistan need 316 runs to win. Be a record chase. I don't think they're going to do it.
I don't think so either, but I was only watching peripherally for the last hour or so because I had another call, but it seemed to me that Afghanistan did a reasonable job constraining them to 316.
Yeah, I thought it was more a bit South Africa didn't really go early enough.
Yeah.
They had enough wickets in hand that they probably should have gone 3 or 4 overs earlier. Really tried someone. I mean, they did get themselves out just when they wanted to kick on again, or a wicket were full, which slows things down. But I can't see.
They were showing the pitch during the break. There is not a mark on it. The bowlers haven't made any indentation. The only mark is where people have taken card. It's like absolute cement there. It really is.
Yeah, and this is what I was saying with Nick. I mean, the problem is that Afghanistan rarely face the quality attacks except for at big tournaments, you know. So it's quite difficult for them. This man is opening the batting. Long with... Where is he? I can't find him. Here he is.
Bow down, fool. Abraham's a cry. Worship at his feet. Abraham's a cry. Prostrate yourself. Abraham's a cry. It'd probably be uneasy with idolatry. Say it again. Abraham's a cry.
Opening the bowling for the South Africans is...
You think Marco would play polo, but there's more money in cricket.
And he is going to bowl the first ball to Gurbaz, who just lets it through to the keeper, and there is no run. Well, let's see what the bookies have. The bookies have Afghanistan 7-2, South Africa 5-1 on. Which is
That's probably about right.
That's probably about right. I'm interested in under the fall of the first wicket, though, as well. I'm at 24.5. Yeah, that's all right for Afghanistan. Normally they offer something stupid like 17. So I'll have a bit of that action. And Janssen is in second ball, and Gurbaz comes down. The track trying to work it around the corner. Don't know if he got a leading edge or it's just off the pad. And goes back towards the bowler, and there is no run. Sis Saikat is the umpire. Don't know where he's from.
Janssen never ever looks happy, does he?
No, he's got a stupid tash as well. Alex Wharf is standing at the other end. And Janssen is coming in for the third ball of the first over after lunch. And it's going to be a wide. I think it's the first run for Afghanistan. That's a poor ball. I think he might be searching for a swing. There doesn't seem to be any swing in Pakistan at all. Maybe a little bit for an over or two every once in a while.
Yeah.
But other than that, nothing. There's been very little seam movement. Not a lot of spin. There seems to be more spin in the second innings than the first innings, judging from what happened in Karachi the other night with the New Zealand spinners in the second innings. That one's a better ball. Just dropped into the leg side. They will get a single.
Well, they had a graphic comparing the level of spin from 2 days ago to today, and it was about half as much today. So
what's going on here? Someone has already gone down in pain after just running a single. Let's have a look here. Oh, no, that's because it's got his inside thigh.
Ooh, just below the unmentionables. Yeah.
Indeed, but then he's run the single.
It must have stung like buggery.
But it's the other guy. No, it's the other guy at the other end. I don't know what's happened there. Has he pinged a muscle when he's going down?
Oh, no.
I really don't know what's happened now. I don't know what to say. It didn't look like anything. He just stretched to put the bat in. And the next thing, he's lying on the floor and someone is out. They're giving him attention. He's yet to face a ball, is Ibrahim. This is a bit unfortunate.
No, it's Gurbaz who's down.
It is Gurbaz. Oh, so maybe it is the inside thigh. Late reaction. Look at that.
Yeah.
Mark Janssen is so tall. He's such a beanpole.
Oh, it's amazing that he's got enough strength to deliver what he does, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, South Africans thinking about tactics whilst Gurbaz gets his treatment.
I think it just came off the edge of his bat into his thigh, which sometimes it's worse. I don't know. It seems to. gather pace. Nobody's showing a lot of sympathy for him. Though.
Nope. Do we think Lungi is going to bowl the other end, or would it be? Surely it'll be Kagiso, won't it?
Yeah, be Rabada, I'm sure. They showed him warming up. He's such a good bowler.
Yeah, I love Kagiso Rabada. He's great.
And he's got a great jingle.
And he's got a great jingle. What more could you ask, indeed? Will still hasn't turned up. I don't know if he knows he's on.
I've sent him a WhatsApp message, but he hasn't come back to me.
Oh, okay.
So I guess if you're off the Wi-Fi, you probably wouldn't be getting the WhatsApp messages either, maybe.
Well, no, because that'll be on a phone carrier as well, won't it?
Oh, yeah.
So if he's got a phone, he should be able to get it.
Well, it's weird, isn't it? Because the first game started with an injury on the second ball.
Yes. So we've had 3 balls and we've already stopped.
Oh, come on. The camera's focusing on, is it Rabada just spitting on the ground?
Yes, exactly. He's got what looks like a wisp of a tash on his lip. Never a good thing. Janssen is at the end of his run up. He's got a horrible looking tash too. 2 slips.
Yeah.
And finally we're going to get a 4th ball, which is nicely played by Ibrahim out into the covers, and there ain't no run. Sedate start here from Afghanistan, who have got a flaky middle order, it has to be said.
Yeah, that's the problem with Afghanistan. If they lose two or 3 wickets, it's just about over, isn't it?
Yeah, the top 3's pretty solid, but after that, not great. That's defended. Up towards mid-on, they're going for these quick, crazy singles. I suppose they've got to run. Tempted to go for a run. Well,
that was all right. It was a direct hit, but they were home.
Yeah, I know. That tempts me into run-out territory, Messi.
Oh, you love a run-out, don't you,
I do love a run-out. Let's see what the odds are. Opening pair should be quite high.
Yeah, you'd think. Although that might change the bookies.
Well, it probably will a bit. Where's dismissal method? Dismissal method, 6-way. 16-1 for a run out. Through to the keeper. Left alone. No run. End of the first over. I'm going to have a little bit of that. Fuck it. Take a risk.
Rajesh M68 on Blue Sky says it's going to be a tough old chase for Afghanistan. They're going to need something special from one of these opening batters. It feels like most of the hard work has to be done by one of the top order. Absolutely, I agree.
Probably 2.
Yep.
Was that match in the World Cup, wasn't it, where one of them got a ton? Who did they chase? Yeah. They did chase like 280, which we all thought was not going to happen, but they did. I can't remember who it was against.
Was that the one up the mountain there in...
Yeah, it might well have been.
Dharamshala? Yeah.
They chased down 285 or 283 or something. We thought that was well beyond them, but was it Omar's eye got a ton?
I think it might have been. I'm guessing they need 2 tons, or at least close to tons, if they're going to win.
Exactly. Well, next bowler at the other end is Lungi Ngidi. His first ball is to defend up to mid-on. There's no run. He sounds like this.
Domination is the name of the game. In cricket or life, they're both just the same. So go get the guy who can turn the day. Let's play Lungi Ngidi. Let's play Lungi Ngidi. Are you down for Lungi Ngidi?
You can tell they're not expecting much from the pitch. They've only got the single slip.
Yeah. Ngidi is in, and Ibrahim just defends it back again up to mid-off, and there is no run. And you kind of feel they've got to get a decent power play in as well. Got to get 60 or 70 off the power play, get themselves on the way, and that would only be up with a run rate.
Yeah. Ibrahim's got a pretty good ODI record, actually. He's played 33 matches for 5 centuries. He's got a an average of 48, which is pretty good.
Well, that one's gone straight up in the air. Is there anyone out there? Has he got 6? Oh no, it's landed in no man's land. It's not 6. It's not even going to be 4. There's a guy round at long leg who had to come all the way round and ended up, it just plopped into the outfield because he hit it straight up in the air, really. And it wasn't anywhere near a player, so it wasn't a catch, and they got back for 2 in the end as it just dropped and didn't kick onto the boundary.
It's the sort of shot you can only get away with in the power play, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah. Otherwise you get caught.
Yep. Absolutely.
Gerbas marks out his line. He's still suffering a bit from his ball in the knackers region.
Yeah, it does ruin the concentration. That does.
Yeah, it does a little. And Geedy is in. He comes down the track, works it into the leg side. They go for 1. They're going to come back for 2. Oh no, an easy 2 in the end.
And Gerbas has got 8 one-day centuries. Not such a good average. It's almost 40 is average. But it's pretty decent record for both of these two.
Yeah, who are those centuries against?
Yeah, good question. I should tell you in a minute.
Good. They've got an umbrella offside field. And Geedy is in. They've got a sort of second slip. It's defended up to mid-on. And there is no run. Man out in the deep leg, square leg, and I presume someone down at sort of third man backward point area will be my bet.
Well, it's got 3 against Bangladesh, 2 against Ireland, 1 against South Africa, 1 against Pakistan.
That's not so bad.
Yeah. Yeah, they do play Bangladesh a lot, Afghanistan.
Well, local, I presume. Just nip across the border and have a quick game, because they're based in Pakistan, but they play a lot of cricket, don't they, in northern India?
Yes.
It's played up to mid-on again. They go through for the quick single. Well run this time. Ravada fields it. And that's the end of the second over. 9 for none. Fairly decent stuff.
So we do have some. Roger Nadu says, "Hi guys, how come no West Indies and Sri Lanka?" Well, this tournament we discovered halfway through the World Cup was to be made up of the top 8 qualifiers from the World Cup, and West Indies and Sri Lanka didn't do so well at the World Cup. Nigel Plus just says 100 heart, shifty eyes emoji, thumbs up. Mog says, Are my eyes tricking me, or are there only 2 of you on currently? That's correct. Do you want to join us, Mog? You're very welcome.
Yes.
And Kenneth Hughes says, "Oof, just waking up. This is going to be a difficult one for the Afghans."
Yeah, it probably is. It's defended up the offside and there is no run. Yeah, Will's supposed to be on, but Will either hasn't got the memo or is having problems with Wi-Fi, but he hasn't let us know.
Play my entry music.
Okay. I haven't got the Empire bad music.
Super Mog. Just play a Beatles track, that'll get him good.
Oh! Red rag to a bull. Janssen is in, and it's defended up to mid-off by Gerbas. Thinks about a single. It's not there. And there ain't no run. 9 for none in the third over. And South Africa.
This is going to end up with them 8 for 230, isn't it?
Something like that.
Yeah, I'm hoping less than that. I'm hoping it's over a bit quicker. But you never know. Maybe that's being unfair on Afghanistan. Ooh, attempted pull by Gerbas. Got big on him pretty quick though. Beat his top edge through to the keeper. There is no run. Who is keeping? I didn't see actually. Rickleton, yeah.
He's had a busy day.
Yeah, he has. Good ton earlier. Bit unfortunate getting out in the way he did, I suppose.
Got the feeling he was pretty knackered by then, though.
Yeah. No, I think it's hot. We saw Hidroy yesterday, didn't we? I mean, basically couldn't bat for the last 4 overs.
Yeah.
Clipped into the leg side. They go for another quick single. Oh, this could be trouble. Oh, gee whiz.
He was slow to take off the non-batter, wasn't he?
I think he would have been in. Tony DeZorzi having a shot at the stumps. If they hit one of these, it's going to be pretty interesting. They are taking those risky singles. Gerbaz head off straight away. Would have been very tight. Very tight. It's difficult to see from square on the angle of the ball whether it's past the stumps as his bat went down, but it would have been a very close call. This one is dabbed down towards the third man by Ibrahim. Get himself a single. Score moves on to 11.
Did you get your bet on for the run out?
I did, 16-1.
Yeah. It's looking better.
Well, yeah, you know. I usually like a run out with Pakistan, especially when some of the players that they had in the last tournament they played. This one they look a little bit more organised, but they're always good for a run out. Someone's completely stranded mid-pitch as there's a big miscommunication. Jansen in again. That's again, we just worked around the corner. This time it's an easy single.
They're always one ill-judged run away from a collapse.
Right. Ibrahim will retain strike. Over to you, Messi.
Kieran Roseblade says Afghanistan are in control here. Measured performance will have them home and dry. I love your optimism, Kieran. Farang says back on. The difference between a 12-ounce glass and a 25-ounce glass of rum probably equals ducat times 1.1. That's a big glass of rum if it's 25 ounces. Kenneth Hughes says that some aggressive running. Richard Milgate says yes, and the fielding size have 11. I don't know if that's in response to Mog saying he could only see 2 of us on commentary or not.
And Geedy comes, smeared over the top as he comes in. Gerbaz comes down the track. Not sure he got that dead on, but he gets the first boundary for Afghanistan.
1, 2, 3,
Smeared over the top of mid-wicket. Bat turned in his hands. I think he meant to go straighter than that. Probably a little bit more aerial, but good shot in the end. He's 10 off 13. 16 for none. Down the track. He's given that out. He's tried to flick that round the corner. Has Gerbaz. He's got a glove on it, and Geedy gets the first wicket. It's just ballooned up, an easy catch for the man short on the 45. Having just smeared 4, he has to go. And Afghanistan are 16 for 1.
The crowd says, you're out.
Yeah, he got cramped up, came down the track,
Yeah.
and then Geedy bowled it into his body. He had no room. He tries to flick it around the corner. Just came off top near the splice of the bat and ballooned up to the man on the 45. Who caught it? I didn't see who caught it. We're going to find out. Maharaj is down as the man on the 45. And, South Africa on their way.
Yeah. Not a great shot. Not a bad ball. Sorry.
What were you going to say, Mog?
No, just saying wrap it up. It's done. Game's over.
Well,
that's what we thought last night, and it went on and on.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It did seem to.
Usually what I say, the opposite will happen, so this one will go to last ball.
No, I can't see that happening. Sadiq Atal. Now where is he? Is that the one you sent this morning? Yes, it is.
Sedikula Atal.
Although we did have him.
He's just a reserve, but he might play anyhow.
Gotcha, Mog.
We did have him. There's another player we're missing, but I can't think who it is.
Karachi is the guy that came in when Mohammed Ghaznfar went out for with injury.
Aha.
So you should have him.
Karachi.
That's one of those
Hey,
jingles you
hey,
do for someone you think will never get a chance, and they come back and bite you.
Yeah,
You're right. That was defended into the leg side, past the man at wicket, and there's a single.
be very smug after doing one of those, and then somewhat less smug at this particular moment when the guy's actually made a game of it.
Yes, Karachi, that is the dude.
You could do it.
Angular Karachi.
Generic Champions Trophy guy.
Well, yeah.
I did a generic ginger cricketer one.
You did?
Oh, did you?
Ages and ages ago.
Yeah, I used to play it.
I might have also done a generic sing jingle.
You have done one of those too. Is that? Oh, I want to guide it down towards third man. Somehow it ends up going down the leg side. And there's a dot ball taken by the keeper. Yeah, Gerbers came down the track. It's a bit too early. Got completely cramped for room, which wasn't great.
Yeah.
Ibrahim is facing up. He is 5 off 7, and Geedy comes in. It's defended back to him, and there is no run.
Kieran Roseblade has had a ridiculous idea. He says, a serious point here. For an alternative revenue stream, have you considered putting £100 into a betting account for the Bear and letting him try and make money for Gorilla on it? If that worked, Kieran, Bear wouldn't have even had to sell the flat.
Well, yeah, exactly.
He'd have fucking flown us all over there.
That's
Being
originally,
studio live.
but it's strange you should say that. That's originally how the betting account started for Gorilla. It used to be a kind of group betting account when we were Test Match Sofa. That was the whole point. It was to add entertainment to the game, and I think Cricket Bet Live in Australia actually sponsored us for a series or two. That's just bunted square, last ball of the over, straight to the man at point, and there is no run.
Kenneth Hughes says, oof, terrible, relating to that wicket. Barong says, chasing more than a runner ball in ODI format. Afghanistan have had a red tee or two and agreed with my earlier thoughts. Go harder. Empire play 1 at 1 or 2 for 80. Better than 3 for 39. And Barong also says, Bear Afghanistan players. Mog has a PT gig as player selection advisor. Part-time gig.
Oh, I wish.
Janssen is in, and Sadiq just defends that behind square on the offside. There is no run. He looks at setup looks a bit airy fairy, and don't know anything about this man.
Well, Kieran reckons he's got the formula for you, Bear. He says, but just bet the good ones, like unders when Pakistan are batting, or Bangladesh are batting, or England are batting, or Afghanistan are batting.
Yeah, that tends to be what I try and do. You don't bet to lose at the end of the day. That's defended back up the track, and there is no run. Some days you have good days though, and some days you have bad.
Well, I've got $10 at 10 to 1 for the final to be between India and New Zealand.
Ooh.
And it's already offering to pay me out $15, so I'm on the way.
Yeah.
15.
Well, they won't be able to play each other in the semis, will they? So
No.
That's left alone by Sadiq through to the keeper, and there's no run. So there is a chance. I've said this many times before. I got really annoyed with the bookies. They wouldn't let me have a conditional bet when Australia won the '97 World Cup. I said
Seems like a bookmaker not to take money off someone.
Yeah.
Well, this is it. I mean, my conditional bet was that it would be Pakistan-Australia final and Australia would win. But they said you couldn't put those two bets in an accumulator, and I thought, why not? That's left alone by.
Well, no,
Sadiq,
that
so
makes
keeping us
sense.
down.
That makes absolute sense.
No, because if one part doesn't come off, the other can't happen anyway. And if one part does come off, then you've got a chance of winning the other side of the bet. I don't see why that couldn't be an accumulator. At the time, they were in the group stages.
Yeah. Oh well.
Anyway, doesn't matter. I won both of them, won about 100 quid.
Not holding on to that one for too long.
No.
Yeah.
Pulled by Sadiq, good shot. Pull ball by Janssen into the middle of the pitch. Sat up and said, hit me! And it was hit, and it went out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. As we said, don't know much about Sadiq. Anyone got any stats on him? I'm sure Tony has, because he's prepared.
He's a batsman from Afghanistan.
Yeah.
His full name is Siddiqullah Atal.
This is his 7th ODI. He has 100. He's averaging 46.
That's not bad, is it? That's short, but it's given us a wide as it's gone too high over the top of Sadiq through the keeper. Score moves on to 22 for 1.
Mind you, he made 100 and then a 50 against Zimbabwe. So that's where a lot of his runs have come from.
Okay.
Hey, Zimbabwe beat Ireland in 2 games out of 3 the other day.
Did Zimbabwe win the last one? I thought Ireland.
Oh, now that's a great ball from Janssen, and Sadiq has fenced at that. It's ballooned off probably his gloves, but just wide of Volder Vian Mulder even, who's a slip, and it goes down to 3rd man for a single.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Zimbabwe absolutely slaughtered on that last one.
They fell in a heap.
Yeah. That won't please our man from Ireland, who we don't see anymore, do we? What was his name?
Roger.
Well, he's
no, not Rog.
Dave. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, he's working for cricket.
He's working for
he
Cricket
was
Island.
working for them.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, he would have been happy enough when they won the Test match, though.
Yeah, I'm sure he would have done.
I think that's 3 Test matches in a row that they've won,
which is good.
Correct.
Sadiq is facing up. To Ngidi. He just guides that down towards 3rd man as the 6th over starts, and they get a single. That got big on him pretty quick, didn't it? I guess in the end, reasonably well controlled as he got it wide enough for the man at slip. Ibrahim surveying the field, and a man out and deep at deep square leg and 3rd man. As Ngidi comes in, nicely forced off the back foot. Bottom hand came off the bat from Ibrahim, but gets it past the man at point. Well, he's actually at cover. Point is dead square and free, and it makes its way to the boundary, and it's 4 more runs.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Very well, nicely timed. Right out the middle of the bat. Good shot. Well placed.
A few dozen more of those and they're on their way.
Well, yeah. 28 for 1. And currently they're on for 60 in the first, well, nearly 60 in the first 10. It's played up towards mid-on. And there is no run.
Well, it's very similar to what South Africa had, except for the wicket, doesn't it? Because Nick had a bet on them getting over 25 in the power play, and they just got over
25 in the first 5.
Sorry, in the first 5,
yeah.
25, 23.
It was 23 and a half he went over.
Oh, right.
They were up to 25, weren't they? In the 4th over, actually. There's a couple of 4s.
All the key stats here.
All the key stats. They're all betting stats, obviously.
What is the point of sport if not betting?
Betting. Here comes Lungi into Ibrahim, who plays it back past him, but it's fielded by mid-on. It's Kagiso fielding, and there is no run.
Well, at the end of the 6th over, South Africa were 30 for 1, so it's going to be close either way.
Yeah, this pitch really doesn't offer anything to the bowlers, does it? Which is
nothing.
Which is why a score of around about 300 seems quite average, but hey, thought it should have kicked. I thought it should have kicked on and got nearer 350 to be fair, but Ngidi is in. It's forced off the back foot. That's the man at square points cover, and there is no run.
I think 294 was the average score at this ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right, doesn't it?
Certainly feels that way. Night's fully come. It's all floodlights now. 28 for 1. One ball left in the 6th over. Sadiq's on 7. Ibrahim facing up 9 off 13. And Geedy comes in to deliver that last ball of 6 over. And it's forced off the back foot by Ibrahim. Out to the man at cover. And there ain't no run.
Eric J says Flashman in the great game. Farung just says profit now equals bottle of red in hand, Messi. Suda Who's with us. It says hello cricket gremlins. If only YouTube had some chat widget for betting like you can get on Twitch. And Pat Badger says I for one am happy with our 3 straight test wins. The state of the ODI side, however. Incidentally, Tiny Tim Tector, Harry Tector's little brother, is in the T20 squad. I say bar humbug if he isn't given a game, which he won't be.
I have a betting widget on Twitch. How does that work? Well, you can bet against each other?
Yeah,
like you can't swear too much, and there's no nudity, but we'll let you fucking throw your money at
exactly.
Someone else's pocket.
Driven at by Sadiq. Beaten on the outside edge by Janssen. There's no run. Didn't really do a lot. He's just got the wrong line. Maybe a smidgen.
Oh, I don't think so. It just went straight on. Yeah.
7 off 9, Sadiq. Janssen in his 4th over. He's only gone for 12 so far. 4 and over. Oh, that one. There's an appeal from behind. Maybe it got his trousers because no one else. Well, Rickleton appealed quite vociferously.
I think Rickleton tapped his thigh.
And then he tapped his thigh. So wow, that's probably thigh. But last 2 balls have been pretty close to the edge. Oh, I don't know. Oh no, Janssen appealed as well.
It's a bowler. Of course, he's going to appeal.
Wow.
Yeah.
Anything more likely is the wicketkeeper appealing.
Janssen in, that one is fished at, but this time it's wider. And Sadiq plays inside it. It's 3 to the keeper and there's no run. I'm interested to see on Snicko how close that was on the previous delivery. Last one was well too wide. Speeds up, high 80s for Janssen. That height, he gets a good bounce off a good length. This time it's defended out into the covers by Sadiq.
Yeah, he got bat on it. He got bat on it.
He did get bat on it, yeah.
Yeah, he's looked at all at sea up until then, this over.
Yeah, beaten on the outside edge quite a few times. Mainly bowling good length is Janssen, 27% short. That one is a little bit fuller in towards the stumps, defended by Sadiq out to mid wicket this time. There is no run. In danger of playing out a maiden here, which they don't really need.
All part of the long-term strategy.
Yep.
See off all the South African bowlers and then
pounce.
Profit.
Yeah. Well, Rabada will be into the attack sooner or later, you'd have thought. Last ball. Oh, pardon me. Last ball of Janssen's 4th over is just defended by Sadiq once again. This time out to cover. And there ain't no run. And that is a maiden.
So Sudo explains the betting on Twitch. He says you accumulate points by chatting and watching. You then set up bets like over under. It's a widget that's installed on OBS, Streamlabs, etc. Then he says, has Saudi got a team?
They do.
They're in the whole of the IPL, don't they?
Now.
Nasser Hussain has tweeted a whole lot of green flag emojis, which I presume are for Pakistan. Eric J just says, still collecting green shield stamps then this year.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought it was a real betting thing with real money. But that doesn't sound so much fun. I have to accumulate points. It sounds like bollocks to me. But hey, you know, whatever.
Well, you probably lose less than when you actually betting.
Well, you know, that's down the leg side and it's going to be a wide. Oh, Rabada is into the attack, which means we get to play this wonderful jingle. And it sounds like this.
What's his name? He's a high roller, rock and roller, scariest, deadliest, killingest bowler. He can sink your oats like the Spanish Armada. No one faster, no one harder. What's his name? What's his name? Tell me, what's his name? KG.
Defended the next ball by Ibrahim, and it goes out to point, and there is no run. Best of 6 for 16, strike rate 32.66. Classy bowler is Kagiso.
Yeah. I think it's inspired by that jingle himself.
Well, yeah. Down the track comes Ibrahim, tries to smear him through the offside. Straight to point, and then Rabada gives him some tasty words afterwards. Didn't like that. I like that about him as well. He's a bit feisty. Doesn't mind giving some to the batsman.
Did we learn any more about the shove that Markram got?
No, what? I didn't see that. What shove?
Gulbadin sort of gave him a push as he was walking back to his mark.
No. On the back foot, Ibrahim just defends it back to Kagiso. He doesn't field it very well. Have you watched a cat licking its own balls in the outfield? Taking no notice of what's
Probably
going
licking
on.
its arse, man.
Well, licking its arse, balls, whatever, you know.
So it's fielding it deep mid-off.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's probably a catching position for some delivery.
If that gets hit by a cricket ball, I'm off. I'm not staying.
Well, there's a big heave-ho. There's Ibrahim, as that one's angled in towards his pads. Trying to pick it up onto the leg side. Misses it. And again, Rabada gives him some words. That seems to be the ground cat. It was there chilling out in the outfield yesterday, wasn't it? It was the day before.
Is that keeping the rats off the ground, isn't it?
Well, I imagine so. Maybe it's the mouser for the ground.
Cat's actually doing work. That's against their religion, isn't it?
It's a very chilled cat. Very nice cat. Black cat. That one kind of gets through Ibrahim a little bit as he defends it. It dribbles behind towards Rickleton, allowing him to get through for a single. So only the wide and one run off this over so far. They've really slowed down since the wicket. Sadiq 7 off 14, Ibrahim 10 off 19. And Bavuma, I guess, will be reasonably happy with how things are going for South Africa at the moment.
Don't think kissing the flag's going to help, guys.
No. I'm hoping so. Rabada. Oh, Jesus. Sadiq has another drive, misses it. He's missed a lot of Sadiq. Through to the keeper, and there is no run. One decent pull.
Kieran says, when Messi says Nasir Hassan, and I'm not really listening, it sounds a lot like Nasser Hussain. It makes me run to my phone and trip along the way and fall over because I thought Nasser Hussain was in. Oh, sorry, he was in the chat. To be honest, Nasser Hussain is probably better. Nasser Hassan. It's probably better. Fuck that up. Sorry, Kieran.
Yes, you did.
Siddhu says, England win wrong to give a good... Sorry. England win for wrong to give a false sense of them being any good. Australia are missing too many decent players. That's true.
Yep, one feels that way. Mind you, it's England versus Australia. We're quite capable of fucking it up. Janssen is in for his 5th over. It's bowling around the wicket to Ibrahim now.
It's going to be a 0-0 draw if they play each other.
No.
When they play each other, I should say.
Janssen decided to go around the wicket, presumably the ball's doing bugger all, and so that's why he's going around the wicket to the right-hander.
Kieran says, "Oi, stop watching that cat. What do you think this is? White Line Wireless?"
Yeah. Short. Follows Ibrahim. Given as a wide, it seemed pretty bloody short. Don't think it is, though.
I did have 3 cats in here not that long ago, but
They've all decided
to off to pastures greener.
Yeah. Got to chill out somewhere else in the flat.
I wasn't feeding them, so what use was I?
Yeah, exactly. It's your function in life, isn't it?
Backs away this time. Ibrahim tries to smear it through the offside, but only gets it as far as cover. 3 dots. They've scored a wide and a single in the last 10 balls. Include the wide as a
We
ball.
had a maiden. We had 2 in the last over, and then 3 dots.
Not conducive to chasing 300 odd.
Not conducive to chasing 200.
No.
No.
Do we have any GPL entries today? I'll have a look in a second. Did you enter today, Messi?
No, I didn't get around to it.
Uh-huh.
There are only 2.
Janssen in. That one jumps a little bit on Ibrahim. Pushes his hands out and lifts his head back. There is no run. Some chat from the Saffers in the outfield. Took his bottom hand off, hit the splice quite heavy. Good ball from Janssen. Comes in 5th ball. Flat-footed waft by Ibrahim. Could have quite easily got thin edge through the keeper there, but he didn't. He survives. And it goes through to Rickleton, no run. Living a little bit dangerous here, aren't they? There's a throwing the bat at stuff that not connecting. Kind of feel that there's either a 4 or a wicket coming pretty soon.
Emotional moments in the crowd as they wave their phone lights. Desperate to try and get the attention of the batsman.
This time, Ibrahim does back away, guides it down towards 3rd man. He'll get a single off the last ball of the over and retain the strike. He's 11 off 25 though. Sadiq is 7 off 15, 31 for 1 after 9 overs. Not a great start from Afghanistan. I suppose they haven't lost wickets, but they're well behind the pace. Over to you, Messi.
Sudahu says South Africa have fairly come out of nowhere to potentially have the best all formats nation. It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, when you consider they've lost their last 5 ODIs, I still think they're a very good team.
Yeah, same here.
Stephen Kelk says, well, hello there. And Eric J says, Baloo's had a hard night. Stephen Kelk says, I see that Farong has already been flying the flag for the Duckster and his strike bowling. Excellent.
Of course. He never gives up. Again, Rabada done on the inside, Ibrahim. Bottom hand comes off the bat. I don't know if that beats his inside edge or... But he's getting in no position here to play Rabada. Yeah, again he's been beaten on the inside edge, and again Snake Hips is coming in. I don't know what this is all about. Oh, fuck you, you're not scraping out on my stuff.
Since when has Tony been called Snake Hips?
I don't know, but he keeps coming in doing these sort of snaky hips and arms. I don't know what he's up to. By the sounds of it, it's today. It is today. Stepped away, tried to smear that, and missed it. There's no run. He looks very frustrated.
They've scored 14 runs from the last 5 overs.
It's not good, is it?
Ooh, slow down, boys. You'll get whiplash.
It's going to be a wide down leg side. But actually, all the runs they've scored have been, apart from one single, I can remember, 2 singles. The last 4 runs have been 2 singles and 2 wides. That was another wide down the leg side. Don't. It's disturbing.
Don't what? You're talking
Tony. Yeah.
I think Tony was doing the helicopter at him, I think.
That one's gone a long way up in the air. Has it gone long enough? It looks like it has. Only just though, but it has. It's been plonked. Finally, he's got hold of one. Ibrahim over the top of mid-on. Goes first 6 of the day for the Afghanis. Finally got hold of one.
Sidhu makes a good point. He says Snake Hips sounds like too cool a name for Tony.
Yeah, probably.
Harsh.
Last ball of the over, he's bowled him. No, it's not the last ball of the over. It's only the 4th ball of the over. Sadiq Ibrahim's gone back to try and work him down at third man. Rabada bowled it a little bit fuller, knocked over his middle stump. 92 miles an hour that one was. You could see that happening. I mean, he got hold of him the last ball, but he'd been trying to do all sorts of weird shit previously to that over the last couple of overs. And inevitably, a wicket has fallen. Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust. Effort ball. Kagiso likes giving him a send-off.
Only a very mild one.
Only a very mild one. But he's giving him a
See you on the golf course.
right from the word go. I get my second under 40 and a half it was for the second wicket. Just about made it. 38
nice.
for 2. Ramat now comes in for Afghanistan.
I would like Curtsy to learn that that's how you do a send-off. And you don't call in the gods of Hades to just because you got a wicket.
Now.
Ramat Shah is the next man in. He sounds like this.
All are watching Ramat Shah. He's not quite Sangakkar. As long as he can survive, he'll average round 35. Sometimes he will have a bowl, but he ain't that good, so I'm told.
Yep.
Who's that?
I think that was Senor Peel.
That was Mr. Peel.
That's a nice one. I like that.
So Rabada is in. First ball, banged in short. Ramat lets it through to the keeper, and there is no run. 38 for 2. Afghanistan after 9.5 overs. And one ball to go till we have a little switcheroo. Tony's going to give you some ball by ball. Mark's going to stay where you are, but you're going to take over doing the socials, and I'm going to switch into doing summarising.
It's slightly changed the complexion, has it not? That second wicket.
Yeah.
It has indeed. Last ball is defended up to mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, kind of, but they really hadn't been doing enough. It's a big score to chase. They do look a bit. You got to get off to a decent start. They've got a flaky middle order. It was always going to be a tough ask for Afghanistan to get 316.
Look at the power play, though. I mean, South Africa were only 46, but for 1.
Yeah, but you look at the batting they had to come.
Well, yeah, and some of which didn't fire.
No, it didn't. But at the end of the day, they cruised.
Who was it who made the time? Was that Rassi?
No, it was Rickleton, wasn't it?
Oh, Ryan. It was Ryan Rickleton, the weightlifting all-round sportsman. Well, it is the end of that, the batting power play. It's 38 for 2. We seem collectively a little down on Afghanistan's chances, and I think it is just depth of batting that is the challenge. New man to the crease was Ramat Shah. He had a cracking World Cup. He averaged 40, had a highest score of 77 not out against Pakistan. Right, Mulder around the wicket. It's Sadiq, though, who is fielding. Guides it down to third man, and it will bring on the aforementioned right-handed Ramat Shah.
Vian Mulder. He sounds like this.
When things get desperate, you don't need to worry. Just stop me and motor out in a hurry. When things get desperate, you don't need to worry. Motor will save the day for you.
Because they were playing tests against Zimbabwe in January, weren't they? We'll just hold that as over the wicket comes Mulder. Taken on the tumble, and it was a wide. And it will be one more to the score. But our friend Ramat Shah, it was 2 tests against Zimbabwe in Bulawayo, December and January. He made 234 in one of them, and he made 19 and 139 in the other. Now, I do know you occasionally have to go with all respect to Zimbabwe.
Yes.
But don't forget, we'll see how England go against them. First test of the English summer, of course. Mulder, without Scully, is in, and it's defended by Ramat back towards the bowler, and there is no run. Who's the wicketkeeper for
Saffers? Rickleton.
Yeah. Oh, it is Ryan Rickleton. Busy day for him then.
Yeah, it's indeed. Was that loosely based on Mulder and Scully by Catatonia, that jingle?
It certainly was. Very loosely, one would say. But same chords, more or less.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. That was what was the what was the TV series of Mulder and Scully?
X-Files.
X-Files, of course it was.
The Man in Black.
That forces Ramat onto his back foot. She jabs away into the offside.
And the smoking
pretty
was it
tight.
The smoking man.
Smoking man. Or cancer man. Or
whatever.
Smoking man.
David Duchovny, am I right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
He was never a great actor, but he made his life out of that, didn't he?
Well, he could go all the way from A nearly to B in his
nearly as far as B in his range, yeah. Well, if you're interested, there's a man at mid-off, it's Bavuma, and there's 21 yards between him and mid-wicket as that one is defended again by Ramat, who thought maybe he wanted a single, but Sadiq said, oh, no chance. And quite rightly, I think it's 44-2, so they still haven't quite caught up with where South Africa were. There's a backward point, deep point, cover mid-off, and then mid-wicket, mid-on, deep square, sort of a fine leg and a deep third. So, frankly, not a lot down the track, deep. Field still quite aggressively set, you would say, but there's no slip, and that is just guided by Ramat. Down to third man, they take a single.
That Gillian Anderson was really young,
Gillian
wasn't she,
Anderson.
when she did?
She was.
that?
She's a much more all-round actress than I ever gave her credit for. Didn't she just do a pretty credible Margaret Thatcher on stage recently?
Yes.
Yeah. That seems to be the thing at the moment, though. Every actress worth their salt seems to be having a crack at doing Margaret Thatcher.
She was quite a good mother, crazy mother in Sex Education.
Yeah, no, she's a terrific actress.
But I mean, this is it. You think if she did it with David Duchovny, he must be like 60 now.
Mulder around the wicket to the left-handed Sadiq, who pulls, but he pulls straight to a fielder at deep square, and they will. And as it didn't go for 4, he has to have a good look at his bat, just to see if it wasn't the bat's fault for not quite making it to the boundary. It's the end of the over, Mog.
Stephen Koch says, dare I suggest that Afghanistan are doomed?
You may, and I think you're right.
Trying to be more positive on their behalf.
No, there's no positivity. Big Brain 61, who is a chap from America that we may or may not know, says, sup nerds? Has Mog been hacked by someone from the Latin dark web? No, that's Anglo-Saxon, not Latin. Rav Pyridine says, good morning, GCs. SA is going to win this game easily, no doubt.
Yes.
Well, it seems to me most people are a bit down on poor old Afghanistan.
Well, you're standing up for them, Tone.
Oh, I'm trying to just be optimistic for the game.
Yeah.
Rabada, no one meaner, no one harder, has beaten Sadiq's outside edge, and that was a terrific ball. Just enough movement off the pitch to draw the drive from Sadiq, and through it went to the Rickler.
He's missed about 3 or 4 of these. He's either going to nick one.
Just nipped away a tiny bit. Leg cutter possibly, but or off cutter rather, but nonetheless it just moved away enough.
What is he trying to do there with that shot, really?
And he's beaten him again.
He's just
that was
wafting.
much more wafty from Sadiq, who again replays the shot the way he'd wanted it to go.
He's got to nick one of these sooner or later, hasn't he? I mean,
he's certainly flirting. He's flirting.
I don't know how many
outside of
balls
his
he's
off stump.
placed, but that's at least at 4 or 5 that he's flirted at out there, and he hasn't got.
Oh, did Rabada give?
He did.
Him a little sender. He's feisty.
He is.
He's
feisty.
beaten him again.
Fuck's
Exactly the same. Rinse and repeat.
I see. I would get getting really fucking frustrated now as a bowler. I'd be like,
He'll be ticking. This is the thing
yeah.
about Rabada. You can physically see his whole demeanour. You can see he's ticking once he's beaten the bat 2 or 3 times. I think that's an admirable quality.
Yeah, no, I do. I love it. That's what I mean. He's a combative man at cricket, and I like to see that. I don't mind words being exchanged.
What's he got now? That one he's got something on. He's got it up and over backward point, but it's going to be fielded down at the man coming around from deep third. They'll come back for 2. And you have to say, even that was less than convincing there.
That was very unconvincing.
He got it up and over the field, but the shot he had in his mind was a meaty, full-blooded cut, and what he got was a lofted top edge. But it got him 2 runs, moves him on to 11, and it moves South Africa on to 44 for 272 they need. It seems a long way away. They've got 38 overs and 2 balls in which to try and do it. And they've got Kagiso Rabada, who's fired up and very keen for them not to succeed. Round the wicket he comes to the left-handed Sadiq. Drives sweetly, drives straight to short cover though, and there's no run. 44 for 2.
It's very sedate.
Yeah, we've first couple of games that we've covered, I think all 3 have had sort of an element of BMOs in them, haven't they?
Mm-hmm.
It's a good opportunity to discuss why it's a really great opportunity to become a Gorilla patron, but we'll wait for Rabada to bowl.
Oh.
That's rather edgy from Sadiq as well. He might get 4 for it though. Yes, he will, due to some appalling Scottish goalkeeping down there at third man. Who was that?
I don't know. I was just wondering, is that Corbin Bosch? Because I don't recognise him.
No, I don't think so.
I thought it was David Miller, but I could be wrong.
It's too blonde to be David Miller. It is... Anyway, whoever it was a dive.
Some bloke.
And some bloke. He got a full hand on it. And if you remember Gary Sprake, 1970s Leeds United goalkeeper, reminded me a little bit of him. Dive, get a hand to it, and the ball still trickles over the line. Probably poor old Gary Sprake.
Turn around, you bastard.
I was going to say, if you just turn around, we could see what name he is, but I don't recognise him.
Well, exactly.
Might be Stubbs, I think.
Oh, it could be Stubbs.
Oh, could have been Tristan Stubbs. Well, if there's ever anyone looking for a goalkeeper, don't phone Tristan. That one is defended, but guided, I suppose, really, more deliberately. Down to third man. And they'll take a single.
I can confirm Gillian Anderson is 56.
56.
Yeah, exactly.
She's only young. She's a young girl.
Oh, yeah, she's only...
still deliciously attractive.
And she's probably not even like 5'8", so she's not short.
No.
5 foot. Oh, how many times? 5'8" is not short.
As long as you keep replying like that, that's how many times.
Yes. True enough. Round the wicket comes Mulder.
Oh, for fuck's sake,
another Sadiq waft.
Jesus Christ.
Straight out the MCC coaching manual.
Can we get him a bigger
For
bat?
fuck's sake, Sadiq, says the bear.
Well, I've got under 60 and a half for the fall of the next wicket, so I'm hoping one of these eventually just sneaks through.
But the ball was too close to him to play that shot, wasn't it? He needed to...
Well, yeah.
He sort of...
He's been trying it virtually every bloody time, and he keeps missing it. Or he gets an edge, and it doesn't. It's not thin enough
until he gets it right. God damn it!
Well, he's moved across this time and defended into the ground, so at least he got into the line of the ball, but it didn't provide him any greater success in terms of getting a run. Just the one from the over from Rian Mulder so far. It's 49 for 2 for Afghanistan. So just a bit behind things.
Is that Angeli? Has he gone off the pitch? He's just chilling out on the side, it looked like now. Maybe Tristan Stubbs is on for him.
Comfort break.
It could be comfort break or... Well, wind predictor. Good old wind predictor. The swaying in the wind piece of straw.
Very
South
optimistic.
Africa at 80... Oh, well, put it another way, has an optimistic 15% for Afghanistan, as a realistic 85%, we think, for South Africa. In comes Mulder. That's pushed by Sadiq. He's going to get runs here down to long on. Takes a single. He moves on to 16, and the 50 is up for South Africa in the 13th over.
For Afghanistan.
Afghanistan, I beg your pardon. Keshav Maharaj is looking thoughtful. Maybe he's just thinking ruefully about the opportunity he had to play for Middlesex if he hadn't celebrated taking a wicket so hard just before he was supposed to have done it.
Sure, he keeps himself up at night with those thoughts.
He should. That's past the outside edge of Ramat this time. Feet were planted. Mulder just got enough little shape on the ball and possibly a bit of movement off the pitch. Yeah, there was. And it was another wiggly-waggly waft without too much conviction there.
None at all.
Another shot not in the MCC manual, the wiggly-waggly waft.
Yeah.
Might be in one of the appendices they don't regularly publish.
Under W.
Not a lot of positivity.
There we go, and that's defended out into the offside. You've heard of the famous 3 W's, but it's not Worrell, Weeks and Walcott. It's the wiggly-waggly waft. It's the end of 13 overs. It's 50 for 2 for Afghanistan. The run rate's about 3.9-ish there or thereabouts. Mog.
Resident Scotsman Suda, who says Scottish goalkeepers are great nowadays.
They are better than they were. Although that's a low bar.
Would that be cheating if you lower the bar on the goal? Anyway.
Oh, very good.
Stephen Kelk says, with Tony on my side, I can face armies.
Oh, well, I take that as a huge compliment. That's very kind. I'm not quite sure if you can kill them with dad jokes and irony.
You'd probably bore them to death.
It tends to not be to come second against bullets and bombs.
Fuck's sake,
there we go. Well, as you heard from the Bear in his coaching role, that's another 3 W's from Sadiq. That said, Bear, he's facing one of the best quick bowlers in the world, mate.
Yeah, fair enough.
Who is getting just a little bit of something out of this track.
The fact is,
the Bear is one of the world's leading premier motivational speakers.
Yes, absolutely. Anyone who's studied technology at the University of Bear will tell you, can vouch for that fact. That's guided to backward point. There's no run.
Yeah, I have a lot of patience, funnily enough.
Really?
If you had patience, you'd be a doctor.
Crikey, mate. In other news, today's Friday.
Well, I'd have patience if I hadn't shown you about 100 times before and you still can't remember, but you know.
Some people just don't get it.
Clearly.
Right, Rabada around the wicket, defended by Sadiq. At least he got a bat on that one. He's going to go on and make 100, I'll tell you. It may not be enough, but
the slowest 100 in the history.
Slowest 100 in history. Yes, he is 16 off 29 at the moment. And he is struggling. Well, he's struggling against both Mulder and Rabada, to be honest, who have seemed to pretty much have his number at the moment. Basically, attack 3.5 and 4th stump line with a little bit of away movement and wait for him to miss. Oh. That one was an inside edge. So at least he got in line, but still didn't get the centre of the bat on it. Rabada, tick. That ticking has just got a bit louder, Bear.
58 dot balls out of 13.4 overs. That just shy of 10 overs. Literally, they have scored off not many balls.
3.5 overs.
Yeah, 3.5 overs.
4 overs.
No, that can't be right.
Yeah, it is.
What? So they've got 50 in 3 overs. Are you sure that isn't in the match as opposed to the innings? That one again. I hardly need tell you.
It's in the innings.
Okay, well, it swung away a little bit. Sadiq, true to form, had a little. His feet don't move at all. He's
Not
certainly,
far enough, anyway.
He's certainly got a reasonable arc of the swing of the bat. Trouble is, it doesn't connect with the ball. What's Rabada got for the last ball of his over? He's a little straighter. He might get a run. He's been going so well, he's desperate to get the strike for the next over. And the throw came in. Maharaj thinks they've got their man. It would be Ramat who was run out, because he was run out, I think, at the
I think he
batsman's
was in,
end. You think he was in?
Well, he looked like he'd already stopped and turned around.
Well, hang on. It looked like he'd already well past.
Were he to be out?
Oh, actually,
I think he's gone. It's the Kettler.
Oh, he is gone.
The Kettler.
Oh, dear.
So Sadiq, if I'm right, Sadiq has not only taken a single, having to steal the strike when he can't lay a bat on the ball himself.
He's run himself out.
He's run his partner out, unless he was sent back. I think he's run out Ramat.
Oh, is it Ramat he's sent back?
Because he... Yeah.
No,
it's
Sadiq. He ran himself out.
Oh, it is Sadiq. Oh, he ran himself out.
Yeah,
Okay.
he was
I
going for
take
the
that all back.
Maybe it was like a...
You know what?
Let's have a look.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Yes, he was run out, sorry, at the bowler's end.
Yeah, he made the decision to go too late, didn't he?
Well, it's the third wicket down. It is Sadiq Atal, and he hasn't made much difference at all as far as this innings goes. Well, he's made 16 off 32.
Oh, yeah, well, he's been pretty fucking useless.
Yes, he's not your favourite player at the moment.
Well, he just kept missing outside the off stump, didn't he?
Swing and a miss, swing and a miss, swing and a miss, swing and a miss. Try and take a quick single to steal the strike, get run out. You'd say there's an element of divine justice in that. Mog.
Where were we? Rev Pyridine asks, what is our studio member Patreon count?
Volume up on the telly.
Well, how many of our members are studio members? Is that what the question is?
Studio member Patreon count.
Which means how many of our members are studio. Do you know the answer to that, Bear?
No, not offhand. I'd have to look at Patreon.
I think it's... I can't remember. My estimate would be, from the last time I looked, about 25 or so.
He says it would be a good idea to raise the membership to $30 a month anyway.
Well,
it's gaining momentum.
Well, yes. I mean, we did do that. We had a sit down and a review, and we did put our prices up, certainly for our lower our subscription or membership up a little bit, and most people were very generous. Those that couldn't be, we just lovingly said we understand completely, and we hope you come back and do stay listening. That's defended into the offside by Hashmat. No run.
Oh, new man.
New man it is.
Hashmat Hashmatullah Shahidi.
That's the fella. He's the captain.
Look out for Hashmatullah. He'll be a part of your future.
He's in decentish nick as well.
Like some deadly virus, bringing humiliation to your Hashmatullah's watching, waiting.
Mulder in. Defended by Hashmat.
That kept
again.
a little bit low, didn't it?
He did keep a wee bit. He made a 200. He made 246 against Zimbabwe. And he made 40 in the Karachi
Super League
warm-up game. No, in the warm-up game against New Zealand in Karachi. Not the tri-series. There's that pussycat again.
It's got a bit of a limp, hasn't it?
It has got a bit of a limp. I do hope it's all right.
Black Cat is a lifetime member at Karachi Stadium, apparently.
Well, yes, I think it is, because I remember seeing him or her, hard to tell from this distance. That one is just nudged into the ground by Hashmat, pushed to mid-wicket, no run. But yeah, I remember in the New Zealand-Pakistan game, he or she made an appearance.
Yeah.
In a way that it looked like they were feeling quite at home. It didn't look freaked or terrified or like it was out of its comfort zone at all.
It was just chilling around at third man, I seem to remember, one over.
Well, he's gone. He's having a little chat with Kagiso Rabada at the moment, who's going to come and gently send it back the other side of the boundary.
Looks like it's a girl.
You think so?
Yeah.
Well, I know you know your cat, Smog. Down the track comes Hashmat, and he's thumped it straight to Temba Bavuma, who loses his hat, revealing his glowing pate, but he has
taken the key catch, and Hashmat's stay was short. Not especially glorious. He's gone for a duck, caught by Bavuma. It was thumped at Bavuma, who, he did throw both hands up.
That's coming pretty quick at him.
And that's clearly the bat. Hashmat.
He hit that quite well.
He's looking at his bat.
It's obviously the bat, because the last 2 times they've hit the ball with a bat, they've lost a wicket.
Yep.
So,
well, now all those who were claiming gloom and doom and despondency and despair for Afghanistan, I might concede you have a point. They're 50 for 4.
Yeah, I've got 4 in a row for 4 unders. Nice.
Okay, good to
Leah's
know.
complaining she had Afghanistan inked in for the final.
Yeah, that was a worst one ever. Really
that was
gonna
me
happen.
saying he's in good nick. Got that 40 against New Zealand in the warm-up game, and then... he was trying to be aggressive there, wasn't he?
Well, they've got.
Drive,
I mean, at the end of the day, if they want to win, they're 50 for 4 after 15 overs, chasing 300 and fucking God knows how many, 316.
316. That's not huge.
Well, it is when you've only now got 35 overs left and you've only scored 50 runs. You've still got to score 260.
After as I said,
you're already looking at over 7 and over with 3 wickets down, 4 wickets down now, with already a flaky middle order. Yeah. Someone, you've got to make an effort.
You are right. They were close on neck and neck in the power play.
Yeah, but
but Afghanistan lost that wicket off. It was a penultimate ball of the first 10 overs, wasn't it?
I know, but I mean,
and then they've just slumped and slowed down after that.
Well, yeah, but you look at the 2 batting lineups and you go, South Africa look like they've got a middle order that's got some runs in it towards the end, and Afghanistan's batting order really does sort of tail off. You really need their top order
at any point.
Their top order really needs to score the runs.
Should be Asmatullah in next, isn't it? Asmatullah Morzai should be our next man in, but I wouldn't jingle him yet because I wouldn't stake my life on that. But I think he's carded to.
He should be around
be in next.
Decisions. Messi says we're fortunate to have 47 Gorilla Studio guest members.
Oh, 47! Thank
Patreon.
you, Messrs. Well, there you go. I was completely underestimated.
HMG says hi.
Hello.
Hi. Hello.
And we do. I mean, clearly, geographically, some of those wonderful members, it isn't possible for them, or travel anywhere in the world, but.
Not especially, but if they come over to England,
if they do, if you ever come over, then the invitation is absolutely genuine. You can come in and chill with us.
How much room is there to sleep in the new?
Well, it's a non-sleeping venue.
There was one question I was going to ask you, very important one there.
What's that?
Did you check out rules on smoking?
Well, I vape, so I'm not checking rules on smoking, but presumably you can't smoke in there.
Oh, okay. So you'd already thought that one through.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I always vape indoors. No one's going to stop me from doing that.
No,
what
indeed.
about pipes?
It has
crack
plenty
pipes.
of those.
I don't know. Crack pipes might be available. I don't know.
Whatever helps you get through the day. Or
But I might be able to smoke out the window. We've got 2 windows in our studio, so I might be able to wait.
We've already got plans. We know where the sofa's going to go, which I've volunteered to have recovered.
Well, I might try and get a free one on. I'm going to replace, because we need to replace these chairs as well.
Sofa and a couple of chairs. I think we could put a little screen. I was thinking of like a modestry dressing screen, so whoever's in the green area can at least be slightly cordoned off from.
No,
everyone. No, you want to be open.
When they slip into something more comfortable.
Go on.
Well, the only difference is here that was defended of no run off Asmat's first ball. I mean, here we have the benefit of 2 completely separate rooms where the kitchen and dining area is a different room, and that's our green room, and then you walk into the separate room, which is then where Bear and I are sitting now in the studio. We have overall, I think, a bigger space, but it's all open and planned, and that one is past the right shoulder of Asmat, signalled quite rightly as a wide. Mulder just slightly losing his range a bit, so he'll have to bowl another ball in his. Are
you biting into a raw onion, Bear?
Sorry?
Biting into a raw onion?
Me? No. Why?
That's what your vaping sounds like.
Oh right, yeah. That's the problem with these mics.
Crisp.
Hendo always likens it. Who was the character in? Was it Through the Looking Glass?
Mad Hatter?
Alice.
No. There's some sort of a weird giant sort of slug-like thing.
Oh yeah, the caterpillar.
Yes, the caterpillar. Yes, slug-like thing. Defended into the offside, no run. It's the end of 15 overs. It's the end of Rian Mulder's third, and the score is 51 for 4. Mog.
Well then, Suda Who says, I always describe Afghanistan as a team that requires the opponents to have a bad day rather than perform themselves.
Yeah.
He also asks, is there a drink 2 bottles of whiskey rule in the new venue?
Well, I don't think the only rule is no rules.
Absolutely. It's Guerrilla Studios.
In comes Rabada. Onto his toes goes Ramat. Guides the ball to deep backward point. Fielded by Mulder. In the golden rule of you've just bowled an over, the ball's going to come to you at the first ball of the next one.
Did I play Asmateurs? I did play Asmateurs, didn't I?
And it's the of course.
Did you?
Not on Rabada.
I don't know, did I? Let's have another
I
go.
don't think so.
I don't think you
my
did.
side.
No, I didn't.
Please believe me. We think you're a lucky charm.
Over the wicket comes Ngidi.
When I tell you
Driven to short extra cover. In terms of the fielding position, not that the extra cover is short, although he is.
What, because it's September?
Yes. Nice
I think
little
I
left
need to
foot,
turn the
right
heating
foot, nice little mover.
It's got very warm in here, isn't it?
Yeah, did you leave the heating on last night?
No.
It was on when well, how come it was on when?
Because I put it on timer. I've put it on for a timer so that we can
That's
turn it on
more
when we get in.
technology, Tony.
Yeah, so we get an hour before we come in the morning.
Oh, right, that would explain it all then. Right, that one is would have gone down leg, but Asmat had moved over to leg side, so he got thumped on the pad and possibly saved conceding a wide for South Africa, and as it turned out. Now, we're looking, there's Dale Steyn in the middle. Is that the natural colour of his hair? I was looking at him earlier, and the beard colour and hair colour don't seem fully aligned.
No, maybe.
I would think he's touched it up with artificial means.
I had a slight feeling that he may have had a little artificial help on the hair there.
Ramiz Raj, on the other hand, all natural.
Geedy over the wicket, yes.
Wow.
Guided away towards extra cover. No run. It's Rian Mulder again. Busy Mulder. Busy man Mulder. And it's 52 for 4. 264 is what they need. 34, just over 34 overs to get them. 2 more wickets. Well, 2 more wickets, you kind of just hope for a quick kill, don't you?
Yeah.
Only once you reach that point. Otherwise,
Well, you can imagine
we want to see
you
as much cricket as we can see.
Nabi will give it a big heave.
He
Probably
will
get 30 or something quite quickly and get out.
Rashid Khan.
Geedy in.
Yeah.
Smashed away by Asmat. Smashed away through extra cover for 4. He got hold of that. A lovely
he
shot.
Did. Very nice shot.
Now, conversely to who was it we were talking about earlier? Shahidi. He's not in the greatest of nick at all. Is Asmat. He got 3 against New Zealand in the warm-up game. That one's pushed off his legs to a shortish mid-on. There is no run. He got 2 against the Pakistan Shaheens. And as far as I can see, highest score in the SA20 was 13, where he's been playing for MI Cape Town. In fact, he hasn't really got any runs in any format for ages. So
he's due.
So he's bound to get a ton.
Ton incoming.
In 50 balls.
Ton incoming, yeah.
And save the game and take them through to victory.
Well, yes.
Yeah, I don't
I'm
think
not
that's happening.
thinking that is going to happen. Right, Rian Mulder, who's been busy in the field, he's going to be busy bowling again. And he's currently bowling to Ramat Gavaz. 56 for 4. And he nearly cuts Ramat in half there as he's angling it across him. It went off into the offside. There was no run, but it was a good ball. Perfect ball, really.
Do you think they're just going to try and burst through them with pace here? They haven't really looked at getting what's his name into the attack, Maharaj.
No, I think they're keeping him in reserve. I think they've decided that
pace is the way forward.
Pace is possibly the way to go. Mulder is steaming in. It's right on off stump. It's played into the ground and it spins back behind Ramat to Rickleton. They are behind though. Now, interesting. You should actually pick that up there because they must have heard you, because maybe some spin would help them at least get up with the required pace of the game, because they're 9 minutes behind where they should be.
Have they got the?
They seem to be wasting time between overs, though.
Exactly. Have they got the 1 minute between overs rules in this competition?
No, not that I'm aware of. No. Don't think it. I think it only applies for T20s rather than ODIs.
Just fucking bring it in for ODI.
In comes Mulder, played by Ramat off the back foot, but there was a long way between his back foot and his pad. And he's reaching to push that to backward point, but he will get a single. So both fours, both on 4, Azmat and Ramat.
Well. They should bring it in for tests. Be interesting towards the end of the day, though. Go out the window, wouldn't it?
We've got Azmat and Ramat.
Having the rule and enforcing the rule are two different things.
Well, yeah.
Just a single off this over. What's the run rate? What does that equate to as a run rate? 259.
Well, it's required. It's nearly up to 8 already.
That one is driven straight to Maharaj.
316s are 48. Plus 8, 54.
The required run rate is
56. So it's just over. It's just over 4.5 currently.
Well, they need 8, and they're going at. Hang on, no, I think I'm. There's our friend the Black Cat. He desperately wants to get in the game, doesn't he?
He stopped, so let him deliver.
Well, he's obviously used to not walking behind the bowler's arm.
Exactly.
He's a real cricket cat. Well, in comes Mulder. And Azmat leans back and lets it go through to Rickleton. There was no run, but a decent bit of bounce for Mulder there. 57 for 4. Yes, their current run rate is 3.3, which is pretty sorry for itself.
Also
and they need just 7.8. So they're around about half where they should be, frankly.
Exactly. They lost 4 wickets. It's going nowhere. More interested in the cat than I am in this game at the moment.
Yeah. I'd like to know its backstory.
Maybe they'll play it like a T20 when they get to 20 overs left.
What happened to it for it to acquire its limp? That one is out to the backward point, no run.
Well, this is Afghanistan's real problem is their batting, isn't it? I mean, they've got a couple of capable batters, but if they don't click, then generally they're against better sides they struggle.
Aren't you asking about the cat's limp?
Well, I just said, what happened to the cat for it to get its limp? Right.
And
you're suddenly telling me about Afghanistan's lack of batting prowess.
Why are they so limp?
Close enough. Jake Rover says, I'm not sure London issues visas for my lot. And Sidhu says rightly so.
Defended by...
Dan De Castro is concerned about why Sri Lanka's not playing because of the way this stupid tournament's organised.
Because it was the top 8 in the World Cup, but nobody knew that until at least 3/4 of the way through the World Cup. It seemed, I think, only one country was aware of that was the deal.
I wonder who that country was.
Well, it certainly wasn't England, because everyone was taken back by the fact that England might not qualify for this after a wretched World Cup.
It would have been hilarious.
Ngidi edged, beats the dive of Rickleton. He's going to get 4 quite streaky runs, and Ngidi, if Rabada was ticking, he's now been joined by Ngidi as well. Well, we haven't seen that many boundaries, so it was certainly welcome however they come. I think that would have been a big ask of Rickleton. I mean, he's quite a tall lad, but It was, yeah. A dive for the cameras more than the belief that he was actually going to get it, I reckon. And we could see some of the Afghan fans are really giving it the full double fist pump and whoops of delight. That's wide of off stump. That's a better shot by Ramat, but it's going to be fielded at deep backward point. And again, is it Mark Crum who's done himself there?
I think he's landed on the ball.
Landed on the ball. No, it's
yeah.
Is it Mulder, isn't it? Ria Mulder. Yes, I'm not entirely sure that he's done himself any good. Yeah, I think he, as you rightly say, landed on the ball. Right, 17.5 overs gone. 63 for 4. 253 is what is needed, and despite that 4, Afghanistan are falling behind rather than catching up with what they need to be on. In comes Ngidi. That was a good ball. All Ramat can do is push it to on in defence. 6 off the over though. Still not quite the rate they need, but at least an improvement. They've got 2 more balls in which they could potentially get ahead for once of the actual required rate, for at least for just this 1 over.
I was hoping Mulder might step over the boundary and just bomb it. Like a good old fashioned club match.
Yeah, I think he's probably going to be alright, to be honest. In comes Ngidi. Up onto his toes goes Ramat. Steers it down to Mulder, who was just trying to recover, catch his breath, sort himself out, and he has to field, which he duly does. I think it's 3-2 to South Africa in ODIs between these two. First was in 2019. South Africa won that in Cardiff by 9 wickets, but poor old Afghanistan in the 2019 World Cup lost every game, and South Africa was one of them. They got pumped in Cardiff.
I was probably there.
Clearly did a lot better. Well, they certainly finished in the top 8 in the last World Cup, or else they wouldn't be here. And it's their first time at the Champions Trophy party. That's short and pulled by Azmat. Dug into the ground by Ngidi. It sat up and said, hit me, and Azmat said, righto. 4 runs through mid-wicket.
I thought he was going to get caught. That was, for a minute, that was aerial through the mid-wicket area, wasn't it? Oh, no, it's not one of them. One of them. There's nothing to do with that.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I mean, he had an eternity to pull that away, which he duly and very comfortably did. It's a nice shot. 4 runs. 68 for 4. 18 overs complete, Mark.
Stephen Kelk asks, so does the big open plan space mean that the microphone picks up the bear swearing and Hendo glooming in the background when they're not on air?
Well, no. Well, I'm sure the bear will give you the technical answer. That one's dabbed into the ground by Ramat. They take a quick single. These mics are directional, aren't they? In that they don't pick up ambient sound.
They don't pick a lot of ambient. I mean, they do pick up some, but they don't pick up a lot.
Hendo can be very gloomy, though. Maybe he'll...
Gloomy at high volume.
Yeah.
He'll bleed in.
Bleed rather than blend, yes. No, I think we'll be fine on that. If not, we'll find a solution. When I say we, I think I mean the head of production technology, logistics.
There's the opportunity.
We'll do it.
Yeah, build a wall between the two.
In comes Mulder again. Worked off his legs by Azmat. Out towards deep mid-wicket. They take a single.
I mean, we could do that.
Do a nice wall of empty egg cartons for the acoustic properties.
Well, I'm going to have to get some... I've already found some sort of stuff you can put on the wall. It's quite cavernous space, so it's quite echoey. Mind you, when it gets stuff in, it'll get less.
Used to be egg boxes.
Used to be egg boxes, but now you can just buy similar stuff. 50 quid for 20 square metres.
Oh, well, that's not so bad. In comes Mulder. Ooh, that bit inside edgy from Ramat into the onside. No run. They did play a series last year, I think, in Sharjah, these two. And Afghanistan emerged as winners in that, 2-1. but they were bundled out for about 169 in the third of those, which South Africa won.
That's it. They're kind of shit or bust, Afghanistan, when it comes to batting.
Yeah, they do.
And today seems like a bust.
South Africa, of course.
I think that's the team motto.
Yeah, well.
Mulder is going to be in over the wicket. It's defended into the offside towards point. No run. South Africa won the first version of the Champions Trophy in 1998, which was held in Dhaka. They beat the West Indies in the final.
They won a gold medal in the Kuala Lumpur Commonwealth Games.
Yep. Hansi Cronje made 61 not out and took 2 for 44 in that game in 1998. Clearly things were not going to pan out well for Hansi after that.
Went home with some lovely leather jackets.
Yeah. Defended. Oh, that's right, it was leather jackets, wasn't it? Back towards Mulder.
With cash in the
by
pockets.
Ramat. Yeah, it's kind of a sad story on so many levels, where it ended. For Hansi Cronje, a spectacular fall from grace. 70 for 4. We're in the just one ball left, and that's barring extras. It's going to be bowled by Mulder, and it's defended again. So it means that it's 1 for 10 for Mulder off his 5, which is 1 for 10 or 5. That's terrific. I mean, it's 2 and over there.
Not really made much effort, have they, Afghanistan?
Well, yeah. Anyway, back
I'm
to
going to go and have a snooze at the end of this for 10 overs.
I was thinking, I'm having to work hard to keep you engaged, Bear.
Well, you know.
Poking with a stick, that'll do it. Farong says, Bish concede. The Bear is possibility, he's actually written, a better mathematician than you. Afghanistan are playing for future matches. England and Australia just a wee bit better than Bangladesh. Just.
I wouldn't necessarily completely bet on that. Right, our friend Win Predictor has lurched further in the general direction of South Africa, who are now at 97% to Afghanistan's 3.
So you're
saying there's a chance? Yes. 74. They are. And it's Ngidi who's going to bowl. Right arm over, he comes to Asmat, who once again defends to point. Once again, it's a dot ball. And the run rate gets worse. Jonathan Trott. Dare one say, Trotty could give it a whack, but he wasn't noted for his aggressive play. More of his more of his obsessive behaviour when he dug holes in the crease.
Yep.
Sort of setting his guard, but solidity rather than flair come into my mind when I think of Jonathan Trott. I'm sure he'd always argue that and say I was given a bad rap. That's launched back over the head of Ngidi. Asmat's not going to take my criticism. He's going to say, well, have a look at this then. Lofted straight drive for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That was a good shot.
Was a lovely shot.
Straight through the line. Back from where it came.
Was it slightly short of a length?
No, not really.
It's pretty straight. Safe, well judged, well directed. Can't ask for more than that. Well, I suppose you could ask for 2 more than that and it had gone all the way, but generally not too bad at all. Not too bad at all.
Need a lot of those.
What's Asmat got this time for Ngidi? Short and wide, it's up in the air, and he's clipped it really, but he's clipped it on the bounce down to deep cover. And Ngidi's got a bit of a cheeky grin on his face because I think he knows that absolutely wasn't the shot that Asmat had in mind, but he got a single for it and will bring Ramat back on to strike. I mean, Rashid Khan can wield a bat, can't he?
Yeah, give that help.
But anybody, if they let it slip too far, it doesn't matter who comes in, they're going to have to so much ground to recover.
Well, they require 8 and over now.
In comes Ngidi. Wide of off stump. Takes the edge. There's no slip. There is a third man, and he'll get a single. And Ngidi has the look of the fast bowler who thinks the world's against me. Why is everything so unfair? How can that be allowed to happen? And he dug it. He really put his effort. It was an effort ball for sure. And, there it is. No run. 76 for 4. We've got 2 balls left of our little spell. I think the Bear's going to go and... Do we see you again before? Yes, you're seeing us home, aren't you?
I've only got 10 overs off in this entire innings.
Wide. I didn't know you were going to be asleep during it, did I? As in comes the throw. Oh! Well, there was a misfield. And for a moment, Azmat Al-Ramat had a mat conference to decide whether they would take a single, and then decided, I think quite rightly, that it would have been daft. I doubt they actually said never run on a misfield.
There was a run out.
Well, exactly. That's why we're all taught it at school, never run on a misfield. Required rate, nearly 8 as the Bear said, 7.92 in to be precise. That's driven straight to Mark A. Janssen at extra cover. And there is no run. 20 overs are completed. 77 for 4. Azmat 15, Ramat 13, and over to you, Mog, while the Bear and I shuffle seats.
Stephen Kelk says Afghanistan are just lulling South Africa into a false sense of security. And I shall hand it over to Jeremy Messi Henderson.
Thank you, Mog. The excitement is so intense that the Bear has actually exploded. There's a certain sense of deja vu about this, isn't there? Feel like it's a Bear game. Let's face it, it's a Bear game.
Hi, Messi. Yeah, feels like we're on a long train to nowhere.
Indeed, and we knew we were going to be going there. About 2 hours ago.
Yeah, it did look from about 20 overs into South Africa's innings that this game was only going one way as Mulder continues over the wicket to Azmat, and it's on that hard length on off stump. He pushes into the offside for a single. I've been really impressed with Wian Mulder, Tony. Very much South Africa's fourth seamer.
He's bowled very tightly, though, hasn't he? It was him and Rabada in harness.
Really,
it was poor old Siddiqui, wasn't it? Siddiqui, and he just couldn't get the ball away.
Yeah, really consistent on those hard lengths.
Play and miss. It was consistent. Then he got himself run out. He was so desperate to do something, he ran himself out.
Well, yeah, it was a tortuous innings. As Mulder's over the wicket again, it's straight on a good length and it's pushed into the leg side for no run. So yeah, Afghanistan have struggled to build partnerships, and they've equally haven't been able to score freely. It was a tortuous innings for Sadiq, and it's been a pretty ugly showing throughout.
Yeah, it has been. I think New Zealand set a bit of a marker. They were put in, weren't they, by Pakistan, but they got to 320. And how Pakistan struggled to chase, I'm sure, is what made South Africa think that winning the toss and batting first was a good thing to do.
As this time Ramat attacks, he manages to clear mid-on. It's a nice shot for 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Yeah, I thought during South Africa's innings it looked like the ball wasn't maybe coming onto the bat that easily, and I wonder if it's gotten harder for batting as the game's gone on.
It does rather seem to have done. You've just made me think I'll have a quick look and figure out what those stats are for batting first and second here.
Mulder's in again. This time it's short. Ramat just turns it into the leg side for a single. Yeah, you often think in Asia that dew can come in during the second innings and it can get a little easier for batting, but that hasn't seemed to be the case.
No.
Yeah, well, I think the fact that we're still very much in summer in the Northern Hemisphere is... sorry. No, I completely withdraw all of that. I'm confused. It's like
55% won by the team batting first, 46% won by the team batting second, which does suggest that batting first is actually not a bad thing to do.
As Azmat pushes straight down to long on for a single. So these two just starting to build a little partnership. I mean, I think Afghanistan from here, barring an absolute miracle, are thinking about net run rate. But they've still got a bit in the hatch. Gulbuddin Naib's been in good batting form, and then they've got the power hitting of Nabi and Rashid. So you think they've got to be hoping to get themselves up towards 250 plus, and then think about those other games against England and Australia.
Yeah, it's interesting because I mean, when you only play 3 games, you don't have a lot of margin for error.
As Ramat defends for no run, it goes through to Rickleton behind the stumps. That's the end of the 21st. Afghanistan 84 for 4.
Stephen Kelk says Afghanistan are just lulling South Africa into a false sense of security. Yeah. I'm sure you're right. I mean, they're only 26 runs and 3 wickets behind where South Africa were at this stage, so it's not much to catch up, really. We're up to date on YouTube and on Blue Sky. Oh, hold on, we may have something. Yeah, Blue Sky has Rajesh M68 has put up an Australian 11. Travis Head, Jake Fraser McGurk, Steve Smith, Marnus Labuschagne, Josh English, is Glenn Maxwell, Alex Carey, Nathan Ellis, Aaron Hardy, Sean Abbott, and Adam Zampa. That's not a start that's going to scare the hell out of England.
Is that the actual 11? Is that have they announced their 11 ahead of the game, or is
that's a very good question?
Or is that just a predicted 11?
I don't know, but I would imagine that that's pretty close to what they'd play anyhow.
Yeah, it does sound like it, and I can't see too many others that I would change there.
So we got a bit of spin. Keshav Maharaj into the attack for the first time, and his first ball finds Azmat's outside edge, but it runs safely through to the man at short third man. No single there.
Yeah, such a lovely little jingle. I should give it more time. I'll start it now.
This time it's straight and pushed.
From South Africa, started out bowling pace, but he made the switch. I wonder why, but he's known as Keshav.
There it was.
So Maharaj over the wicket to Ramat Shah. It's short and he rocks back and cuts into the offside. There's a sweeper out on the fence, so it'll just be 1 run.
Got a slip in as well for Maharaj. They're obviously looking for that.
Yeah, well, he's got
pushes it across the right-hander.
2 right-handers, so he's turning the ball away from them. Just a little bit of turn and bounce, and you feel he's that man that slips in the game. This time it's full and it's straight. Azmat opens the face, but he can't get it past the infield. No run there.
Oh, was there some discussion of the England 11, which was named yesterday, 2 days before the game, which seems weird.
Oh, I haven't seen that, Messrs. Have you got it for us?
Yes, Phil Salt, Ben Duckett, Jamie Smith at 3.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Joe Root, Harry Brook, Josh Butler at 6, Liam Livingston, Bryden Cast, Jofra Archer, Adil Rashid and Mark Wood.
As Maharaj is in again. Ooh! Yeah. They go up excitedly, but I think Azmat's inside edged onto the pad,
I think it was bat first, I think.
I quite like the sound of that England 11, and I think Jamie Smith at 3 is a good attacking call. Oh, that's a lovely ball this time. It's flighted and it finds a bit of turn and it beats Azmat's outside edge. Rickleton takes the stumps, but he was well in his crease. After 22 overs, Afghanistan at 86 for 4.
Yeah, I think in Pakistan, that's probably quite a good team. In Dubai, I think they're going to be stretching it a bit, but we'll see what happens when and if they get there.
And so, am I right, Messrs, that they're relying on Root and Livingston as the 5th bowler to get 10 through between them?
It looks like that, yeah.
Okay, and that is, well, it could be a problem. Have we got anything on the socials?
Yes, we have, actually. Ray Peridine says Afghanistan is an associate team. Not any longer, no, they're a full member.
Yeah, very much so.
With test status. Farong says 3 matches in 1 litre of rum. Ooh, 6 litres of beer as well. Who pays for the carnage? Hopefully my contract will be renewed at the end of the next week. Then I can super chat. I hope so. Just hope you're still sober to sign it, that's all. And Stephen Kelk just says, Fear Zampa.
Fear Zampa indeed, as Rabada is back into the attack. His first ball is pushed by Ramat Shah into the offside for a couple of runs.
And Eric J, in response to the England 11, says that's the Champions Trophy's winning 11 right there.
Back of a length again from Rabada, and Ramat just opens the face and glides it down to third man for a single. Well, with Afghanistan starting the tournament poorly today, you feel that could be quite a crucial clash tomorrow between England and Australia. Got the feel of a kind of knockout game.
Well, yes.
Oh, very much so. Well, except they could both be knocked out, of course.
Of course, Messi.
Remind me, is the 2 of the 3 qualify to make up semi-finals and a final? I'm assuming
2 of the 4.
Right. 2 of the 4 in each group. That's
yes.
Right. Yeah.
As this time Rabada's straight on a good length, and Azmat just pushes it to the man at short cover for no run. So, I mean, I think South Africa are firm favourites in this group. Do you guys agree, or am I a bit high on them?
No, I'm with you. I agree on that.
I would agree. I mean, they have lost their last 6 leading into this, so they've not looked in any kind of nick. But then they've looked in pretty decent order today.
As Rabada continues over the wicket, it's straight and it's defended for no run. Yeah, I think they look a rounded team, more rounded than any of the others in the group.
I mean, the only thing you would say, and you'd say the same for sure about England, is one quality spin option. Who's their other spin option?
I think they've got Shamsi as their backup spinner, and they might call on a couple of overs from Markram here or there.
Yeah, so but again, it feels like you're a bit more bits and piecesy. Whereas you look at the likes of India or indeed Pakistan, they've got deeper spinning resources, haven't they?
Yeah, definitely more spin to call on. As Rabada bowls short, and it's just pushed to the man at point for no run. What's going on here? We're seeing some images of a misting of the pitch going.
It's a special stray that's supposed to limit the impact of the dew by doing something to it.
Oh wow, that's the first I've seen of that. Rabada's in again, it's short this time, and Azmat tries to tickle it, but I think he's got bad on that as the South Africans are going up. Nothing from the umpire just yet, but yep, that is going to be out. So
I think he's walking too,
he's
so
off.
There's no question of it.
Afghanistan 89 for 5.
Yep. It is, well, we'll do one of these.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
And
but also one of these. Wasn't a great ball. Probably one of the worst he's bowled, to be honest.
Yeah, I was just going to say it qualifies for one of these. It was leg side-ish, and the kind of dismissal as a batsman that you absolutely hate. Just got a bit of glove on one. Any bat on that was probably off to the boundary.
Yep, that very much so, I suspect.
And now at 89 for 5, Afghanistan in deep, deep water.
I was going to say, we were talking about winning this group. There's potentially a very strong advantage in coming first in this group, of course, because that then means, assuming India win their group, that you don't have to go to Dubai for the semi-final.
Yep, you avoid India, you avoid Dubai, and so a real premium on coming top in this group as the big man Mohammed Nabi strolls out to the middle.
That's it, if you win the semi-final,
you've probably got to go there anyway.
Probably going to end up going to Dubai anyway.
Well, yes or no, because you never know. Somebody could have some luck against India, or they might have a bad day. So,
well, here's a man who desperately needs to have a very good day. It's this chap.
The gods made Muhammad Nabi, and they saw that he was good. He came to play with bat and ball with a style like silk and wood.
As Maharaj continues, Ramat Shah advances down, pushing to long off for a single. And you're right to say, Messers, it's very easy to think of India as being invincible because they've been in white hot form in white ball cricket, both formats recently, but until they won that T20 World Cup last year, I don't think they'd won a major tournament since 2011. So
they had a real albatross, or
and so you wonder whether that could return at some point as Maharaj continues over the wicket to Mohammad Nabi. He floats his bat at one outside off stump and gets nothing but clean air on it.
Yeah, the pressure in knockout games often changes the dynamic, doesn't it?
Yeah, as Maharaj flights it up again, you think he wants to tempt Nabi into a big wafting drive, but he shows a bit of restraint there, just pushing into the offside for no run. Yeah, I mean, it means so much to India, to the whole nation, and you wonder if that weight just can bear heavy on their shoulders. This time Nabi rocks back, pushing into the offside for an easy single. But I think if we expect South Africa to qualify top, India would be licking their lips at the sight of an England team who they've just smashed, or an Australia team who are under strength.
Yeah.
This time Ramat rocks back, and I think he's got that one to the boundary. It's cut away and it beats the rider on the offside fence, 4 runs.
Although India will be looking at Head and Maxwell as potentially Achilles' heels for them.
As spanners in the works. This time Maharaj is full. Ramat pushes for no run. And I mean, very interesting to see tomorrow how that bowling group goes. There seems to be a lot of hype around Nathan Ellis, Messrs.
Yeah. I mean, he's got potential, but I don't think he's fantastic. I think that Australia's got a lot of decent second-string bowlers, but compared with their existing 3-man lineup, nobody comes close in my view.
Yeah, you have to expect it's going to be a big drop-off, and I've got to say I haven't been overly impressed with what little I've seen of Spencer Johnson or Aaron Hardy, although I know they're two players.
Or Dwarshuis, to be honest. Especially with that moustache.
I was about to say, Dwarshuis, as soon as you say Dwarshuis to me, all I can see is a big walrusy tash.
Yeah.
But I can't remember much about his bowling.
Afghanistan 95 for 5 after 24. Have we got anything on the socials, Messrs?
We have Stephen Kelk. Oh God! At the risk of stating the obvious, there is already a first bowler with a low release point, and it is neither Root or Livingston. Yeah.
Well, we know who you're talking about.
Eric J says Harry Percy, filth demon bowler. Mogg says the entire raison d'etre of world cricket now is for India to have the easiest passage into every final, everywhere, all the time. Yeah. Well, it'll be interesting because there's a tournament in India in 4 years' time, is it? Where Pakistan will be home based in Dubai and have the opportunity to exact their revenge.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they've said they won't travel to India for that. As Rabada continues for his 6th, it's on the stumps on a good length, and Nabi defends.
He's 40 now, Mohammad Nabi.
Yeah, I thought he was older than that, to be honest.
He's 40. He's been doing tidy work with the ball in the BPL for Badashal, but nothing of note for a long time with the bat at all.
I must say, I'm very surprised he's come in ahead of Gulbuddin Naib, who was in flying form in the ILT20. Rabada over the wicket again. This time it's on the pads, and Nabi gets that away down to the man at fine leg for a single.
I have meant to comment a few times on Tony reading it from his phone, because when he does so, he has to look over the top of his glasses, bend right down, and it looks like he's actually died in his chair.
Oh dear. Hopefully not.
Hopefully
I'm still
not.
Very much here.
Indeed, as Rabada is called for a front foot no ball. So Ramat's going to have a free hit at this. Let's see what he can do.
I think it is fair to say I probably might need to up the point size of my notes.
Or get better glasses.
No, I think it's definitely the former.
Or maybe get a bigger screen, Tony.
Yeah,
get yourself an iPad.
I have an iPad, although it's so old I don't think it's functional anymore.
So here we go. We've got a free hit. It's wide, and Ramat can't get any bat on it. So that is a let off for South Africa. He's asking for the wide, but I don't think he's going to get it.
I do have to upgrade my phone.
As do I, Tony.
I was desperately. I just hate this.
Well,
such a faff.
It's such a pain, and buying tech is.
It is and it isn't. I mean, I just upgraded my iPhone and it put it on top of the old one, and it took 40 minutes or so to move everything across.
Oh, that one keeps a bit low from Rabada. It beats the bat. There's a bye as Rickleton can't gather cleanly. So that takes the score to 98. Yeah, you're right, Messers. They have made it easy, but I always struggle with that. The syncing and all that sort of business. And I need to buy a new laptop, a new phone, a new razor. I've got all sorts of electronics to buy, and I don't want to do any of it.
A new razor?
Yeah, an electric shaver, not a razor.
Don't
Tony.
get them confused.
Rabada's in again. Again, it keeps a little low, but this time Naby's well behind it. He defends for no run.
I'm sure there's a Mr. S. Todd somewhere nearby. You'd be happy to shave you from time to time.
Good old Sweeney, yeah. I don't think I'll be heading down to the Demon Barber of Fleet Street. I want to live a little longer yet, not end up in the inside of a pie, Messers.
Is that Mrs. Miggins's pie shop?
Mrs. Lovett.
Mrs. Lovett's pie. I'm thinking of Blackadder, aren't I, with Mrs. Miggins? Yeah, it's Mrs. Lovett, wasn't it?
And it's good length from Rabada again. Naby defends no run. So, I mean, it looks to me like Afghanistan have given up any hope of winning this game, and they're batting for a sort of respectable score. But you're
218 on 20. I mean, 218. If it were a T20, you'd go. Well, 218 is achievable at T20 level, and you've got 5 extra overs to do it in.
Yeah, if they were 98 for none, they might feel they had a chance. But it's been a loss.
Afghanistan have always been a 2-out, all-out team, really.
This time it's short from Rabada, but it doesn't get up at all, so Naby's able to just roll his wrists and get it through square leg for a comfortably run single. After 25, they're 99 for 5.
Ravi Natarajan says, based on what I see, one semi-final will happen in Dubai and the final will be played in Dubai. All foregone conclusions, no doubt. He says, India versus South Africa or Australia in the final in Dubai. I think Australia won't make the final no matter what. Yankee 7000 says, thank you for your input, Ravi. Care to bet the house on it? It's so easy to make claims till one has to put up, eh? Eric J says a Pakistan-New Zealand final would suit me. I think that's unlikely. Ravi says the young chap in the middle is making exuberant commentary as if this game is on pins and needles. Kudos, young man. Well, after the bear almost falling asleep mid-sentence, it's a very refreshing.
There was at one point I was really thinking I could do with a sharp stick to poke him with, because I thought he was going to desert me sort of after about 6 overs of my spell.
I've got to say, as I came in to take over, he didn't look the most enthused as Maharaj is into his 3rd over. Ramat rocks back and punches through cover for a nicely... Oh, well, they might get back for 2 here.
Yeah,
they are.
But that run rate is nearly 9. They're going at just a tickle over 4.
Yeah, and as Mess has said, you feel that with this batting unit, so much relies on that partnership of Gurbaz and Ibrahim Zadran at the top. This time, Ramat advances down. He can't quite get to the pitch, so he just pushes to the man at long off for a single.
Again, it shows the value of a good spinner. I mean, England have Adil Rashid, Maharaj. India are blessed with choices.
This time it's full and on Naby's legs, and he pushes it to the man at long on.
And it's not like that's new. I mean, I remember when Middlesex, 2008 was it, when they won the Blast. I don't think it was called the Blast then. Might have been called something else.
Was that with Sean Udall?
It was. It was Udall and who was his spin twin? Began with a K. Pakistan spinner.
Canaria.
Yeah, Denise Canaria, I think.
This time Ramat rocks back, but it's straight to the man at backward point. No run. Maharaj racing through his over. He's got through 2.5 for 13. As you alluded to, Tony, good spinner can just really dry things up.
Well, spinners operating in tandem as well.
Get through overs quickly.
It's not always about wickets.
As Ramat pushes the last ball of the over into the leg side after 26, Afghanistan 105 for 5.
Farong says Ellis plays IPL isn't up to BPL standard. Is he any good? Perhaps. Well, he's only played one serious season IPL. He played, I think, 10 games in 2023, where he did all right, but nothing spectacular.
Murali Kartik.
Murali Kartik.
Murali Kartik with Sean Udall. Poor old Sean.
Ravinat Harajan says, yes, I'll bet the house 100%. Mog says Ellis did just lead the Hurricanes to glory in the BBL. That's true, but that was the BBL, you know. Sorry, but a lot of people have done things in the BBL they haven't been able to replicate at a higher level. Doesn't matter. It's still fun. That's all T20 is fun. If it's competitive, it's the most important thing for the crowd.
As Rabada's into his 7th, it's full and straight and it's defended for no run. But I think Nathan Ellis, he's going to be the sort of pack leader, isn't he, amongst those quicks? I imagine he'll take the new ball with Sean Abbott, do you think, Messers?
I would think probably, yes. I think Sean Abbott actually has real potential. I think he's done some really good things in England, hasn't he?
He has for Surrey. This time it's short and Ramat gets bad on it. It goes fine racing to the boundary, so it's going to be a much needed 4 runs to Afghanistan score. And I believe Sean Abbott's one of those players who's really worked on his batting and turned himself into almost a sort of bowling all-rounder, would we say?
Yeah, I think that's right. There is some doubt being expressed on YouTube amongst people about whether people would actually bet their houses on the game.
As Rabada goes back to a good length, it's pushed into the leg side for a quickly run single. Well, I think if you put a gun to my head and asked me to put my house on a team, I wouldn't have too much hesitation in going India.
I think it would have to be I thought you were talking about one game. If it was one game, it would have to be the final over with about 73 needed.
I'm not putting my house on anything.
Except solid ground.
Exactly, yes. Mog says, didn't Dinesh Kanaria later get done for match
He
fixing?
did. And that's why in my head, even when I was saying Dinesh Kanaria, I'm thinking it's not who I mean. I meant Murali Kartik.
As Rabada bowls onto Ramat's legs, he flicks it out to the... Or was it Nabi's legs? Someone's legs, and it's gone for a single. Nabi's legs.
Nabi's legs. Sounds like a fabulous name for a pub.
Yeah. Nabi's legs.
Going down the old Nabby for a couple.
Yeah, it serves a mean pint of some sort of
something,
ale.
Whatever, whatever you sell.
Something undrinkable.
Rabada to Ramat. It's got to be an interesting anagram out of those two together, isn't there?
And Rabada's leg side again. This time I think they'll get back for 2, as it's gone between the men and deep backward square and deep fine leg. So it's been a productive over for Afghanistan. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 from it so far. And Ramat's quietly worked his way to 38 from 45. He's got a decent ODI record, but in Test cricket he's done really well. I think he's probably been their best Test batter, although Afghanistan haven't played a huge amount of Test cricket, and you can see why. He looks to have good technique.
Yeah, I mean, he's looked very solid, hasn't he? Just not spectacular.
Certainly not explosive. And you wonder if there is a time when they think about trying to flick the switch and attack, or whether they're happy just to work their way up past 200. Rabada's short again. This time it's turned away to the man at deep backward square for a comfortable single, which will complete the 27th over. Afghanistan 114 for 5.
Mog says, oh God, I remember when a jingle was needed for Sean Abbott. Knackle vetoed my choice of the song Pure Killer. If you know, you know. Yeah, I'm with Knackle on that one entirely.
I don't often agree with Knackle, but I think I might I would side with him on that one, yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
Tahir Mohammed says, hey guys, what's up? it's going to be a slobber knocker tomorrow, Australia versus England. A slobber knocker. I like that expression.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I don't know, but it sounds fun.
It does sound fun.
It depends if you're the knocker or the knockee.
Yeah.
Whilst being slobbered on. Milosevic.
As Maharaj continues for his fourth over, it's lovely, it's flighted, there's turn, and Rickleton whips off the stumps and is asking the square leg umpire if it's out.
I don't think the umpire's even interested. I think he had his foot well down, but it was a fantastic ball. Flight, as you say, and turn.
Beautiful bit of bowling. Ramat doesn't look like he's going anywhere. The square leg umpire, I don't think, has sent it upstairs, so it's a wholly speculative call from Ryan Rickleton. He was briefly out of his crease, but I think he was well back by the time the stumps were shattered. And Maharaj has got a cheeky grin on his face saying, I've done you there. This time Ramat rocks back, pushes out to the man on the offside boundary for one. I don't think I like the sound of having the slobber knocked out of me. Especially. But I will be watching tomorrow. I imagine I'll be a bit hungover, so I might be watching it from bed, but I'm going to...
Oh, have you got a big night tonight?
Got a big night tonight. I've got a mate's birthday, Tony.
Oh, terrific.
You don't have to end up hungover, though.
I will try not to, Messrs. I've been very restrained through January and February. I did try January.
That, and yet...
and I sense that tonight the wheels might come off a bit.
Well, that's setting yourself up to fail, isn't it?
Maharaj over the wicket again, it's flighted, and Ramat likes the look of it, but he gets a hold of none of it, and it sort of skews off his bat straight back to the bowler. There's no run.
You see, just to put this in an England context just for a moment while I'll wait for Maharaj.
This time Ramat advances down and just pushes it past the man at extra cover for an easy single. But I think I know what you're going to say, Tony. Let's hear it.
Well, I'm looking at Maharaj, and I'm thinking of the likes of... Who was the South African who was going to become England for a spinner?
Simon Harmer.
Harmer. I know there's one more genuine top quality. Wow.
This time he's...
No, it's going down there.
I think it's sliding down there. Yeah. Maharaj looks interested, but I don't think they're going to review.
Nah.
But one more genuine quality, and I do stress genuine quality spinner alongside Rashid. And England's challenge is Rashid ain't going to go on forever, and he's at the very much the back end of his career, which is where he's acquired all of the expertise, nous, and experience and variety. I worry when he goes. What do we genuinely have that can compete against the best teams in white ball cricket?
Yeah, very much so, and it's big shoes for Rayan Ahmed to fill.
It is big shoes for and I would have given him more chances earlier, and I was surprised in India that he didn't get them. He's going to have to learn super fast, and he really should be playing more cricket.
There will be others that emerge all of a sudden. That often happens in white ball
cricket. The challenge, though, in English cricket is they don't emerge that often.
As Marco Janssen's back into the attack, he's round the wicket and it skews off Ramat's bat for a comfortable single to the man at third man.
I think Mogg has his tongue firmly in his cheek when he says net run rate sure will play a huge role in determining the finalists in this tournament. Given that South Africa and India might win all their games, net run rate becomes totally unimportant. It's probably the truth that it won't.
This time it's wide and Nabi has a clean swing at it, but it's straight to the man on the offside fence, so there'll just be one there. And I think it's fair to say that England haven't been particularly good at managing spinners. We look at Liam Dawson getting a bit of a short shrift, and you have to think that the county championship hasn't encouraged the production of sort of high quality spinners.
Yeah, it's true. Interesting too. There was a Sheffield Shield match between Western Australia and Queensland at the Gabba this week. The most successful bowler was...
This time it's straight and it skews off Ramat's bat out to the man at fine leg for one.
Was West Australian spinner Corey Rocky.
It's a hard name to say.
Yeah.
What is it, Rocky Okoko or something?
Yeah. Took 7 wickets in the first innings. He's actually a very good spinner. But at the Gabba, it's, you don't expect that to be the case on the first day, and yet that could be the case in the Ashes next year too. That spin will be an important part of it.
As Jansen's in again, this time it's short and it's wide, but Nabi finds the man at backward point, so there's no run. And what I thought you were going to say, Tony, was actually that if England were playing in this situation, they would have tried to slam Maharaj out of the ground and lost about 4 wickets to him.
Oh, but they certainly wouldn't have settled for, run rate is fine. I know I was thinking more generally beyond the context of one match, and I was just thinking our challenge is not, chucking pace at the problem, isn't the answer.
This time it's straighter. Nabi pushes into the offside. He fancies a single, but he's sent back wisely by Ramat. No, I agree. I don't think this battery of fast bowlers, particularly on generally sort of slower, more docile South Asian decks, is going to do a lot. And as you say, how much longer can the ageless Adil Rashid go on for?
Well, I think he can go on for a long time, to be honest.
Do you think Messers?
Well, he's playing only white ball cricket, bowling 4 overs in a game. Yeah, I reckon he can do that for a long time.
Oh, this time it's short. Nabi skewed it straight up in the air, and it's to Rabada at square leg. So Afghanistan lose another wicket. They are 120 for 6 and in all sorts.
That was got big on him too quickly, and he couldn't control the shot, and away he has to go.
After you've gone.
So why don't we get dinged for that? Mog has, well, I won't call it advice for you, Nick. It's more of a public service announcement. He just says, no hangovers with heroin. Just saying.
Cheers, Mog. I think I might stay away from the heroin tonight.
Yeah, but Farong has some help for you. He says the BRU, that's the Bangladesh Rickshaw Drivers Union, Chingford branch, does offer 24-hour service if the wheels fall off. And Mog says that Jafar Chauhan guy, is he any good?
I have to admit I haven't seen any of him. I think did he play in the Big Bash Messers?
I don't know, to be honest.
I think he was drafted into one of the teams, but I don't know whether he got any game time. As Gulbuddin Naib makes his way out to the middle to join Ramat Shah. And yeah, he has been in really good form with the bat. I think he hit 4 50s in the ILT 20 and was slamming the ball all over the place. So let's see if he can bring a bit of that form into this tournament. It'd be nice to see Afghanistan bruise the boundary boards a little bit before they go out.
I tell a lie, he did play 4 games for the Sydney Sixers, took 3 wickets at 26 at an economy rate of 6.66. So, reasonable, but...
so he could be an interesting prospect. But, I mean, the problem is England seem to have a lot of spinners who emerge and then disappear. As Maharaj is into his 5th, it's flighted and wide. And Ramat plays it out into the offside for a single. And I think...
The sense is with white ball cricket, unless you're a really good spinner, you have to be able to bat pretty well as well.
Absolutely. And, I mean, you see what India have got with Jadeja and Akshar. It really balances their side so much. I just heard Bear from the other room shouting that someone's shit. They're all shit, he's saying. Which I think is about a fair enough assessment. This time it's straighter from
shouting energy.
And Gulbuddin defends for no run.
I think the Bear's cranking himself up to come back on again.
Yeah, we're going to see an enthused, re-energised Bear coming into the studio on the 30 over mark. Maharaj flighted again, and Gulbuddin's very tentative on that. It beats the bat, and Rickleton whips the bails off, but he's well inside his crease.
So, Eric J says something that I actually don't agree with. He says little red ball cricket in an English summer isn't helpful for encouraging spinners. There is a lot more red ball cricket in England for players than there is in, say, Australia. I don't think it may be the times of year it's played that's a problem, but you play a lot more county cricket than you do shield cricket, for example.
As Maharaj continues with another dot ball, I don't think it helps that half of it is in April when it's usually about 4 degrees.
Well, that's long been the debate, hasn't it? Well, not so much a debate, a fact.
The last ball of Maharaj's 5th over, it's straight and it's pushed back by Gulbadin. No run. He's 18 overs, 5 overs for 18 rather. Afghanistan 121 for 6.
Would you a change?
We are. I think. Am I back on ball by ball again? I have a vague memory I might be. Yes, I am. Should be Mog and Bear.
Dan de Castro says closing in on 10 runs per over, piece of cake. And Eric J says, no red ball cricket in July and August is the problem, which is a fair point.
Yeah, this is what kind of everybody says. Well, Afghanistan's first sojourn into the Champions Trophy doesn't look like it's going to get off to a great start. That says Mulder, but are we sure it's Mulder? It looked more like Marco Janssen to me. And there we go, they've corrected it. The junior operative behind the captioning. Just a single was worked away to leg by...
That should have been 2, shouldn't it?
Yeah, well, not for the first time, Bear. We just have it just has the feeling that...
I mean, they should have got down there before he even got to the ball and then one for the throw.
It's feeling a bit like an extended practice session for Afghanistan. In comes the tall left armour round the wicket to the right-handed Gulbadin, who fences away into the offside. And again, there is no run.
They've really made no effort at this, have they? That's the problem.
They have told them this is an official game in the tournament, haven't they?
Yes, not one of the warm-ups.
So not warming up,
where everybody can join in.
Bringing out bowlers 11, 12, 14, 19 in the squad.
There's the gangling frame of Janssen. That one's short. Ramat pulls. Doesn't get hold of it though. And it really just pulls it to mid-wicket and gets a single. Where is that run rate? Got itself to now.
Well, they require over 200.
Nearly
just
10.
Under 200. It's just just under 10.
Shade under 10. And the cat is... I think the cat's coming on to go, look, come on. He's probably basically going to have a quick word with the batsman. I suspect I do know where he has acquired his limp. Someone smacked a cricket ball at the poor lad, because he does tend to want to join in. I say lad, it may be a girl. Was that genuine information that it is actually a life member of Karachi? Or
I believe so, yes.
I wonder if he's a pen pal of Brian the cat in Somerset. I very much doubt it.
What's the name of the
Brian's
cat
an
at
absolute
number 10?
bastard. Oh, he can run though. Look, he may have a limp. He can run when he needs to.
He's been chased off the pitch.
Oh, I think I'd run if I had Kabisa Rabada hounding after me.
I bet you won't go over the ropes though.
Yeah, he'll sneak back. He'll sneak back on.
He's a troublemaker.
He is.
Flicked off his legs by Gulbadin. That's flicked away and fine, and it's going to be 4 of the King's finest.
Oh, god damn.
Could someone let us know if the cat's got a name?
I presume
I'm
it
just going
has.
to Google that cat right now.
Yeah, just Google Karachi cat black name. Whatever it may be.
Cricket in there as well.
In any order you like.
Cricket cat Karachi National Stadium.
Knuckle Stadium, did you say?
No.
National Stadium.
Karachi National Stadium.
You said Knuckle Stadium.
Got knuckle on the brain.
Oh, what a horrible thought. That's flying high in the air. It's going to be safe, though, because it's dropped between deep cover and Temba Bavuma, who was running back from short extra. Lands safe, and we'll get 2 runs for Gulbadin. So the score moves on to 130 for 6.
There's a lot of hysterical articles about cat stops play.
Well, he didn't really stop play. He just wants to join in. He's very confident, Cat. He's
bizarre scenes in Karachi.
Yeah, bizarre. Yes. Janssen in short, pulled, and he's got that safe. That's 2 shots. Well, he's got 4 runs on that occasion. Didn't look the safest of 4 runs because he didn't get. It was a bit top edgy over mid wicket, but he's got 4 runs for it. And I think at this stage he'll take them quite gratefully.
Well, it's a 4 for a boundary, well, here's a rope. Roll like it, but it had to go.
That's a new one. It's a new one to me. Have you uploaded some new 4 jingles? Or
No, it's been there for a while.
You've just dug out some old ones to replace the...
I think that some more ones got sent.
Dingers. Ah.
I said that one's relatively recently been sent.
I thought so.
It's been there for a while. It's perhaps been played before.
I'm sure it's
Good Lord. One of the birds tried to chase the cat as well. One of the kites that hangs around the ground.
Maybe that's how it got its little limp.
All sorts of potential scenarios come to mind.
This
That one is
pretty
cut.
fucking grim.
Cut towards De Sorsey, who's patrolling the cover boundary. They'll take a single. It wasn't his day today, De Sorsey. But a player with huge potential. Very strong on the pull is De Sorsey. We didn't see so much of it today. Around the wicket comes Maharaj, spears that in a little bit at Gulbadeen. See, the thing about Maharaj, he does have a lot of variety, doesn't he?
He varies his pace and his line quite well. Not a huge amount of variety, but
Well, you're a good judge of a left armour, as that one was steered towards short third. Take a single. 136 for 6. 180 needed, 111 balls. But it would still be within the realms of possibility. But they have lost 6 wickets, and that really is what is the problem. That's pushed to Bavuma.
That is the problem.
Who left foot and his right foot, nice little mover that he is, fields comfortably.
Did you know that legendary cricketer Wasim Akram recently spent 1.8 lakh on his cat's haircut?
Sorry, the cricket rudely interrupted you there, Mog.
I was not even looking at the screen when yeah, Wasim Akram spent 1.8 lakh on his cat's haircut.
1.8 lakh.
How much is
like
that?
a grand.
Where do you take your cat to have a grand's worth of a haircut?
I have no idea. I'm sure cats don't like haircuts either.
That's
I
pushed
happy to
towards
rip
mid-on.
people
They
off
run.
by the sound of it.
Yeah.
End of the over.
Right.
Tell us more. Now I'm really intrigued. I want to know the story of the Karachi cat, and I'm desperate to know about Wasim Akram's barber.
I've got
barber.
very little information about the cat in Karachi, because all I'm seeing is the feline walked out onto the field and sat by itself
And licked its balls. Or ass, whichever.
Played its cello there. They play their cello. That's what we describe it. Is in polite society we say he's playing his cello.
Yeah, this isn't polite.
It's because of that sort of one leg that goes up in one air.
Are we started back on yet?
No. The floor is yours, Mog.
It's not dead yet. The game, not the cat. Yes. Afghan could kick on from here. They build a solid platform now to attack. Attack the game, not the cat. Attacking cats is frowned upon.
Quite right.
Leah says, depends on the type of cat. There's lots of cat-type critters in fantasy games I'd attack without hesitation. Yeah. Pirate Badger says, cats are hardy. The local ones in my estate threw off a fox a few weeks ago. It's quite surreal, actually, watching cats chasing a fox. And Kieran asks Leah, what do you attack them with? A katana.
Oh, that's terrible.
Okay. Yes, I'm sure there'll be plenty of... Well, there's Phil Tufnell. If you want cricketing cats, that would be one for a start.
Clive Lloyd.
Yeah.
Clive Lloyd was known as the cat, wasn't he?
Was that Eric J googled Karachi cat, and she's boarding a plane as we speak.
Ah, as in our cat. Melbourne cat. Can't bowl. Catch field cat.
Why does the dog lick his balls? Asks Leah.
Because he can, I think, is the answer.
And Kieran says, if I was a concert cellist, I'd be offended by that, Tony.
Well, fair enough. Isn't it the dog joke? The dog that's licking itself. And one chap says to another, gee, you know what, I wish I could do that. And his mate goes, well, give him a biscuit, he might let you. That's a very old joke there. You don't tell me you've never heard that.
No, I haven't, but in your standard of jokes are, quite low in general.
It's as low as Afghanistan's chances of winning this game. 136 for 6.
Pretty much. They're on a level.
32. Thank you for that.
If you look closely, some of Tony's jokes are inscribed on the stones at Stonehenge.
Yeah. They were carried.
In the original.
They were carried by druids. Well, we're looking at Imran Tahir, who took 4 wickets, I think, in that game in Cardiff in the 2019
That's
World Cup.
that's the Oval.
Yes, but he did take 4 against Afghanistan in Cardiff. Was that one of the games you did, Bear? Afghanistan in Cardiff against South Africa? You must have done.
Well, no,
or was
not
it when you were off
necessarily.
air?
We were off air for a while, weren't we? Because the man didn't pay his bills.
Because the guy didn't come up with the money.
Yeah, he only decided to pay his money when it got to the final stages again. We got pulled off of the Afghanistan-India game in Southampton because we'd haired down from England losing to Sri Lanka at Headingley.
You got pulled off instead of getting paid.
Well, you know.
It's
and I'd
kind.
literally driven like a bat out of hell from Headingley to Southampton in about 4.5 hours with Barry as my passenger, looking very scared in the passenger seat.
Your passenger being Clive Lloyd, was it?
No, he decided that being in the car with the bear was not a good idea by that point. And so we head down to fucking Southampton, and then we woke up the next morning and been told not to go to the ground.
Right, Marco Jansen is going to continue to Gulbadine, who is on 11. And that looks bang in front to me. Was it going down leg? It doesn't look bang in front. But no, it's supposed to be Shafadullah. No, so this is twice. We're supposed to have had Shafadullah, and it's his replacement that's in there. So I'm forming a view that Mr. Shafadullah is indisposed.
Well, they've reviewed that South Africa, but I think that's going down.
Well, do you know
they
you
reviewed
say
it quite
that
quick?
That looked pretty straight to me. And you know, I'm a very good judge of LBW. This
no.
I'm a very bad judge, and I thought it wasn't hitting. So
you thought it wasn't hitting.
It's well going down leg side. It might have even hit him marginally on leg stump.
The Kettler is the third umpire, who in the VAR style, we're getting a hotline to see him in the right-hand corner of the screen as he deliberates.
It's terrible.
Why do we need to see him standing? For fuck's sake.
He's giving it pitches outside off.
It's hit him outside
as
leg.
I was saying, it was absolutely going down leg and never remotely looked like it was going to be out.
Not too high, but
was
a good stump extra on the leg side.
Marco Jansen must have been smoking something there.
He's been on the crack pipe.
Well, he is high all of the time.
Yeah.
Given the constantly
6'8", or is it 6'8"?
He's going on a bus trip through the Ardennes later, apparently.
He's a big, tall lad. Right, round the wicket he comes, and he beats the outside edge of Gulbadine. That was a cracking ball. Not the quickest, but it just moved enough, and Gulbadine swung and missed. Right, they were having a look at the field. Where's Bavuma? I'm trying to work out. Bavuma's at mid-off. There's a cover backward point, a mid-wicket and a mid-on, which is all sounds very scientifically, but effectively it's a line of 3 on the off and a line of 3 on the on. Without making it sound too complicated. Jansen in, pulled, square. There is a man at square. It's our friend De Sorzi, who has a fabulous haircut and wears it under a floppy sun hat, even at night, because the floodlights are now shining. We had a spell earlier, didn't we, where particularly the Afghanistan supporters in the crowd all had their phones out, and they were
giving it the old light,
doing it the old concert lighting.
Just when the ballad kicks in.
Jansen in, speared into off stump, defended rather edgily into fenced really by Ramat towards Maharaj, who's at shortish cover. Again, there was no run. 137 for 6. And now the rate is over 10. And you just get the feeling it's not going to come down there.
No. They're not even making an effort, are they, really?
Well, you might be being a tad unkind on the bowling, because Mulder and Rabada both bowled superbly. Mulder, I was very impressed with, was basically fourth seamer. That was worked away towards mid-wicket. They'll take a single.
It should take 2.
Should have taken 2, but I'm not sure. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. And it is indeed a 50 for Ramat Shah. And he's got 31. How many has he got of them?
31.
31 of them, yeah. 31 of those. Right. Well, let's... where's Millstones? There they are. I think we should celebrate him.
Don't stop just because you got to 50. Don't
Jansen in.
Stop. Treat it as a start.
Rather under-edgily dabbed.
To get a better score. The first 50's
no run.
Done. The first 50's done. Ooh.
is very much descended upon Karachi. And it is it does arrive early in this neck of the woods, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, that should be stretching out.
Floodlights.
Should be stretching out as you get towards spring.
Yeah, true. 33 overs complete. 139 for 6. 315 for 6, the target. Mog.
Yeah, good luck. Kieran Roseblade says, another terrible joke. I've had a catastrophe.
Catastrophe. Very good.
I don't know. I was feline pretty fine when I heard it myself.
Lord above. Very good.
And Stephen Kelk says, is it beer o'clock yet?
Yeah.
It certainly should be. Right.
Always.
Steered to point. Quick single taken off Maharaj.
I want these bloody antibiotics, and I think they don't go very well with beer.
Did you ask?
No, I didn't ask. But
Did you read the box?
No. I usually
what antibiotics are they? Do you know what they are?
Not offhand, no. But
Listen
normally,
to your mum.
That one is slapped away towards cover de Sorsey, the fielder. No, they take a single.
But normally I don't take any notice of that.
Yeah,
I'm usually fine.
Do you think they might have given you larger dosages given the?
I don't know. I mean, there was one. There was one I had when I had some for teeth, and they said this is the drug we give alcoholics when they're recovering. That's a really bad reaction to alcohol. So whatever you do, don't actually drink on these ones.
And you ignored that? Did
No,
you?
I didn't ignore that one.
And that
I
one's
did
push to cover, no run.
You've got to test it out yourself.
No, I wasn't prepared to test that one out because I figured if they tell you that, it's probably true.
Was there a famous footballer down here who had that treatment because he just couldn't stop getting the piss?
In the skips Maharaj, he's got a slip in place, and that's why he's in place, because that was a attempted pull or attempted sweep from Gulbadine, and it beat him past his outside edge. It was Rickleton. Whipped off the bails, but Gulbadine hadn't ventured forth beyond his crease. Maharaj again throws this up, defended on the back foot by Gulbadine, this time like a man who has all the time in the world to do nothing, really.
Yes.
Imagine if Brendan McCullum was his coach, he'd be pulling his hair out, wouldn't he? Although he never does, he'd just be looking from behind his reflective shades.
Well, exactly.
Defended into the onside. No run, just 2 from that over. 2 runs is all they got, Mog.
Very disappointing. No further messages right meow, so we'll go back to the banter.
That's quite right. I'm intrigued to know what the antibiotics are that Bear's taking. Most heavy-duty antibiotics advise you not to drink with them.
I know, but it's bollocks generally.
Amoxicillin?
No, there is a bit of amoxicillin in it. I'm allergic to ampicillin, I think.
They give amoxicillin to the elderly and small children.
And Gidi back into the attack. He's bowling to Ramat, who gets an inside edge down to short fine leg and gets a single as well. Not, one suspects, where he was expecting to get his single from, but it's a run nonetheless. He's very young looking, isn't he, Ngidi?
Yeah, he can't be that young anymore.
Well, no, but he has a very, very youthful face.
As my wife says, black don't crack. It's true.
You have to say that, so...
Well, no, I mean...
And he comes. Down the track, bunted in the air, he's going to be caught. Is he? Yes, it's taken, and Gidi has his wicket. Gulbadine has to go. It's Bavuma again. That low centre of Ducatian gravity enables him to tidily pouch that from mid-on. And, well... No, that is the sound of the fat lady limbering up her vocal cords, I fear.
Well, yeah, I just keep missing out on bets. I've bet twice on a run out, and about 3 balls later they've been caught.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
Well, Gulbadine Naib, 13 off 19, caught by Tamba Bavuma off the bowling of Ngidi. 2 4s, no 6s. In his little knock.
Oh, it's Rashid Khan.
And it is Rashid Khan who you sense. Yes, please.
Yes, please.
It's Rashid Khan. Yes, please. Here he is.
Rashid Khan, yes please. The best gosh bowler in the whole silly world, yeah. Rashid Khan, yes please. What you gonna do when he bowls to you, yeah. He's the dream of Afghanistan. He's the hope for tomorrow. Rashid Khan, yes please.
Genius jingle that.
Indeed, 26. Oh, he's only 26. Crikey.
Yeah, exactly.
Is he 26?
Is he really?
He's been. Okay. He's cut this.
6 runs.
He's cut backward a point his first ball for 6 runs, and I think that is a message to the rest of his teammates going, what the fuck have you been up
doing?
to?
Statement of intent.
Very much so.
Damn! That 6 is on fire.
Absolutely superb shot from Rashid Khan. Can he keep it going and do a few more? Because he's going to need to.
Probably not.
Going to have to do a lot more.
And Geedy, what's his answer? It's a swing and a miss from Rashid Khan that time. Cheeky smile back to Rashid from Ngidi because he knew he bested him on that occasion. What's he been doing with the bat recently? Well, very little.
Yeah, he tends to hit 6 or 2 and then get out.
Well, he hardly batted for MI Cape Town in the SA20. He made 5 against New Zealand in the here in Karachi in the unofficial warm-up game. That's nowhere near. That's going down leg. It was an attempted swing by Rashid, but hit him on the leg. But the leg was outside the line, so no fears there. Yeah, he genuinely hasn't batted, so there's not a lot you can say. His highest score in the World Cup in 2013 was 35 against Australia, and his highest score in the World T20 was 19 against Bangladesh.
But it would have only been off sub 10 balls.
He has made 60. He made 60 versus Ireland in ODIs in Belfast in 2019, which I suspect might have been a sort of a World Cup warm-up of sorts. 148 for 7, and Geedy in. Rashid Khan launches it. Has he launched it far enough? Well, he's beaten long on, but it drops just short of the boundary. It does plop over the rope though, and it does get him 4 runs. So after all the dibbing, dabbing and general dabbling from South Africa, Rashid Khan has come in and hit 10 off 4 and looks like he doesn't want to hang around doing it. Ramat with his 52 off 65 needs to come to the party, and just maybe Afghanistan can at least put themselves in with a fighting chance, but Mog is chuckling. 152 for 7. Mog.
Tahir Mohammed says, if Ramat can make 100, it means that Pakistan would be the only team so far without someone scoring 100.
Yeah, there has been some good scoring, that's for sure.
Dan De Castro says, Pakistan and Afghanistan can both pack their bags.
Well, it's not looking good. Right, Maharaj is going to be bowling to Rashmat, who is on 52, and he steps back, cuts to point. There's a man there, they'll take a single.
Rashmat?
Ramat.
Yes.
I was looking at Rashid Khan
exactly.
and Ramat, and I did an answer smash. I did an answer smash on them.
Yeah. Answer smash.
You watched Richard Osman's thing? Richard Osman's House of Games?
House of Games. Occasionally I catch it.
Yeah. Well, answer smash is always the last round. Maharaj in. Back again. Steps Rashid quite wristily. Powers this away. Is he going to get 4? He is.
Oh, God.
Dazorzi dived. Seemed to get a meaty paw on it, and it just still found its way to the boundary. And Rashid Khan might be quite entertaining because he's not going to hang around. He wants to get on with it.
4 F-O-R.
Actually, I feel a bit sorry for Dazorzi there. That was a genuinely decent effort. Swept by Rashid Khan. Swept past square legs. Swept for 4. Oh, yes. Rashid Khan, yes, please.
Where I live,
Here's the address I give. The phone.
So he's moved on to 18 from 6, so he's going at 3 a ball.
It's about what they need, isn't it?
Wow. I genuinely think he's making a little bit of a statement here.
I hope he's looking up at the box with the rest of the players, just going, look at this.
Maharaj always beaten him there, and it was beautifully flighted. And there was no aggressive intent from Rashid that time. He was looking to defend, and the ball was still too good for thee, lad. Turned just enough. But he kept his foot planted, despite the best efforts of Rickleton to remove the bails. They need 155 in 86 balls, Afghanistan, but suddenly the crowd have become a lot more... Oh, he's bottom edged that, or inside edged that.
No, I think he's missed it. He should have been stumped.
I missed it entirely.
Did he miss it entirely? I thought he got some bat on that.
No.
Bounced off Rickleton's gloves, I think.
Yeah, he missed
Let me
it.
have another look. Well, he takes 2 or 3 skips down the track. He
Should
does
have been
miss
stumped.
it completely. And had Rickleton taken it, yeah, he was stumped. Would have been stumped by a country mile. And Rickleton knows that too, because he looks very annoyed with himself. Maharaj again.
He slipped through, didn't it?
Nearly did. Rashid Khan stepped back. I thought it had beaten him. I think Rickleton thought it had beaten him. It somehow just got something in front of it. It was back because there was none of the rest of his body was anywhere near the line of the stumps. It's the end of the over. It's 161 for 7, leaving Afghanistan needing 155 from 84. Mark.
Dan Castro also adds Bangladesh to that list of people that can just leave now. Though it's nice to see Shah and Khan trying. Required run rate's too high to put a price and tag on your wickets by now.
Yeah, that's very true.
Pirate Badger says, so I had a conversation recently with a tabby who was predicting the end of the world. Expert eschatologist.
Right.
I'm not quite there with that. Maybe I'd need to be seeing it in front of me to understand. Right, short, defended, out to backward point, no run. It's another dot ball. Normal service has been resumed while Ramat is facing. You do feel when Rashid is facing, pretty much anything could happen. Which we applaud him for, Bear.
Yes.
Because he's woken us up, hasn't he?
At least it makes it slightly interesting.
Don't oversell
Woken
it.
you up. It's 3 a.m. here, and you're a lot of whinging about having to be woken up.
No, I'm awake now.
In he comes.
Coffee.
Short and wide wide certainly. Ramat reaches for it, guides it to cover. It was set well deep. And they take a single. Now, here we go. Ngidi to Rashid Khan. Rashid Khan in the kind of mood that's do or die. And don't die wondering if die you have to. Is very much his modus operandi. So what's going to happen off this next ball? I've probably built it up so much. It'll be a dot
Come
ball.
back with your shield or on it, etc.
Well, it looks like there's a big space to the leg side.
Yeah, there is. You're
Where they're
quite
tempting him.
Ngidi in, and he absolutely tries to launch the kitchen sink. And all he gets is they get a bye because he didn't get any. Did he get an edge on it? No, I don't think so. Absolutely, it's a bye, says the substitute umpire, who isn't the indisposed Mr. Ramadullah. Not Ramadullah. Who is it? Who's with an S? Who's the umpire I was thinking of?
Siegel.
Who it isn't? Shafadullah. But it isn't him because
he's ill.
Well, I don't know, but that's 2 games. There's a trend forming of him non-showing up. We have a few gorillas like that. That's
going to be out.
No, it's not.
No,
that's
no
in that
there.
big space in mid-wicket that you were saying he should be tempted by. And it was Ramat this time rather than Rashid. And he's taken advantage of that space for one of these.
I'm surprised they don't have anyone out there.
Where I live is the address I give. The phone.
I mean, the fact is that any batsman is going to, that's a natural arc, right? So if you are trying to score quick runs, you are going to, no matter if there's a man out there, people try it.
Effectively.
Exactly, but people try it whether there's a man out there or not, and you hope you're going to clear him. So you might as well have a fielder out there. I'd have thought. Anyway,
run rate under 12.
It's 11, just a shade over 11. In comes Ngidi. quite full. Ramat guides it to cover, which will be patrolled. Indeed it is. They take a single. 1 ball left of the 8th over of Ngidi.
I can't hear you, Tone, because you haven't got a microphone in front of your mouth.
Yeah.
What are you moaning about?
Nothing, you're alright. I'm just trying to get the headphones comfy on my luggles. 168 for 7. Ngidi, last ball of his 8th over. And he saw Rashid giving himself space outside a leg, followed him and left Rashid no room in which to operate. So it's a dot ball, 37 overs complete, 168 for 7, Mog.
Kieran Roseblade says, Khan is going to stop Shah getting a century when Afghan go on to win this. Muttley says, I'm awake too. Wonders of an afternoon nap.
Oh, well, Mutters, I hope you enjoyed your afternoon snooze.
Pirate Badger says, that was one of the more Reithian puns. Eschatology is the branch of theology concerned with the end of the world.
Ah.
So, eschatology.
Eschatology, I've got it.
What has that got to do with cats, says Kieran Roseblade? Cats want to destroy human civilization. It's pretty obvious.
Maharaj, round the wicket. Down the track comes Ramat, and he's decided he's going to have a little go, but he doesn't get hold of it. And the ball plops just a tad short of De Sorzi on the cover boundary, and they take a single, which, in terms of entertainment value and any remote chance that Afghanistan have, giving Rashid Khan the strike would seem to be the only way it can happen. He faces, he goes down on one knee, he looks to sweep, doesn't succeed, and it's a dot ball.
Yeah, the umpire said he couldn't have it wide there because he'd gone so far across his stumps.
Well, yeah, he had. Very near it. Well, Rickleton did take the bells off. Down the track comes Rashid. He's taken. He's taken at short mid wicket, and I'm afraid
it's all over.
The entertainment has ended with Rashid on 18 from 13. He's been caught off the bowling of Maharaj, and well, not quite sure what they have to come, but I don't suppose it's going to score at the rate that Rashid Khan was. Who was it who took the catch? Beautifully 4. Done. Ooh, Mog. Do you want to jump in with one of these?
Oh, yes.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
There you go.
Medal in both legs, £5. Says, remember, there's no I in Team America. Cheers, Mog. You're welcome. Please bear, can I have the fuck off jingle? Tar.
Yeah, of course you can. You can always have that.
Are we doing jingle requests now?
Yeah, well, it's in Wickets.
Yes, I know. They're down here. As you've pointed out before, it's
the one that says, fuck off!
Is it really? Is that the one that...
Yeah.
That's brilliant. Who does the cataloguing of these? It's incredible.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Right. And Noor Ahmed is our new man.
The only thing I'm doing is finding things to bet on because they're keeping me interested in the game.
169 for 8. The wicket of Rashid Khan. It was very entertaining for his 18. There's no doubt about that. And it's the young Noor Ahmed who only averages 10 and a best of 26. So it's not exactly inspiring. In fact, it's time to sing We Can See You Sneaking Out to a large contingent of Afghanistani followers. Forward comes Noor Ahmed, defends. Bavuma fields, and there is no run. I mean, he's got a slip in for Noor Ahmed, defends again. Back to Maharaj.
Gee, I hope we get another 12 overs of blocking it out to see out the match.
That's the worst of all finishes, isn't it? You know, you do want the denouement to happen at speed if it's going to happen. Away that goes to the offside. Ball. So he's having a look. It's Noor Ahmed. He's defended his first 3 balls. It's the end of that Maharaj over. Just a single from it. It's 169 for 8. 147 still needed from 72 balls.
We just about got to 4 o'clock.
Dan De Castro says, as much as dogma is a canine concept. Eschatology Cats. He also says, my favourite element of cricket is the fan base, chat, analysis, commentary. Have the highest IQ of all sports.
Oh, that's very kind. Who was that from?
Also, probably the most attractive, Dan DeCastro.
Dan, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. We appreciate your people listening. We appreciate people joining in. We especially appreciate people who become our patrons, because that's what keeps us doing what we do. And super chatting us as well. We love it. We do it because we love it. We do it. If you love us doing what we love doing, everyone's a winner.
Everyone's a winner, baby.
Ian Mulder, back into the Attracker's Bear, launches into song. At least I think it was song. Short.
Well, I thought he was still vaping.
No, it's hard to tell, Mog, to be honest. There's no
One's
run.
much more melodic than the other.
Yes, but which?
Really?
I'm leaving that up to the interpretation.
Possibly the vaping. Have you ever sung for it properly? Have we ever in a choir or a band? Because you play guitar, don't you?
Yeah.
You ever sing as well?
Not really.
Right.
Why aren't you doing tasty licks for jingles then?
Mulder in again, up onto his toes, goes for a mat, guides it to third, gets a single. 170 for 8.
My electrics needs taking to somewhere. I think when I used to play it a lot, I sweated a lot, and it basically has not been used for about 12 years. And the last time I plugged it in, there was no sound coming out of it. I think all my sweat has melted the fucking inside of it. So it needs probably needs a new pickup and some work on the inside.
Maybe sell it to Prince Andrew.
I really.
He wouldn't have that problem, would he?
When COVID happened, I thought, yes, I've got loads of time. I'll pick up my guitar and got bored in about 2 hours.
It's gently weeping in the corner.
It is.
Guitar. Right,
well,
Mulder.
It's not weeping, it's sweat.
And he comes gently while my guitar gently sweats. Rickleton dives and stops. That was actually quite nicely played by Nor Ahmed. He was trying to angle it down to third, but he didn't quite get it wide enough. And Rickleton was sharp about his work to save his side, conceding a run.
If I turn to my right, I can see 4 guitars and a bass. I can't fucking play any of them very well. So.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I think you're being a little bit down on yourself there, Mog. Mulder in. That was the shot he was trying to do the ball before. Nor Ahmed. It'll get him off the mark, because he does angle the bat and guide that to third and take a single and bring Ramat back onto strike. Now, we were talking about super chats, and we were saying, can we have some more? And as if by magic,
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
And this looks like quite an intelligent one. Come on.
Jihan Ariaratnam, 14.99 Australian. This is my problem with teams like Afghanistan and Bangladesh getting into the top 8, when we just saw Australia being smashed by Sri Lanka, who didn't even qualify. If this was West Indies versus SA, it would have been a contest.
Swing and a miss by Ramat as Mulder beats the outside edge.
Yeah, I mean, Afghanistan have a particular problem. Maybe Bangladesh too, but they are pretty weak when it comes. I mean, they're all right at bowling, although they weren't great today. But they are very weak batting, and they only get a chance if they can restrict sides to no more than 280, and even that's a bit of a stretch for them, I reckon.
No guarantee the West Indies would put up much of a fight either.
And that's guaranteed too. Yeah, true.
Mulder in to Ramat. He's launched this. He's going to get 4 through mid-wicket. 1 bounce over the ropes, and which one? Got so many. Yeah, we'll give him this one. 4. That's one of yours, Mog. Did you have a sort of a game show in mind when you did that one? It feels like
that music is the theme song for an Australian current affairs show called Four Corners.
Hence 4. It feels to me like if there's ever drama needed in a
sounds
quiz
like
show,
Doctor Who-y.
Someone's got to consider whether they take the prize or go for the cash.
Yes, exactly.
Play that in the background.
Exactly. Thank you. You described it way better than me. That's defended by Nor Ahmed. Down to a deeply set, long off, hence the name Long.
You can still bat in Afghanistan at only 50-1.
Only?
Yeah, it seems a bit short to me.
Was that before Rashid
No,
Khan
that's
was
currently.
Out? Maybe they've got a lot more faith in Ramat than we have.
Do they know something we don't?
In skips Maharaj, swept by Ramat, backward a square. Well, there's 4 more. Played that beautifully.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
And for those counting, it's the 134th. For
let's see what they are on Betfair. Let's have a look. Afghanistan, South Africa. 100. No.
Maharaj in. Launched. He's got. Well, hello. That's 4 over extra cover. Again, just didn't quite have the power to take it all the way, but it's near enough all the way. It's 4 runs.
Charges on.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
It's caught a little bit higher up the bat than he would have wanted to, I think.
No, they're not giving odds on Betfair now.
Maharaj in. Onto the back foot goes Ramat. He's going to get 4 more. He's beaten backward. The dive of backward point. And all of a sudden, just as Rashid did for a while, there's a sudden injection of urgency and intent.
3, 4, shut the door.
Interesting. On Betfair, Australia are favourites tomorrow. 11 to 8 on. England at evens.
I would say that's. Even with their weakened side, I would say that's the case.
I don't think so.
Maharaj in. Pushes this through a bit more as Ramat came to meet him, and it only goes to short mid-wicket, and there is no run on this occasion. So the flood of quick runs has been staunched temporarily. It's last little bill of my last ball of my little spell. Cut away to cover Disawsi Fields. They take a single. It means it's 189 for 8 with the run rate still at 12.7 and this 9th wicket partnership worth 20. I'm going to love you and leave you.
You're going to run away.
Run away.
And Nick, you do have to come back and do some of this. Hopefully it won't be a full 10 overs. We can only hope. Fuck me.
I think Dander Castro.
No, you can manage jingles, can't you?
Okay, thanks, mate.
I know you can manage to find a name in there and press a button.
I gotta say, Bear, you have got the noisiest fucking vape I've ever heard.
Well, it's because I vape right next to my mouth. It doesn't.
Yeah.
I don't really hear it in my ears, but you know.
Yeah, you don't. It drove Diana Patterson up the wall, and I probably drove her away entirely.
Looks like we have some cramp.
Bit of cramp just to slow the game
Just
down a
to
bit
slow
more.
down again.
Just what we're after.
Says, COVID maxed out by CCs, still haven't recovered, but oddly, I'm a happier person, lol. And yeah, this event really misses Sri Lanka. They've had a great year in all formats. Ridiculous they're not here, shrug. They didn't have a great time against Australia in the test matches in Sri Lanka, but they flogged them in the ODIs. Leah says to Johan, I'm not actually sure. Afghanistan made the semis of the last World Cup. West Indies didn't even make the tournament. That's true.
Yeah, that's very true.
And Kieran, ever hopeful, says, let's hope yet. Put the bet on, Bear. Afghan have this in the bag.
Yeah, right. No. I want about 200 to 1 to bet on Afghanistan now. Then I'll probably put a quid on, just for the hell of it.
Well, it'll spice up our last 10 overs, Bear.
Well, it would do, wouldn't it? Yeah.
And one thing I think you have to say is that Ramat Shah's batted beautifully, hasn't he? And really grown into his innings.
Yes. He looked very shaky at the start. But he certainly has.
And maybe a little lesson for their other batters to take that in 50 overs. You have a bit more time than you think. And I think, actually, it was the wickets they lost more than the sluggishness up top that really cost them.
Well, they were way too sluggish as well. I mean, there is a balance to be had between being overly aggressive and scoring runs, but you've still got to be able to find a gap and go 4.5 and over, even in those those times. And they weren't able to do that.
I have to tell you, Bear, another 33 runs and somebody will win the GPL.
Oh my God! Well, considering 2 people entered, that would be quite amazing, wouldn't it? That one is guided out square on the offside, and there is no run.
And 33 could be in play.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah.
Well, they've dragged it back, South Africa. Only 2 minutes behind.
No, sorry, it's not even that much. Had the score wrong when I was looking at it. So somebody's picked 5-1-8. So that would be 11 and 3, another 14 runs.
Oh, that could really be in play.
So that would be 203. That's
Yes,
guided
that's right.
by Ramat down towards third man. And that would be a single. Oh,
Who
no,
is
they
it?
came back for 2. Good running. Considering he's just been treated for cramp.
Who is it who's on 5-1-8, Bird? You know?
Yeah, I can find that out for you. It is. Oh, D Wells. Now D Wells is actually very good at picking winning numbers.
Yeah,
she's won quite a lot of the large prizes.
Yeah,
she won the biggest one, didn't she? Need 300 quid or something the other year.
Something like that. Yeah,
with a couple of picks in a couple of days. She got lucky.
She was I recall she was very generous with it though.
Yes.
And gave us a good deal back.
That was guided down to a third man for another single. She has a kind of knack of picking winning scores. And Navalax. So I've never heard of Navalax, but welcome to the GPL. 5-8-9. Well, you're in with a chance because that's within the realms of possibility, but one would expect that not to be the case. Be another 70 or 80 runs in the next 10 overs. We've only 2 wickets left. Nor facing up, Mulder coming in, bowls, and he just defends it square on the offside. There ain't no run. It's all winding down to a slow end to this game.
Limping towards the finish line.
Yes. We've not had a good game yet, have we really?
No, it's still waiting to catch fire.
Yeah, no close games have all been...
Oh, well, the Ashes tomorrow.
Yes.
To create the Ashes, doesn't it?
And India-Pakistan on Sunday, you think there's got to be a bit of spice over the weekend?
There is, but usually India batter Pakistan. You can't see... Well, you never know with Pakistan, do you? I mean, they could have a day. Depends what they do with their top order, really. That's guided by Noor down third man. I'll get myself a single.
But like you say, Bear, they're so inconsistent. The fact that they were so shy on Wednesday makes me think they're going to be brilliant on Sunday.
They'll be really up for it on Sunday, won't they? Because it is India. But I mean, who are they going to have at the top? I mean, they're going to have to. They need a pinch hitter at the top to get.
Well, Baba's certainly got to do something a lot more than he did yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if it is Baba and Imam batting together, that's not the most explosive pairing at all.
No. Sal Shakil at 3 is not exactly motoring along either, is it? Ramat tries to guide at third man, misses his bat. Could quite easily got a little nick through to the keeper, but he didn't. Ends the over.
So
no run.
So Nick, they've brought Imam into the squad. Have they actually named him for the team for tomorrow?
No, I haven't seen a team message. I just assume because I don't think they had a spare opening batter in their
Right, that makes sense then.
Presumably, if someone generally gets injured, you can have an injury replacement.
Yeah.
But Saud opened for them, didn't he, on Wednesday?
Yes.
I was a little surprised they didn't go with Rizwan because he opens in T20 quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, the way they bat, they definitely need someone who's a bit of a pinch hitter in that top 4 to get them off to a start.
I think particularly in Dubai, I think the power play is really important in Dubai.
Yeah, because it gets really slow and gritty, bitty after that, doesn't it? Hard to score runs. Well, Noor Ahmed is facing up to Rabada, who's still got 3 overs left. And they're all taking their bloody time.
Yeah, no rush to get this one finished.
No.
On Blue Sky, Rajesh 68 says England has made a surprising move by promoting Jamie Smith to bat at number 3 in their Champions Trophy opener against Australia, a position he's only filled once in his professional career.
Oh, well, that's edged by Noor Ahmed down towards the third man boundary. Very fine. He'll get himself 4 runs.
One of these.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
It was almost an intended edge, wasn't it?
So I don't get that.
Yeah, it's guided.
Yeah, well, it was guided, but Jamie Smith at 3, I wouldn't put Jamie Smith at 3. You've got Root in the side, unless Root's injured.
Root's 4.
Why would you have Root at 4? You'd have them at 3, wouldn't you?
They want to bolster their batting.
Well, yeah.
So they're relying on Root and Livingston to get through 10 overs between them.
Yeah, through to the keeper and there's no run. But I'd still have Root at 3 in an ODI.
Yeah, I guess they think that Salt isn't going to last 30 balls and that delaying Root a bit means that they've got a decent player of spin in the middle overs.
Yeah, but you expect Root to be there for a long time no matter what, wouldn't you? That one is guided again by Noor down towards third man. This time he gets a lot more of the ball and it'll be a single.
I mean, the other thing is they're only playing Australian spin, which isn't all that fantastic. I mean, Zampa gets wickets, but most of them were shit deliveries.
Yeah, well, Zampa's taken a lot of English wickets in the past. He's also got a bit of tap depending on the day.
Yeah. I think Head is probably the most threatening of their spin bowlers, but he can be very expensive too.
Is he left arm or right arm Head? I presume he's left arm spinner. Because he bats left-handed, but he might not be. You never know these days, do you? Full driven by Ramat up to mid-off, Timber Fields, and there is no run. If this goes to full 50 overs, I'm going to get really upset.
Me too, Bear. But sod's law, they'll just crawl up to 50 overs.
Exactly.
I think the Jeopardy left the building quite a long time ago.
A very, very long time ago. Ramat facing up. That's full and into the pads, and he clips it into the leg side, and he'll get himself 1. They're going to try for 2. Nah. 1 ball left in the over for Noor Ahmed to face. Rickleton, who gets man of the match here? Rickleton probably, didn't he? 103.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I'd say so.
He laid the foundation, didn't he, for the victory? Although it's been
apart from that, not really been a lot.
No one outstanding on the bowling side, but it's been a pretty clinical performance, hasn't it?
Yes, exactly that. Last ball just played out to point. There is no run. 199 for 8 after 42 overs. What did it say there? D Wells needed 203, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, that's right.
Oh,
Yo-Yo Plus says Pakistan versus India. Who will win according to you guys?
India
all
would
these
be
matches
mine.
are one-sided.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say India. I mean, I quite like, for the sake of the tournament, I'd actually like Pakistan to win. I kind of, there's a part of me wants India to go out just because I want the final switch to Pakistan. I just do. I mean, I've got a big bug in my brain about this. I just think it's unfair that India gets to play all their games at the same venue. I just think it's unfair.
There's a big bug in Bear's brain. Oh dear.
That one seems to squat.
I agree with you, Bear, and I think it's a shame because I don't feel like they need the advantage. They're the best team.
That's my point. They're the best team in the tournament, and then they get the added advantage of playing everything in a complete what pitches that are basically very different to what the rest of the tournament is being played on. It would seem. Yeah. That one's played out to the offside, and there's no run. Sorry, 1 run.
I think it's a shame for them because it puts an asterisk against them if they do win, and I think they'll.
I'm not sure they'll care. And they'll say, well, that's the way it is. But I just think it does make a little bit of a mockery of the whole thing. I know we talked at this right at the top of the show. People have different opinions, but I think that one's just knocked into the offside. Could have potential run out. Oh, direct hit, but he was well aimed. And
I've got to tell you, there is still hope. The win probability, according to Cricinfo, is only 99.99%. So there's one chance in 10,000 as far as Cricinfo are concerned for Afghanistan.
Feels about right.
Actually.
Yeah. There are 5 centuries in 4 games, though. It's pretty good going.
Yeah.
3 games.
Yeah, and we might have a 6th here if Ramat can get another what? Does he need 17?
Yeah. It's time for him.
I put the curse on him.
No, you haven't.
No,
that's 6. Ramat has scooped that over long leg. I think the man was up inside the circle anyway. He was on the 45. D Wells, you're out. 207 for 8.
And let me give Ramat his jingle.
Help that around a corner.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just looked to tap it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pace on. Helped it on its way. 109 required of 45 balls with 2 wickets left. It's just played out towards deep mid wicket where Marco Janssen is fielding. It'll be a single. Nor will face 9 off the over. Just needed someone else to bat with him, didn't he? They lost too many wickets early on, did Afghanistan. Needed someone else to have an innings like this, and then maybe there would have been a chance. I mean, he's got back over a run of ball now, and at a point where he was nowhere near it.
Yeah. It shows how much he can accelerate late.
Yeah. Defended into the offside, and there is no run.
It saves the GPL too, of course.
Which is always a good thing. 1 ball left in the 43rd over. And so who's left to bat? Who is the rabbit, number 11?
I think it's Faruqi.
Of course it is Faruqi. He's the one man who hasn't come out yet. I'm sure he can give it a smash. Most of them can. Vian Mulder comes in to bowl. He's bowled him. Well, we might get out of here early. 208 for 9 now. Went back onto his stumps, did Noor. It's quite a full delivery. Didn't quite get in line. His off stump is knocked out of the ground. And Afghanistan lose their 9th wicket, 208. And the fat lady is very much warming up.
The crowd says, you're out.
Just didn't get in line with that, really. It just went straight on, didn't it?
Yeah, I thought it nipped away a little bit. But
it looked like it was a bit of a wobble scene, but it didn't seem to actually do anything. It just kind of skidded on. Maybe it skidded on a bit quicker and he couldn't get into line quick enough. But
pretty gun barrel straight.
Yep.
Well, it would be a shame for them to be all out before Ramat gets his century, to be honest.
Well, it's going to be a struggle, isn't it? I mean, that was the last ball of the over, though, so Ramat does get an over to probably try and score 10 runs.
Yo-Yo Plus says Pakistan versus India in Dubai is like India playing it on a home ground instead of Pakistan. That's quite true.
Yes.
And he says, thanks for taking my question. I'm assuming you're a he. That's not necessarily the case. Either way, you're very welcome. Good to have you on board.
Are you... who's that? Who said that?
Yo-Yo Plus.
Are you Indian or of Indian descent or Pakistani? We've had... Is there anyone in India who thinks that they should be playing in Pakistan, or are they all so like we can't go to Pakistan?
And is Fazlak Faruqi coming in? Let me give him one of these.
Drives his... No, there's no Ramat is facing the first ball, and I don't think he's going to take the single. He's not. He's decided that he wants his ton.
Fair play, I say, at this stage.
I would too.
And so Faruqi has played 40 ODIs. Yes, he has. 40 ODIs. He has an average of 3.5. He scored a total of 21 runs.
Okay, next ball, Rabada bowls. It's just defended by Ramat. I'd suggest you need to get the 10 runs in this over, Ramat.
Yeah, 2 blows, isn't it?
It's 2 blows. You've got to take a chance here. Shit or bust. Rabada at the end of his run-up. It's full. Oh, he's edged him. He's got him. Ramat is the man who's gone. He's trying to guide that down to third man. He will not get his 100. He has just tried to guide it down to third man. He's got too thin an edge on it. The game hasn't gone the distance. Oh, he's going to review it. Well, he might as well, I suppose. It's the last wicket and they've got 2 reviews left.
Nothing to lose here.
But
except for a bit of our time.
Indeed. He must have touched it.
I should have entered the GPL. They've scored 523 runs today, which is my sort of number.
Oh, it is indeed.
Yo-Yo Plus says he or she's from India. It looks like Ramat won't be able to make a ton.
Oh, hold on. He might have just jammed it into the ground. his bat, even. No.
No, that is out.
Big edge.
And I'm going to give him his jingle.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
Well, what do we say? Afghanistan look completely outgunned there today. You know, they can come back. I think they're a better side if they bat first and put a score on the board. They're one of those sides that are not great at chasing, but if they can get a middling score and give their bowlers a chance to restrict an opposition side. It's a shame they're missing Mujeeb as well, actually, because if they had the 3 spinners in the middle, they're always quiet.
That's a big blow. And I think Naveen would give them a bit of extra ballast as well, 'cause I thought they were a bit
their
poor
pace
with the ball.
bowling is quite lightweight, isn't it, in general?
Yeah, and I think they let South Africa get probably 30, 40 too many on that pitch.
And let's be faced, I mean, we were looking at high 300s at one point, and South Africa didn't really put the foot down till quite late. You kind of feel they could have scored more if they'd had to. But yeah, all in all, another real kind of bear game, really.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
wasn't it?
Afghanistan have just been absolutely shellacked. 3 in a row. Will tomorrow be a shellacking? Who knows?
Well, as Dan De Castro says, England versus Australia is almost a quarter-final. He says taking a single is absurd. He didn't actually take that single in the end.
No.
And Imran Hussain says Afghanistan will come back stronger. There you go.
Well, they are quite a mercurial side, and that's what I mean. I think if they bat first and get themselves a score of 250, 260, I mean, it doesn't seem that these wickets are particularly helpful for the bowlers, but they're quite resourceful.
I still fancy them to win one of their remaining 2 group games.
Do. Yeah, I think they've got the potential. I don't think these wickets are particularly helpful for the bowling sides. And their strength is definitely in their bowling and not their batting.
And the last word goes to Muttley, who says, thanks for the coverage, primates, love and sausages. And we're off. We're back at the same time tomorrow.
Indeed. Do you want to cue up the theme tune?
Yeah, where do I find that, Bear?
In the one that says theme tunes. Underneath that.
Oh, that's
just where you'd expect it.
Exactly, and it's number 1.
Yeah, that's true.
We'll see you
See ya.